Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here again, but this time for the Ian Mitcham trial. Ian Mitcham is an interesting case. Thank you, everybody, for teleporting. Aries, Honey, Sarah, Angela, and yep, waiting for Miss June. I don't see. Did you teleport, June? Yep, you teleported. Hi, everybody, and welcome. Glad to see you, though it's through teleporting. And I love it when teleport works. Oh, I'm sorry it didn't work for you. You lost an earring to the teleport? I don't have any on today because I just don't want to have one on today. My lipstick has turned very, 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 very pink. And my lipstick was very, 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 very red. Let me see which is which. I'm going to go with the more orangey looking red because that's what I got on. Better. I don't like the orange red on me because it looks orange. But if you mix the two, it yuppies it down. Oh, got to get my legs up. We're glad you made it. Thank you for coming in. Thank you all for hopping in. Okay, so I would like to go ahead and us do a kind of a road thus far on this trial. It's got some interesting twists. So thank you, everybody, for teleporting. And for those of you who are just hopping in, thank you without teleporting. Thank you for doing the extra work. So here's a background on the case. The victim is Allison Feldman, age 31, was found red rum in her Scottsdale home, Arizona, in February 2015. Now, cause of death, she was beaten, actually assaulted, and strangled. The suspect, Ian Mitcham, arrested years later after the police use of familial DNA. a first in Arizona, to link him to the crime. Let's talk about the legal battle. The legal battle is this: the defense challenges the DNA evidence, arguing that it was improperly obtained. The Arizona Supreme Court ultimately ruled the evidence is admissible. These motions and appeals have delayed the case for nearly a decade. Now, the pretrial motions and DNA admissibility. The defense filed the motion to suppress the familial DNA as evidence. The court ruled against them, allowing them to proceed. Other motions the defense has filed was they sought to exclude particular text messages and bank records, but the prosecution argued they should be showed because they show Mitcham's movement and state of mind. As a result, most prosecution evidence, including the DNA, digital records, and witness testimony, will be admitted. The opening statements did proceed on November 12th. We were there for them. It painted a grim picture of Freeman's final moments, argued that Mitcham broke into her home, dexterously occulted, I know I have to do that, and strangled her. It highlighted the DNA evidence and the text messages and the bank records were tying Mitcham to the crime, emphasized that the familial DNA was a breakthrough that solved a cold case. The defense claims that Mitcham never met Feldman, suggested another suspect. A pharmacist who was responsible attacked the reliability of the familial DNA and questioned the police procedures, pointed to Mitcham's behavior in court, smiling and laughing as evidence of innocence, not guilt. So on day one, we had witness testimony. Feldman's father, Harley Freeman, gave an emotional testimony about waiting a decade for justice. Scottsdale police detectives described the crime scene and the boyfriend's reaction upon arrival. Now, on day two, forensic expert explained how familial DNA led to the identification of Mitcham. Testimony revealed that Mitcham's cousin's DNA was on the database, or in the database. Who or which pointed investigators to him? Detectives recounted Mitcham's interview and inconsistencies in his statements. Upcoming witnesses that are expected in this case are DNA analysis to further explain the methodology of the DNA findings, friends and acquaintances of Feldman's to establish the timeline, possibly rebuttal witnesses to counter the defense's pharmaceutical theory. Key themes have emerged in this case. Familial DNA as precedent. This trial is historic in Arizona for its reliance on the familial DNA. Now, in the defense's strategy, they're trying to create doubt by pointing to an alternative suspect and questioning the reliability of the DNA evidence. The prosecution strategy is emotional appeal, family testimony, and hard science, DNA, digital evidence. In short, Ian Mitcham's trial is a dramatic courtroom battle centered on the accessibility and reliability of familial DNA evidence. The opening statements have set up a clash between emotional testimony and scientific proof, while the witness accounts so far have reinforced the prosecution's narrative of a violent, premeditated crime. Yeah, we've come a long way, baby. Yes, we have. Now, I also want to talk. Give me a second. Uh-oh. Seriously, hold on. I'm trying to pop up my notes and it not working. It not working for me. I don't know why it didn't work for me, but it's pissing me off. So now I've got to redo it. I just got to copy and paste. Okay. And it's giving me hell. It is an Arizona state case. And like I said, it is new to Arizona to have the familial DNA situation. So on a key ruling happened on December 17th in the 2024 court case, Arizona Supreme Court issued whether DNA evidence obtained through a familial search violated Mitcham's Fourth Amendment rights. The decision, the court unanimously allowed the DNA evidence to be admitted. The reasoning of this was a Fourth Amendment violation acknowledgement? No, the courts agreed that Mitcham's rights were technically violated because investigators initially obtained the DNA without a warrant. Okay, initially. So they did say, you're correct. The DNA did come, the receiving of the DNA, search for the DNA and all that was without a paper warrant. But there is something called an inevitable discovery doctrine. Despite this, the court applied this inevitable discovery exception, which means that even if the evidence was improperly obtained, it would have been discovered lawfully through other investigative means. So it remains admissible. Now, they're still arguing that fact. Familial, I can't say that. Familial DNA. Why is it? Everything's hard to say today. Probably because I'm getting over a migraine. Use. Okay. The familial DNA use. The court confirmed that police could use the DNA from relatives already in state database to identify a suspect. So how does that play out? In this case, Mitcham was linked after an investigator found a partial match to his cousin's DNA in an Arizona Department of Corrections database. Hence, all of these people who go to jail or prison who have to surrender their DNA, it's kept in a database. So if anything ever happens, other crimes or other victims pop up, they can test it in the database to see if they can find the perpetrator, even though they are in prison or jail. So it is, and so that DNA was still in, the results were in the Arizona Department of Correction database, the ADCD. I love acronyms. This is very significant because it's the first time in the history of Arizona that this is where familial DNA is used to track down an unknown suspect. Precedent setting, this it is. The ruling set a precedence for future cases involving advanced DNA techniques, balancing privacy rights with law enforcement needs. This was an impact on trial, for the decision cleared the way for prosecutors to present DNA evidence, tying Mitcham to Feldman's Red Room, which now becomes the cornerstone of their case. So the broader implications of the privacy concerns is the ruling sparks a debate about how police can go in using relative DNA to identify suspects. Legal landscape, it highlights the tension between the constitutional protections and the evolving forensic technology. In the future cases, other defendants in Arizona may now face similar DNA-based prosecutions, with courts likely to cite the ruling as a precedent. The Arizona Supreme Court allowed the familial DNA evidence against Ian Mitcham under the inevitable discovery rule, despite acknowledging the Fourth Amendment violation. This decision is pivotal in moving the trial forward for years of delay and set a precedent for DNA to be used in an Arizona homicide case. There you go. There you go. I got one more thing. So, how can this influence the case? Give me a second to line everything up. I love the new features in this program, but I wish it would hold more information. I wish it would hold a lot more information. I can't put as much in there, so I have to break it down. I have to break everything down. I have to do it in chunks. But that's okay, y'all. I'm good. So how does this shape the appeals defense and the appeal on the appellate grounds? So Mitcham's attorney can still argue that the court erred in applying the inevitable discovery doctrine. They may claim violation of Mitcham's Fourth Amendment rights was too severe to allow the evidence. Appeals could focus on whether familial DNA searches should require stricter warrants in the future. Now, the prosecution's position will be the ruling gives prosecutors a strong precedent to defend the conviction of if Mitcham is found guilty. They can argue that the Supreme Court already weighed the privacy concerns and upheld the evidence. This makes it harder for the defense to appeal successfully unless the federal courts take this up. Now, on the federal angle, Mitcham's team could petition the U.S. Supreme Court, arguing familial DNA searches raises a national constitutional question. However, SCOTUS rarely takes such cases unless there's a split among the state courts. And this was a unanimous among the state courts, so it probably will not go that far. Now, the impact on the sentencing aggravating factors. The DNA ruling allows prosecutors to present the strongest forensic link to Mitcham's, bolstering arguments for harsher sentencing, life without parole or DP. The brutality of the crime, actually occulted and strangulation, already qualifies for aggravating circumstances. The defense mitigation, the defense may argue that the resilience consistent to the DNA evidence shows the case isn't airtight, urging leniency. They could go highlighting Mitcham's background, mental health, and alternative suspects theories to push for a lighter sentence. Broader legal implications for their cases. Other defendants in Arizona will face similar DNA-based prosecutions, courts citing the ruling as precedent. The privacy debate. Well, the defense attorneys statewide may push for legislation to limit the familial DNA searches, even if the court allows them. The national ripple effect. If Mitcham's appeal federally, and the case should become a test of how far forensic technology can go before crossing constitutional lines. In summary, the Arizona Supreme Court ruling makes Mitcham's conviction more likely to withstand appeal in the state courts, strengthens the prosecution's hand in the sentencing, and sets a precedent that could ripple into the national debate about the DNA privacy. What are your thoughts on all of what I just said? We are waiting for court to begin. They'll begin shortly. We got about 20 minutes before it begins. What do you mean you guessed? I got to read all the comments now because I was reading my notes. Yep. Familial DNA is really starting to be a thing. Oh, well, that's funny. I told my family last year, bam, I'm doing ancestry. So if you fed up and get busted, it's on you. Yeah. And then I did the ancestry and found out I'm Mormon. How I never known my dad wasn't expecting that the match would be a LDS family that included the senator. Yeah, I guess the joke was on you. By the way, I have a question about that because when this came out, when this stuff came out, I did the DNA testing because I'm adopted. So I'm always wanting to know. And in all honesty, my mother told me that we were Native American, and I kind of believed her at the time because there's no reason not to. But she said we were Cherokee. Now, when everybody says we're Cherokee, I mean, it's kind of funny. Everybody says Cherokee. But then I talked to my grandmother. My grandmother said, well, we are some Cherokee, but we're more Cree than Cherokee. But yeah, your biological great-great-grandfather was Cherokee Cree. Your grandmother was Cree. So you're 2/3 Cree, 1/3 Cherokee. I said, okay. on that side, but then on the father's side, 100% Irish. So there you go, hence the white skin and the native heart. But so I did the DNA. I did all that with Ancestry, and it came back. I think it was European, African, a little Asian, but mostly area around Britain, Scotland, Ireland, and all of that territory. No Native American. So a few years later, I did it again, and it popped up Native American, Czech. I mean, it was like totally different. There was a lot of Europeans still in there, but come on now, everybody. If you really think about it, if you go back far enough prior to the formation of the United States, everybody came from that neck of the woods, pretty much, unless you were in Africa. But and in that one, no African DNA popped up. None. Go figure. So I just find it interesting. Really find it interesting that that's what happened, and that's how all that is. And I want to know, really, I truly want to know really how that is. It really that reliable? I mean, the only thing about the Native American is there is DNA testing that you can get. It is not cheap, and you can go through the certain tribes to get it done. And if it comes back, well, there you go. If it doesn't, oh well. But I really want to know how much that DNA ancestral is accurate. I don't know. How accurate is it? But with this case, familial DNA, I mean, that's definitely accurate. But wow, y'all. I mean, it's one way to get caught. One way or another, we're going to find you. I got to get you. I read, June, that's what I said. There was a decision. All right, I'll read all this. Isn't that what I just read, June? Isn't that what I just said? Just curious. There's a little bit new information in this, so I'll do that as well. June is my primo mod. Okay, so a little bit more information. In the court found that using the blood draw originally taken from a DUI stop to develop the DNA profile without a warrant or within the scope of the context was a search under the Fourth Amendment right. Arizona, however, despite finding the Fourth Amendment violation, the court held that the evidence was admissible because the state satisfied the inevitable discovery independent source doctrine, i.e., the state argued that the DNA profile would have been discovered lawfully anyway. I said that. What the Supreme Court of the United States, or the SCOTUS, petitioned for the certiorari, the review was filed in Mitcham's. Okay, that's pretty much the same thing I've already said, Boo. But that's good information. It was gleaned from a DUI stop. June, okay, June, I'm confused with the last one. What am I looking at with the channel, the Phoenix, Arizona family home 03T? I'm already there. I've already got the trial up and loaded. Is that what you were trying to do, Boo? I haven't heard time following today. You sent me to a news media site, but there's nothing. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. Sorry, June. I'm a little lost. So you for example, get busted on a misdemeanor and you go into jail and they do the DNA swab on you and you stay in jail for, say, 6 months or whatever. You go to prison and serve 5 years or whatever. And then you get out and years later, your brother, your sister, your cousin, somebody in your somewhat close family commits a crime. They run the DNA against the familiar DNA, and then they can bust them through your DNA. I mean, y'all, be careful where you give your DNA. Now on ancestry.com, your DNA is in the system. I can't imagine that would not. I've heard of them finding people. Okay, I have no idea what you mean. It's from Chat GPT 5.10. I need more context. I'm lost. I'm sorry. I So Ancestry, there was, I think, let me see if I can pull it. I think there was a lawsuit on Ancestry.com, lawsuit against them. Over the DNA. The lawsuits against the DNA companies like Ancestry and 23andMe generally involve allegations of privacy violations. So there have been lawsuits against them. Data sharing, privacies, acquisitions, data breaches, the use of customer information for commercial purposes. Recent legal challenges, including states suing 23andMe to block the sale of its customers' data in bankruptcy. So they've gone through bankruptcy, and several case action lawsuits against the Ancestry.com related to its data sharing practices and the use or users' images in advertising. But the DNA, I have heard, and I'm trying to find it, so give me a second. I can type. So if they use, the question is can law agencies use or gain information from Ancestry.com in the DNA, trying to gather information and find predators or people who've committed crimes through their database? And here is your short and long answer of that. Hence why I don't do DNA. I wish I hadn't. But if you want to, it's up to you, boo. No big deals. Law enforcement agencies generally cannot freely use, and the word is freely use, DNA from Ancestry.com. Access requires a valid legal process such as a warrant, subpoena, or court order. Ancestry has a strict policy of resisting broad warrantless searches. However, law enforcement agencies are work Ancestry policies. So Ancestral.com states that it will not voluntarily share DNA with the law enforcement agencies. Okay, voluntarily, but it only responds to valid legal requests, i.e. court orders, and has historically resisted broad fishing expeditions. However, the court orders and warrants in the United States, police may request access to the DNA database, but they must go through the courts. Some judges have allowed searches of large DNA databases, such as Ancestry.com, raising privacy concerns. Companies' stance. Ancestry and 23andMe are among the companies most protective of their user data. They have publicly committed to fighting law enforcement attempts to access their database without proper legal justification. So what is legal and ethical? Let's look into that. Law enforcement sometimes uses consumer DNA databases to identify suspects by matching relatives, familial DNA. This has solved cold cases but raises questions about the consent and privacy. The privacy concerns are critical, arguing that allowing police to search consumer DNA databases could expose millions of people to genetic information without knowledge or consent. State restrictions. Some states have begun to regulate and restrict the law enforcement use of genetic genealogy searches to protect the privacy of the clients. No automatic access. Police cannot simply just log into ancestry.com and search DNA records. Legal processes required, such as a warrant or court order. Access is only possible through those subpoenas, court orders, and warrants. Companies are very resistant. Ancestry actually resists broad law enforcement requests and emphasizes their privacy. This is an ongoing debate, and the balance between solving crime and protecting genetic privacy is still being contested in courts and legislation to this day. So this is a very big, important case, and it is a very valid concern. So if my twin brother decides to become a red roomer, you never know, or commit a heinous crime and there's DNA, well, they'll probably find him because my DNA is in ancestry.com. Any other questions, y'all? Oh, by the way, if you like family tree DNA, they have that was one agency that has allowed law enforcement to access more easily, even without sometimes a warrant or court order. So be careful. Don't use family tree DNA. Just saying. All right, Miss June, how you doing? Any more information for me? I just don't understand. Was that link you sent me for the trial? Was that for the hearing? Because I don't when I click on the link, there's nothing. It's just trending. It didn't have anything specific. It's just a general link. There's a U.S. World Today. Teacher accused of actually occulting a student who sought help from her for mental health. Another teacher or woman accused of sending explicit photos, text to a 12-year-old, 2-year-old boy dies after reporting falling from 20th floor in a high rise. If you live on a high rise, do not leave your child unattended on a balcony. I don't care if you think it's safe. Don't. Unless you got sheet metal all the way around and there's no light coming in. I mean, no, you know what I mean, but don't do it. It's not appropriate. It's not good. It's not safe. Protect your children. I am in live comm, June. I just read what you gave me. Let me refresh because I don't see it. Give me a second. I got to refresh Discord because okay. I think this is what you were trying to get me to. I hate it when that happens, when things don't refresh and I'm like, what's going on? It's nothing there. What are you doing? Sorry, June. I had to refresh for anything to pop up. It didn't pop up. So she wanted me to talk to you about the Supreme Court of the United States, what they have done thus far. The petition for the certiorari, I guess is how I'm saying it, review of the Arizona Supreme Court was filed by a Mitcham side. The Supreme Court, the docket shows the case number 24-6511 was docked on February 10th of 25. The Supreme Court on April 28th of 25. The U.S. Supreme Court declined to review the appeal. That means because of the SCOTUS decline to review the case, the Arizona Supreme Court decision stands and is final on that issue. The Supreme Court denies of the certiorari does not mean means endorsement of the Arizona Supreme Court's reasoning. It simply means that the SCOTUS will not hear the case. Is that what you wanted, June? So the SCOTUS is not going to be hearing the case because there's not enough evidence. It's not warranted. So they're not going to hear it. There you go. We're all caught up. We are all caught up. You're welcome, boo. Sorry about that. I was like, I don't understand what you're wanting me to do. All I see is this the Arizona family, KTV, 3TV, KPHO, CBS 5, Phoenix, Arizona. And it's just a link to the main video page. That other part did not post. Kitty, come here. Come here. Well, come here. Well, come here. You take one step and you sit down and you go, so pretty am I, but you won't come any closer. Are you sitting in the sun? Yeah, you just want to sit in the sun. This cat is weird. If you try to love on her with your hands, she doesn't want to be anywhere near you. But if you're in bed and you lay down, she'll hop up and love all over your feet. And you can take your feet and rough her with your feet and she's happy. Hands are no. Feet are okay. I'm like, you are one creepy cat. I don't understand it. What? You talking to me? When I kiss, she goes, meh. What? Yep, there she goes. Try to reach for her, she runs. She's been in a spastic mood today. Okay, we are waiting for trial to begin, and we got it says 2 minutes. I'm going to get it on stage. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to take a really quick ladies' room break. Everybody stretch. I'm going to play some music. Everybody stretch your legs. Everybody get ready for court. Okay? All right. Be back in a sec. So we are still waiting for trial to begin. It should have already began 4 minutes ago. Yes, I'm getting some rice. I'm doing some chicken broth and rice for my lunch. This girl's not had a good tummy. Had migraine yesterday, went to bed, watched some. June, I am so sorry that I literally passed out within the first 2 minutes of that show. I just passed out. And for me to pass out about 10 o'clock, wasn't it, June? When we started that, that's unusual for me. Well, welcome, Barbara, 6B71. Thank you so much for being here. You're welcome. I'm glad to have you. Thank you for hopping in. I'm boiling me some water to make some chicken broth to add to my rice. And then I didn't know, a friend told me this, the sun's starting to come in. I didn't know that if you want to bring down the glycemic index on rice or starches like pasta and rice and whatever, if you cook it and put it in the fridge immediately and you leave it there for 24 hours, while there's something that changes in the cooling process that lowers that index. So that's a good thing to know. I didn't know that. I didn't know. That was interesting. So I don't feel so guilty for eating rice. I will say, I love rice. Have to admit, love rice. But anyway, we are still waiting anticipation for this to begin. I'm not sure what format I'm going to use. I don't know how we're going to lay this out. It all depends on what they come in with and how it looks. Watching my water, is boiling over there. I have one of those electric kettles. My kids tease me because I have a coffee bar and a tea bar over there in my office space. So I live here sometimes 17 hours a day. I need to have that in here. I want to thank everybody for the wonderful congratulations and kind words about my upcoming graduation. It's getting real. I'm happy, shocked, happy. Oh, that's a little better. Bring some light to the situation. Let's see. June, I'm going to be looking to see if any of the court TV shows have bringing this on. I prefer to be under that protection. Let me see. I don't remember if any of them were carrying it. I don't see it. Nope, I don't see it. Do you? Nope, they're covering everything but. That's strange. I would think one of them would have picked it up. We have an Austin Drummond arraignment coming up. So we'll be using the news feed. I know. Poached salmon sounds wonderful. Oh. I will drink broth sometimes. I do like good quality broth. I will do broth. I love to, especially wintertime, I'll drink beef broth all day long. Chicken's okay, but sometimes it gets it's not as much good as I would like it to be. So, I love to take turkey and mix it with rice. Turkey and rice. I still have all my sewing stuff here and everything's crowded. Sorry, y'all. Everything's real crowded. But I'll make a turkey casserole type thing year round. So, Robert, tell me, what do you think about this case since this is your neck of the woods? June, I wonder why they're not covering this. I find it interesting that they're not covering this trial at all. Nobody is. Okay, we're going to hop over to live court with Judge Boyd until this thing pops. Don't worry, I got my eye on it. We're not going to miss anything, but
Timothy Wald,
Yeah, I think we're ready.
are there any applications?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Court is calling 2025 CR 009906 State versus Timothy Wald. Could I have parties announced?
Pertaining to the state of Texas. All day Smith for the defense.
All right, Mr. Wald. And are you Mr. Wald?
Yes,
Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review with your client?
I have and we did, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Wald, did you review the application for community supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes,
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
we do, Your Honor.
All right, off the record. The box is checked that the state is recommending deferred adjudication.
Yes.
All right, I need an application for deferred adjudication.
I thought I
No, it's just for, you just did an application for community supervision.
I
oh,
don't know if you have a second one.
I have both of them on there.
Yeah, I grabbed it. I thought it was.
whoa.
Did you review the true bill? We're back on the record. Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor.
Did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? You're charged with injury to a child or elderly or disabled person, bodily injury as a third-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in the prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Wow.
If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state would call in the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in the prison and up to a $10,000 fine? You're going to need to speak up.
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor, he has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
My opinion, yes.
Mr. Wald, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
Shit. June, did we get copyright struck? It says my live is no longer available. Okay, I'm still live. It says this event is now over. Chat. Okay, let me do this. I, I, uh, everyone's still here. Okay, phew. KSAT 12, I accidentally got some of their stuff on this live and I immediately ended it. Although KSAT 12 can kiss my butt because it is fair use. I thought maybe they struck me when that warning came up. I was like, what? Okay, we're good. Oh God, that scared me. That scared me, y'all. Oh, that scared me. Okay, we're good to go. We're waiting for trial. We're just hanging here for trial.
No, ma'am.
Anyone promise you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
If you're not a U.S. citizen by entering this plea, you will be deported, denied naturalization, and re-entry. Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, there's a $1,500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. There's to be no contact with the complainant, or I'm assuming this is the complainant's mother or the complainant's mother. Did you understand that to be your plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense is at the plea.
They do, Your Honor.
State is at the plea.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Is there an affirmative finding of family violence in this case?
There's not, no familial relationship to or neighbors.
Thank you, Jude.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
By signing this, you're waiving your right to appeal. The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions?
If there was, it's been a 3914, which we've had a compliance with.
All right. Did you review the, outside the agreement? The state is recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 7 years. There'll be 200 hours community service restitution, the BIPP course, TAP evaluation, and follow all recommendations. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence.
No objection?
All right, and state, have you spoken with the complainant?
Yes, we have.
All right, state, you may be excused. Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial? A right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
So now she's reviewing the case. I love how she does this. I would be, if I was in his shoes, I would be so scared just standing there waiting for her to read through all that. I was wondering if they read any of that beforehand, or or is she doing this just for drama? I used to wonder, but no, she's really reading it all. She's a pretty thorough judge. If I broke the law, I'd be terrified to be in her court. I really would.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor, we'd ask that you follow the Reed recommendation.
Are you still with Miranda de Hoyos? All right, why are you fighting a 14-year-old?
So I actually, yes, I had an altercation with, there's two neighbors out there. There's an adult and I guess there's a child as well. The
Well,
adult-
what they're saying is that you were having an altercation with Miranda, who you're no longer with. That's what the police report says.
Right, so basically I got locked out of my house and it was my girlfriend at the time. And so I was basically beating on the door to get in. And the neighbors, I guess, commented on me beating on the door. And so they basically started an altercation with me
Let me ask you this.
on my doorstep.
Were you on the lease?
No,
So that's not your place.
well, I was living for 2 years.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Obviously, she didn't want you anymore.
Yeah, but we may have a disagreement here with Miss Judge because, Your Honor, in the state of Texas, if someone stays in your facility, your home, your property for 2 weeks, you have to go through eviction notice and you can't lock them out. Trust me, I know the hard way.
Because it says that you got in an altercation with her. And then the complainant and his mother were just trying to help her. And the 14-year-old asked Miranda, hey, do you want me to stay here or you want me to leave? And she said she wanted him to stay. That's what's in the police report, what you stipulated to. So it appears that Miranda did not want you anymore, that you got upset by it. The neighbors thought she was in danger. So that's why the neighbors got involved. So it wasn't these neighbors just like, oh, let me come on your doorstep. They were on your doorstep because they felt that Miranda needed protection. Are you employed?
No.
So how do you support yourself?
Well, I now going through a tip agency to work.
So how do you support yourself?
I haven't been
So where do you live?
staying with my kid's mother.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. There's 7 years deferred adjudication. There's going to be proof of employment within 45 days, no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There should be no contact with the following persons.
Come on, Judge Boyd.
There should be no unsupervised contact with minors. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Regular random UAs. Field visits 1 time per month until further notice. 200 hours community service restitution. I'm going to order parenting classes. Once that's completed, 100 hours will be deemed satisfied. The remaining 100 hours will be deemed satisfied upon completion of anger management. There should be a TAP evaluation out of custody. Follow TAP results. There should be a $1,500 fine, and that will be probated. Probation, is there anything else?
Okay.
Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, ma'am.
Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed this plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because there was no affirmative finding. All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. You're gonna have to make better decisions. You have children who are depending on you. If you don't make good decision, what's gonna end up happening is you're potentially looking at 10 years in the prison. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, night mag rejection
Moral
for multi-count.
Stories. Don't let anybody sleep on your couch for any period of time, unless you're willing to live with them and go through the eviction process.
Thank you, Honor.
You're welcome. Have a good one. Who else is ready?
Page 92 down, Judge.
Okay, I
Just give me 1 second.
they contacted News 10. They said that they are waiting for the trial camera to start. Then they will begin. Should be a few more minutes. So there may be a 30-minute delay.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Morning. You know, I know what Emily is also. Sure. Thanks. All right, I appreciate it.
Okay, I am asking Channel 10 if I can restream their thing, and if a deaf person hops on, interpret it in ASL. As per, I do not want a copyright strike. So we are waiting for a response, because if they and then I'm changing. I'm hoping they don't give me a problem.
James Matthew Gonzalez.
We'll see.
Morning.
He's a dapper lawyer. Look at him. He's a little dapper. This is fine. Like, that's fine. And this is fancy as circled. Dapper. Handsome.
All
Beautiful.
right, where are we on discovery?
Discovery is complete, Judge.
All
If
right.
you don't have an
it.
acknowledgement, we'll get that to you.
All right. Has an offer been tendered?
Yes, Judge.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 28.
This is one thing I really do like about her.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, set this in 3 weeks for a plea deadline date.
I guess then December 11th.
All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused. Has All right, where are we on discovery?
Discovery is complete, Judge.
All
If
right.
you don't have an
it.
acknowledgement, we'll get that to you.
All right. Has an offer been tendered?
Yes, Judge.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 28.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, set this in 3 weeks for a plea deadline date.
I guess then December 11th.
All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Did they say what his charge was, June? I was too busy looking
All
at.
right, who's here on Mark Anthony Mills? What page is he on?
He is on page.
June, honey boo, how many monitors do you have? Because the way you keep looking, I swear you got about 4 like me. Actually, iPad makes 5.
10, 4 down, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Apparently you can't get our coach because
I love this guy.
they're letting him come back next year. Fickle for Wisconsin. Do you
And-
still watch football?
Yes, I do.
Isn't it sad? I watch
But you
Wisconsin.
still watch because,
You
hey,
want the colors.
either that's your team or that's
That's
not your
right.
team. Win, lose, or draw, I'm always.
But it hurts. Okay.
All right,
sorry.
court is, that's okay. Court is calling 2025 CR 013279, State versus Mark
By the way, Judge Boyd loves football.
Anthony Mills. Could I have parties announced?
James Seeloff, defense.
All right, and are you Mr. Mills?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Mills, did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Thank you.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Waive the reading.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? Mr. Mills, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're charged with possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram. That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, he has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I believe he is.
Mr. Mills, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promise you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Right.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, by entering this plea, you will be deported and not allowed reentry and denied naturalization. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 120 days in the Bear County Jail under 1244. There's an $800 fine. There are no applications. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State? Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
By signing that, you're waiving your right to appeal. The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes,
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense is charged. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Yes.
State any evidence.
State represent the evidence states exhibit 1.
All right, state, you may be excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any
Angela,
witnesses the state would call in, the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today
Angela Boo, I'm sorry.
the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor, we've waived PSI.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor, he is employable through the construction industry as an electrician. He is working his way up. He's got a vocational education beyond high school graduation. And he has indicated that he wants to get help for his drug problem, and he's going to do that on his own. And I told him to go to NA and start there at least.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
you're welcome. All right, the court will sentence you to 120 days in the Bear County Jail under 1244. Give you credit for any time served. There's an $800 fine, time and money to run concurrent. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing?
That's it.
All right, did you review the trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what that is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. Only two things are going to end up happening to you if you don't get your life in order, right? Either you're going to end up in somebody's jail, in somebody's prison, or either somebody's going to be identifying your body. You understand? If there's an issue and you need help with it, when you're released, you can come back here. I'll pick up the phone, call somebody to help you. All right? All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Judge.
You're welcome. Who's here on Kazar?
Yes.
Thank you. Court is calling 2025 CR 0046960, State of Texas versus Kazar Johnson. Could I have parties announced for the record?
Todd Lester for Mr. Johnson.
And are you Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Probation, this is an application. Mr. Johnson, did you review the deferred adjudication application and community supervision application with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? Mr. Johnson, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're charged with tampering or seeking to fabricate physical evidence with intent to impair. That's a third-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with your state, with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state would call in the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could sentence you up to 10 years in the prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is.
Mr. Johnson, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
By entering into this plea bargain agreement, if you're not a U.S. citizen, you will be deported, denied naturalization, or re-entry. Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand that?
Yes.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 6 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. State is silent on your application, and there's to be no contact with Kobe Johnson. Did you understand that to be the
Yes.
plea? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State? Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
By signing that, you're waiving your right to appeal. The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There have not been.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
No objections.
All right, state, you may be excused. Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses? The state would call in the right to remain silent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits, one of the attachments, and review the same.
Okay, there is some technical issues with the court feed. They are remedying that and they will be right back with us. Little cookies, cheater cookies. Oh. So per 10 Fox 10 Phoenix. Hello, there's some technical issues from the NBC pool camera. We will come on as soon as the issue is resolved. However, they did not respond to my request. So if they don't respond, I'm gonna go ahead and do it because I notified them. So apparently there's a pool camera. So I should be fine. It's one camera. Everybody's using it. I should be fine. It's not their own personal camera. So all's good in the neighborhood on that one.
Valuation.
Oh, I missed it. These are healthy cookies. They don't taste that great though. They got a lot of fiber. Yes, June, I believe so. Coffee.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Counsel, if you want a PSI, it's probably going to be like 8 weeks.
I heard that, Your Honor, but I do want a PSI.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a PSI date and TAP evaluation. All right, just give me a date, please.
I think
All right, January 6th. Ms. Abrams, that's a PSI and TAP evaluation. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Have a seat, sir.
All right, Valerie Campion.
Gladius coffee. Hey, did y'all see what I put in Discord?
All right, we're on the record in 2025 CR 009391, 2025 CR 003573. 2025 CR 009393. And I believe that covers all cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
Before,
Just before.
the good other one,
Oh,
00705.
All right. There's no amendment in this then. That's all I have.
What call number is that, Judge?
It's 2025 CR 007085.
I will get you.
All right.
Ah!
Could I have parties announced?
Me right now.
Michael Villarreal, state.
Matthew Allen for the defense.
All right, and are you Ms. Campion? My understanding, there's been an amendment to the plea bargain agreement. Is that correct from both sides?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Thank you,
Ms.
June.
Campion, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Valerie Feldman.
All right, you're aware that there has been an amendment to the plea bargain agreements?
Yes,
And did you review those amended plea bargain agreements with your attorney?
yes,
Did you understand them?
yes, ma'am.
And are you asking the court to follow the amended plea bargain agreements?
Yes.
And again, in each of those causes, do you understand that your right to appeal is limited to any to any pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court? Did you understand?
Yes.
And counsel, again, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
And then outside the agreement, the state is still recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 10 years. Did you understand?
Yes.
Just to be clear, because as I'm freaking it out, it's reflected in this, what is the sealed supplemental agreement. It's straight probation on 3 of the cases and deferred, but both is recommending for a period of 10 years. Not freaking out 00.
I felt real good. Popping my
And
neck.
do you all wish to proceed with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna have you all come back at 1:30. I need you all to be here exactly at 1:30, and the court will proceed with sentencing.
Okay.
All right. And then, counsel, before you leave, if you all can make sure that that paperwork is as it should be. Is
In other words, attorney, do your job.
there anyone else ready?
Yeah, page 35 down, Judge. Waiting.
Griggs.
All right, who do you have?
Dwayne Griggs. We had filed for a competency bill.
It was the page 35 down.
I'm sorry, what is your client's name?
Dwayne Griggs.
This is not on page 3.
Oh, page 5, Judge. Page 5,
All right, so you have filed for competency,
Yes, Your Honor.
and when was that done?
A couple weeks ago, Judge.
I'm sorry, Boo. My apologies. This is Judge Boyd out of San Antonio. And here's a little thing. Her mom used to give her purses. So this girl is now a purseaholic. Every day she puts her purse up there because everybody wants to know what purse is she carrying today. And then people always are sending her flowers, or she always has flowers. She's a girly judge, and I like her. Girly judge. I mean, likes her a lot. And it's in San Antonio, so maybe one day when we don't have court and I have money, I'll go down there, because it's not just the gas that costs. You got to pay for parking.
It's taken a while for Odyssey to pull up the case.
It's an expense. But I do want to go, and so what we'll do is I'll have June put up the live while I'm sitting in the courtroom.
All right, Norma,
The courtroom.
if you'll set this towards the last week in December, please. I'm sorry, not last week in December, the first week in January.
Can do, January 6th.
I agree with you, June, in private chat.
And you all will still need to make sure that you have all discovery issues solved.
Yes,
All right,
Judge.
thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But June, I did tell them what I was going to do, and they did not tell me not to. So I'm going to stand.
Philip Perez.
Did it-
All right, his attorney is not here. Norma, recall this for November 20th. We're on page 1. And the MAC will need to be here for that.
So I got 2 live feeds up for this trial. I'm waiting. So as soon as it pops, we'll be there.
Jasmine Riojas,
Oh, we got feed.
is she here?
Let me get back to it. So weird.
What's happening with your case?
I've been given it all.
Okay, this is really weird, but we're going to do it. This is what we're going to do. This particular feed is strange, none to say the least. Okay, let's see how it goes. It looks kind of choppy. And I'm gained up 100%. No sound. I'm gained 100%. No captioning available for y'all. Although if you have live captioning on the computer, use it.
Another kind of crazy question, in your investigation of the house, did you ever find out what the trash collection schedule was for that house?
Hence the problems they're having. Ooh, look at the picture on the wall. I don't know what that is, but it don't look pretty. Doctor, did you ever see him at the initial time? No. I'm reading captioning. That's about it.
Were you dressed in a patrolman's uniform?
What would you dress in? Were you dressed in a patrol uniform? Yes, it was similar to the uniform you have on now.
Do you normally carry gloves?
When on your uniform, do you normally wear gloves? They buy
Those are
mark you.
what are those sizes?
It's not clear. I'll get it. Typically offers from carry latex gloves, latex gloves.
When you say those kind,
Okay, when you say
I'm familiar with gloves that you used to work on a car, say Craftsman or something. Is that the type of glove you're talking about? So, okay. And what's the purpose for those gloves?
that doesn't make sense. Hold on. Typically, when we're going to go hands-on, we put on the rubber gloves, basically,
Really for your protection, correct?
and that's really for you.
The other type of
Correct.
gloves,
And yes, the type of gloves for what for those for. Typically, I would use those for biohazard or to limit transfer.
So those gloves are to prevent you from
Those gloves are preventing you
your
from
DNA or whatever to
moving your DNA or whatever to the item.
and protection.
Item.
Oh, okay. Biohazard coming back the other way, right? Okay.
Talking about, yes, biohazard material.
Those gloves, as far as your patrol officers, do they always carry multiple pairs of those gloves that are used for protection? It depends on the individual. Okay. Is there a particular style or color of glove that the department requires? No. Okay. How about the rubber gloves? No, they do that supply. They go through different manufacturers and colors. Okay. Crazy question. Do you remember what color those? I'm calling them rubber gloves. I realize they're not. But what color those gloves would have been at that time that the officers had? And those are disposed of after one use, correct? Correct. Okay. But the felt gloves or the mechanics gloves, those are gloves that you have that you might use multiple times in a shift. Yes. Okay. In a moment, I gave you that. That's all. Thank you.
And redirect by the state. So you can have a seat. Thank you.
Sergeant. Door, either on the inside or the outside of that sliding door. Objection to see.
Overruled.
You did. You were asked about whether or not this came out as a medical call a moment ago, correct? Correct. Do you remember what you heard from dispatch that led you to go to the residence on Monterey Way? I recall dispatch saying that boyfriend had found his girlfriend in the home not breathing. I don't recall what was said after that, but it prompted me to leave where I was at and go to that call. Now, as you and the Officer Powell and Officer Weldy went through the hallway, checking the 2 bedrooms and the office, did you enter those rooms or did you simply look into them? I don't recall whether I personally went into those rooms. The way that we were configured to search, sometimes we'll take turns, whoever has the best vantage point, we'll take the left to the right while the other covers down. But that the other covers the potential threat of the hallway that is coming toward us. So we have all angles covered. Okay. So, for example, if there were a closet in one of those rooms, would one of you clear the closet? Yes. Do you recall doing that at all? I don't.
Y'all, this is frustrating.
recall it.
So do you recall whether you recall a door being closed to something? Does he have a handheld mic?
Just so.
He does.
I make it clear, that again, in the laundry room, you didn't touch anything but the door locks, correct?
Again, in the larger room, you didn't touch anything. Door locked, correct? What? You spoke to the fire personnel council that they told you they put things on this body, correct? Did they indicate to you that they weren't
Did they tell you they didn't, or the?
went anywhere else in the home? Did they tell you they didn't? If you don't recall, they told me they just went Jason's body, Johnson's body, excuse me. This is horrible.
Please.
Okay, we may have to do something else, June. What do y'all think, mods? I don't know what to do about this. This is frustrating. Did you had channel 12? I don't have theirs is still on a. This is what I have for their screen.
If the parties could approach, please.
They had problems with the feed 3 days ago. So channel 12 is, I mean, this has been an issue, obviously, because I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Surgeon, I have a follow-up question for you from the jury. How did you get from
Oh, June. For the love of the Lord. Jesus, help me. I'm not handling this well. Boo, I'm not. I'm fixing it. I had to fix something. That tickles my.
So the question is, how did you get from the backyard back into the house after clearing the master bath?
You want to go to the neighborhood killing? On.
States 109. Is this that same area?
It is, yes.
Is it my system, June? Should I reboot? I'm going to reboot my sound. Just give me a minute.
How are the blinds to that window looking out onto the patio?
They're partially closed.
See how the sound is, because when we were in Judge Boyd's court, sound,
All right, Ms. Riojas, come forward.
do y'all hear Judge Boyd's court?
John Gomez, page 7.
We'll see you back on December.
Why do I not
11th.
have sound in my ears? June, do you have sound?
All right, who else?
The next one is Joe Rodriguez.
Are you shitting me?
Same announcement, it's body worn cameras and also some supplemental reports.
Oh,
All right, Joe Rodriguez. All right, we'll bring this back on December 11th.
Yes, ma'am.
See you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And then
I'll have to put this in the system.
yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, so you say on that one, it's
On,
reports.
on Rodriguez, it was some supplemental reports and some body worn cameras. Yes.
Okay.
got it. Okay, so let's see how this is.
On the outside of the residence was a blue BMW that was parked.
I can't gain it anymore, y'all.
There was a male that another officer was tending to, and then the fire department was off to the side, and then I went to the front door where Sergeant Williamson and Sergeant.
Okay, can y'all hear this? I know it's soft, but can you hear it? All I can do.
Was that it, the male that you just described, was he with Officer Kern? Yes, he was. Did you have contact with that individual at all? I did not. So when you entered the residence, were you in uniform? Yes, I was. And were you armed? Yes. And what was your, first of all, were you asked or assigned to do something inside the residence? Inside the residence, my role was to clear the home and to make sure that the scene was a safe scene to conduct further investigation. And you recall, you said Officer Powell was there? Yes. And Sergeant Williamson as well, correct? Yes. So was it just the three of you that cleared the residence? Yes. Explain to us, please, how you went about doing it. So when we entered the residence, we were able to look to the right and see the majority of what we would call the living room, open area, kitchen, and that sort of general vicinity. And then towards the left was where the hallway was that led to what was perceived to be potentially bedrooms, bathrooms, or other rooms. So we did a visual look to the right. And
How was that? Is that better? Is that better, June?
once we made the look to the left, we started to go down.
That's the best I can do.
Through the home. The main purpose of the clearing is to look for any other individuals that may be in the home, whether it be someone maybe hiding, maybe someone hurt, maybe someone needing medical attention. So our purpose is to go through the home quickly and safely and to make sure that the scene is secured and we know everyone that's involved in that home. Do you recall walking past Ms. Feldman's body? Yes. What do you recall about the hallway in terms of any potential evidence? Inside the hallway, what I was able to see was her body laying down on the floor.
Her body was not moving. It was settled down to the ground. Nothing was up towards the sky, so her body was clearly not moving at all. Her body was naked, and then there was some type of a cloth that was over her head area. I noticed that cloth, which looked to be purely black, has some type of smell the odor of some type of cleaning agent of some kind that was underneath.
I don't know what y'all want me to do. Just tell me. Where do you want me to go? Because we're supposed to be following this trial, but it pisses me off to have to trial hop into different trials that we are not following. So what do y'all want me to do? Let me know. I'll do it. I just need someone to be clear. I'm so pissed off at these damn TV stations and news media and all this shit. In this day and age, we should not have this kind of problem. Why are you having this kind of audio problem? Does not provide fair and equal access by any means. So I don't know. We'll just go over here. I hate not being able to follow trials. It just pisses me off to have to jump around and do this. But we'll wait for this to happen. We'll just wait. We'll do this. June, can you do me a favor and just monitor? I'll have it here too, but you hear far better than I can hear. Will you let me know if they fix the other trial? Pretty please, because I can't hear it. I won't be able to tell you the difference. I got to go get my fan outside, y'all, out of my car, because that sun coming in is hot. Wouldn't help I'm in a semi-flannel shirt. Yeah, we have this dude here. We're getting ready to go into the arraignment of the Austin Drummond abandoned baby family redrum case. We will be going into that. While we're waiting for that, let me do this. Let me give y'all, come on, cooperate. Gremlins, I am in no mood today. It's a Monday. Don't piss me off. See, damn it. That's not what I asked for. Urgh. Mouse, cooperate. Yes, it's very frustrating. Pisses me off. Pay too much money for this. Paid way too much money for this. I mean, I don't handle things well the day after a migraine. I'm still in a migraine hangover, and the prednisone is still in my body, and I have zero patience to put up with bullshit. Yeah, I said it. I did. I said it. It's after lunch, isn't it? Yep. Okay. While we await for them to begin, and now they start putting up the comments on the side. You have to do too much work to get a clear screen. All right. Oh, okay. Austin Drummond's case. Damn it, Mike. And Everything is glitching today and it's starting to royally piss me off. You always don't want to see me mad. Anyway, Austin Drummond's case, yay, centers on the quadruple red room in Tennessee in July of 25 involving 4 victims and abandoned infant. Who would abandon their infant to get red room? Drummond, 28-year-olds with a long criminal history, was captured after a week-long manhunt, now faces the DP. If he did it, So here's the overview. July 29th to 25 in Lake County, Tennessee. Victims found along Carrington Road in Tippleton. The suspect is Austin Robert Drummond, age 28. The victims are James Wilson, 21. Adriana Williams, 20. Courtney Rose, 38. Braden Williams, 15. Survivor. And an infant related to the victim was found alive in Dyer County Yard about 30 miles away. He's got 4 counts of first-degree redrum aggravated kidnapping, firearm possession, and commission of a dangerous felony. Preliminary hearing was set for September 4th. The judge, Andrew Cook, found probable cause to proceed. Prosecutors sentenced. Tennessee prosecutors announced the intent to seek the DP the plea, a not guilty, was entered on Drummond's behalf. Background juvenile records, extensive history in Madison County Juvenile Court, prior convictions at the age of 16. He robbed a convenience store and threatened jurors. Prison records, multiple disciplinary issues while incarcerated. An informant claims while in the jailhouse call, Drummond said that he had worked as a confidential informant and feared retaliation after his cover was blown. On the manhunt and the arrest, authorities launched a week-long manhunt after the red room. Drummond was arrested in Jackson, Tennessee, August 5th of 2025. A reward up to $15,000 was offered for the information leading to his capture. Drummond claims fear of exposure as an informant drove his actions. Community impact? Well, this case has shocked the rural Northwest Tennessee, especially given the survival of an infant. Thank God it survived. With prosecutors pursuing capital punishment, this case is positioned to become one of the Tennessee's most closely watched DP trials in Mouse. Cooperate. There it goes. In recent years, Austin Drummond is accused of rendering 4 family members, abandoning the infant, and fleeing authorities before capture. His troubled past claims of being an informant and the state's pursuit of the DP makes his case a complex intersection of crime, come on, Mouse, justice, and community trauma. There we go. Hurt. This mouse is driving me nuts. It is a very expensive mouse, and the only time sometimes it gets glitchy, and the only way to stop it is to bang it real hard on the desk. It's padded though.
Check. 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
2 1 2. We got Mike. Hoo. June, I took care of it. So we are waiting for the Drummond court to start. Gremlins, go away. Don't come back another day. Everybody's having gremlin problems today. Who was it this morning? Was that you, Andrea? Were you having gremlins this morning? Y'all, it's a Monday. I had such a great day at church. I had such a great day until the migraine hit. Then it was horrible. Absolutely horrible. Okay, you guys. I gotta do it. We're going to do it. Take a breath in. Breath out. Breath in. I love my job. I love my job. I love my job. That's from the movie The Devil Wears Prada. Wait, get up, Dan. Don't make me get my native flute out. When I'm super stressed, that's one of the things that calms me down quicker than anything is to get my native flute and start playing. Right there. Right there. Hidden amongst the green. Frustrating. I think I ran my mods off. Everybody's gone. Did I run you off, mod? That's okay if I did. They need a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a case of that Kit bar. I know I'm losing viewers left and right. Nobody wants to hang right now. That's cool. Don't blame you. Don't blame you at all. I'm just waiting. What is it with all these dang courts? Everything. What is it? I'm tired of doing trials that everybody else is doing. There's no reason with all the trials that we have out there today that every YouTuber is on the same freaking trial. And I'm trying to not do that. And it is so frustrating. Very frustrating when I'm trying to provide content that not every Tom, Dick, and Harry is showing. Or Harriet. I want to do something different. And then so what, are they done with that for the day? Now my damn hearing aid. So they have cut the trial. I can't even find trial. Yeah, I don't even see a live feed for that trial anymore. Where did I put my batteries? I hate to do this. I got to go all the way out to the freaking car, I believe. Well, I'm out. Let me see if I can get these things to work. I'm about ready to end the live and say to hell with it and go have a day off. This is really starting to piss me off. Y'all, really getting bad. And these things are shorting in and out. So I don't know how that's going to go. So we'll see. Yeah. Just so y'all know, just to give y'all a heads up, these things I just put in here are $3,000. They are, what, 7 years old, I believe, 6 years old. It's Gremlin Monday for sure. These are like 6, 7 years old. I've worn the hell out of them. My hearing aids are $16,000 systems. I've got about $29,000 if you add all my hearing devices, and they are all about the same age, and they're all failing at the same time. So it really sucks. So, and my batteries that they have for these, they're hard to find at all. If you have to order them. So I've ordered them from Amazon in bulk, and so I get them in, and 80% of the freaking batteries are dead. So I tried to send them back to Amazon, and because their batteries, well, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. So yeah, it's been a frustrating day, none to say the least. Very frustrating day. I am in court live. Here, look.
And basically, you didn't get much. Is that right?
I went to several houses. Some people answered the door.
Here
said,
we
"See
can
if
let
they
me know
hear
that
anything."
down.
Some people answered the door and said, "I don't really know what to tell you." And then some people would answer the door and tell me whether or not they knew that Allison or anyone there, or whether or not
They're gonna hate me at Fox 10.
Some people recognize the blue BMW, correct?
Yes, one neighbor mentioned that blue BMW.
Oh yeah, you say expected to go live at 11:40. Well, it's now 12:58.
Otherwise, no one heard anything that
Okay, so maybe it's
you brought back to the detectives investigating the scene, correct?
the issue is
You had mentioned that you noticed the cameras
y'all have sounders.
south of Allison's house.
I'm gonna go over here and make sure that
And
it's
you brought that back to the detectives who are
go
handling
from court from YouTube. Just anything I can see.
you.
Let me see.
I think you went to about 4 houses that answered the door that night, correct?
I think it was about 4 days.
And there were several that didn't answer.
Correct.
And then at some point, you talked to a lady comes up to you. Her name's Sarah. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember someone coming up to me. Yes.
And you learned from her that there was a GE repairman. State they charged the wrong guy. Ein did not commit this crime. Ein is innocent. Is they should have charged because he is the one that did it. The evidence will show that.
He stepped out of the back of the vehicle. He had asked about
we got it.
About Allison and that he wanted to go see her. His request kind of got a little bit more, I wouldn't say forceful, but a little.
Is that right? No clothes thrown.
Remember, but usually there are large trash bags in the alleys. Yes.
That's the best we're gonna do. Okay, guys, here's the deal. June, I need you or Angela or somebody to tell me if this sound is tolerable.
When you came around to the back towards Earl, I think you told us. Is that right?
As I walked, it would have been the street's kind of at a slant, so walking kind of southeasterly and then around to the front back to the house.
Okay, and you didn't go back in the house again.
I did not.
Now, you just talked about the neighborhood canvas. I think you went on 2. Is that correct?
May have been 2, yes.
So on the first night, you went to the houses that were immediately surrounding Allison's, correct?
Yes,
And you tried to talk to people there.
correct.
And basically, you didn't get much. Is that right?
I went to several houses. Some people answered the door, said they didn't see or hear anything. Some people answered the door and said, I don't really know what to tell you. And then some people would answer the door and tell me whether or not they knew that Allison or anyone there, or whether or not they had cameras.
Some people recognize the blue BMW, correct?
Yes, one neighbor mentioned that that blue BMW they believed was a resident of the house.
But otherwise, no one heard anything that you brought back to the detectives investigating the scene, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned that you noticed the cameras to the south of Allison's house,
Yes.
and you brought that back to the detectives who are handling this case.
Yes.
I think you went to about 4 houses that answered the door that night, correct?
I think it was about 4 years.
And there were several that didn't answer.
Correct.
And then at some point, you talked to a lady comes up to you. Her name's Sarah. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember someone coming up to me, yes.
And you learned from her that there was a GE repairman during the lunch hour there, but nothing more than that, correct?
Correct.
Then the next day, you came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were tasked with doing a more in-depth canvass, correct?
Yes.
And you went with Officer Kerner. That's Koener. Thank you. And you guys contacted about 30 residents that night.
Sounds about right.
And from that, you guys weren't collecting DNA at that point, correct?
No, I didn't know a DNA collection.
So you were just talking to find information, correct?
Yes.
And anybody that was home, you would talk to.
Yes.
You didn't take any notes,
Not that I recall, no.
and there was nothing of note that you brought back to the detectives.
Nothing that I recall bringing back down.
Let me just have one moment, Your Honor. Sergeant, when you went out to the backyard, do you remember how tall the fence was in relation to yourself?
I'd say somewhere around my head height, and I'm about 5'11", so somewhere give or take a couple inches from that height, yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, thanks.
Any redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
that sounds like an air conditioning unit. Is that really loud on you guys? Is that loud?
Your Honor, I believe we have a stipulation to the introduction of Exhibit 166.
No, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting exhibit 166 into evidence.
What? Libby, where did this happen, boo? Oh my gosh, we will definitely keep praying. If you go up to our Discord over there, go to Discord. If you go over to the Discord, we have a section called prayer. Please put that in the prayer section. We'll be definitely what do you mean? Well, they're dumb. Definitely we'll be praying. So sorry. The world is a dark place, let me tell you. A real dark place in this world.
I put Exhibit 166 on the screen. I'd like for you to assume for the purposes of my question.
Just so y'all know, I'm going to bump me up a hair. Just so y'all know, I am 100% gained. Can't do any more.
This is a photograph of some drawers within the residence, all right? You indicated to counsel that you didn't observe anything that indicated to you that drawers had been rummaged through, correct? Correct. Did you observe, by any chance, any of the drawers and any of the open at all? Do you recall?
I don't recall any drawers specifically being open.
If you look closely at this photograph, can you observe what appears to be as if something had been sprayed on the knobs or on the face of these drawers?
It does look to me like there's like a speckling, and then also you can see from the speckling, like on that top drawer from the photograph, it definitely is something that's coming down, which would indicate something wet and then sprayed or made its way to that drawer, yes.
Right, and obviously you don't know what happened. My question for you is, as you're clearing the home, did you happen to observe anything like this?
I did not specifically look for that, no.
Thank you. That's all the questions. Actually, I have one more. You received information about a GE repairman from one of the neighbors, correct? Correct. Was that repairman at her house? Is that why she came home early? Do you recall?
I do not recall where the GE repairman was.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Does anyone have a question for this witness from the jury? We will collect that. And you may approach.
By room and then one or two officers based on the size of it.
Any follow by the state?
No, no.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And those are all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall. You may step down, sir. Thank you. And the state may call their next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Harley Feldman.
And as a reminder, we will turn the camera away at this time, please.
To Arizona. She decided to attend the University of Arizona. Can't remember exactly what year. She had just graduated from high school in Minnesota and decided that the U of A was where she wanted to go.
Would that have been around maybe graduating at least in 07 or 08 timeframe? That's how we got the percentage. So she went straight from high school into college.
Yes.
And had she lived in Minnesota, grown up there up to that point?
Mostly, you know, we lived in Seattle for 2.5 years. We lived in Washington, D.C. for 2.5 years. The rest of the time she was in Minnesota.
And after she moved out here, initially going to U of A down in Tucson, did she continue then to live in Arizona up until 2015?
Yeah, when she graduated at the U of A, she decided.
This is ridiculous, y'all. Get your act together. I'm not trying to be. My ears.
And before we get to her house on Monterey, I want to ask you 2 more questions about her. Were you aware of sort of her general career and career choices?
Yeah, we talked almost every day.
What would that look like? Would you talk on the phone every day, text every day, something else?
Mostly on the phone. Text messaging was perfectly.
Yeah. My wire is shorting out. That's what it is. I've got to go change his shirt. I'm sweating like a mofo. We'll sit and listen to this.
Talked to her mother 2 or 3 times a day. She talked to me. It was always her choice.
What do you mean by that, her choice?
She called us. Demand that she talk to us. She just wanted to.
Was she doing okay out here financially and with career-wise?
Yes. She started with a company that sold print things, printing, you know, and worked there for 5 years, did well there, and decided that she wanted to get in the medical industry. Wound up with all like that. And she was selling dressings and bandages for her. So,
You mentioned you guys would talk on the phone every day. Would you also visit her out here in Arizona?
yes, at that time my wife was a flight attendant, so we could fly free on standby, so we came out here once a month or once every couple of months.
And when you come out, would you stay for a few days at a time, or to the extent that you could?
Sometimes it was 1 or 2 days, and sometimes it was a week.
When you would come out here and visit her, would you stay at her house?
Yes.
Would you, would she take you around in whatever car she had at that time?
Yes.
Were you aware, or had you met her boyfriend, Alex?
Many times.
Tell me a little bit about that. When did you the interactions that you've had with him?
I can't say exactly when, but they've been dating for a while, and we spent time together at her house. We go out to dinner sometimes.
And did you, in your observations, feel that they got along well?
They got along really well.
Were you, as her father, kind of cognizant of any potential red flags or anything like that? No? Okay. So that was a poor question, but you didn't see any issues between Alex and Allison in your observation? Was it your understanding that they were, from your observations, working their way towards potentially engagement or marriage in the future?
Possible. I mean, we never talked about any details, but it could have been a lot better and had been dating for a long time. They went to Europe together.
And was this Allison's first kind of serious boyfriend to your knowledge? Anyway?
I would say so.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about the house where she was living on Monterey, but I'm going to show you Exhibit 181. May I approach, Judge?
And you have continuing permission.
Can you tell me what that is?
That's a picture of the three of us out to dinner.
And when you say the three of us, who's in that photo?
Allison, Elaine, my wife, and myself.
Is that sort of just a fair representation of the three of you, including your wife?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit Exhibit 181.
Okay.
It's ordered admitting exhibit 181 into evidence.
And we've actually seen this in the opening, but I'm going to put it on the screen just briefly so the jurors can understand what it is. I won't leave that up, but just the understanding of that's the three of you, family picture. Kind of a regular night for you.
Yes.
So taking that photo down, I'm going to ask you about the neighborhood where Allison was living, specifically the house on Monterey. Do you remember when she moved from the condo into that house generally?
May.
Yes.
But it would have been 11 years ago. I was actually in town when she found the house. She'd been looking for 2.5 years. And we walked into the house.
You just knew as her father that this was kind of the style, the neighborhood, what she was looking for? Did you have any reason to be concerned about the neighborhood from your personal observations? Anything that you ever learned of that was of concern to you from Allison or otherwise? Do you know if Allison, well, to your personal knowledge, were she friendly with the neighbors nearby, ever had any sort of altercations or anything with any of her nearby neighbors?
Never had altercations with anyone.
So she had been living there. You said it was around May or so of 2014 that she moved in, that time frame. So she'd been living there a little less than a year when this all happened. How many times do you think you visited in that year time frame, give or take?
Say 4 or 5.
And we've seen pictures of the house, but because that wasn't the house that you saw, I'm not going to show you those photos. Can you just tell me when you would go and visit, what room would you and your wife stay in?
There was a bedroom in front of the house, and we'd stay there.
We've seen one that kind of looks made up.
Angela, what I said, it's that time of the year for crap magazines, meaning magazines you don't pay for, but all they want you to do is spin, spin, spin. The holiday junk mail is upon us.
Like a guest bathroom, maybe used less frequently. Is that probably where you something like that?
It's the main bathroom.
Oh, apologies. You would use that guest bathroom when you visited. Is that right?
No.
No. Which one would you use?
The main bathroom.
Okay. And you would stay in the guest bedroom, the thing we've seen made up as a guest bedroom. I think I got my words twisted there. And that was the regular, whenever you guys would visit, you would typically stay at her house.
Yes.
She had the room for you.
Yes.
Were you personally aware of her ever having anyone come over, like any handyman or anything here and there to fix things?
If she did, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Would she ask you to fix things around the house, or would she typically probably ask somebody else?
She always asks me.
Fair enough. Were you aware if she had anyone to clean the pool, or would she do that herself?
No, she had a pool clean. Came once a week.
Did Allison keep her house fairly clean, at least the times that you visited?
Yes. She was a very neat person.
Did she typically have out or have ready access to like towels or dish towels in the kitchen area?
Yes.
What about the couch? Do you recall if she ever kept any blankets on the couch?
She did.
Did she appreciate kind of that being wrapped up in a blanket?
Yes.
Coming,
Didn't like being cold.
fair enough. Coming from Minnesota, maybe she moved to Phoenix for a reason. Phoenix area.
She picked the U of A after looking at lots of schools, and I think that when they're in
We've seen some photos of a sliding door, Arcadia door that goes to the backyard. Do you remember that door? Did that door have any sort of covering on it, or anything that covered it, to your knowledge?
No.
What about the kitchen windows to the rear? Did those have any sort of coverings on them, to your knowledge? Did you know Allison in February or in the spring or fall in this part of town, did you know her to leave any of her doors or windows open for fresh air?
Yes. She liked the fresh air. Actually, mother used to say, "Don't leave that door open."
Do you know if she had a place where she might keep jewelry in her bedroom?
It was just in the drawers.
Do you remember her having sort of a general multi-purpose key ring?
She did. I don't remember the key itself. She'd throw it in the kitchen drawers and she.
Now I'm gonna jump to a different topic. After, let me go out of order here a little bit. Did you ultimately become aware at one point that she had an alarm system at her house?
Yes.
And did you have access to that sort of on the internet or on your phone?
Yes.
Did you frequently check that, or was it just something that you were aware of, or something else?
I hardly ever checked it. I just was aware that it was there.
After you learned of what happened to your daughter, were you asked by police to contact her phone service provider, AT&T? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Okay. To your personal knowledge, has there ever been any activity on her phone that you were made aware of after February did you ultimately have access or gain access to her bank accounts?
We had some joint, almost all of our accounts were joint with me, just so we could move money around more easily here through the accounts.
And to your knowledge, was there ever any activity that you became aware of on any of her bank accounts after February 17th? Did you ultimately, did police come to visit you in March of 2015 and collect a buccal swab from your cheek?
Yes.
And you, obviously, you were okay with that, gave that consensually?
Yes.
And they came up to you in Minnesota to do that?
Yes.
Did you, as part of your normal sort of course, did you try to make contact with Allison on February 17th?
I did. I sent her a text message 9 o'clock at night. And I didn't get a response, but in those days, text messages were reliable, so I didn't think about it right away.
And so did you then reach back out to her that next day, February 18th?
Yes, we tried to call her a couple times, and well, she might not answer her phone. It was always on because she was in sales, and it didn't ring.
And so for you, that was sort of unusual, like the phone was off, something that wouldn't happen.
Correct. That's what about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I called the Scottsdale police to do a bunch of.
Did you ultimately get a return phone call from the Scottsdale Police Department?
Yes.
And within a few hours or so of you calling to do that well check?
Yes, about 3 hours later.
And is that when you first learned what had happened to your daughter?
Yes. Detective Heinzelman called, asked me if I was driving, and I said I was, and he said, go off the road.
The last time that you were able to talk to her, was there anything about your conversation that alarmed you at all? Was it just a normal conversation?
Just no conversation.
She seemed to be in good spirits.
Yeah, in fact, her mother had met with her 3 days before on Valentine's Day. Had a great visit. She was bringing me up to speed on the visit.
Just a moment, Judge.
You may.
That's all I have.
So given it's 11:57, we'll go ahead and break for lunch at this time. Please remember the admonition. Please do not discuss the case or do any research, and we'll look forward to seeing you back here at 1:30.
All right, for the jury.
That was real funny. Do they not know that they have no sound? And so we're sitting there, right? And the guy's answered the phone, and he's the dean of whatever college affairs, whatever you want to call it. And I told him, I said, hey, I'm graduating. I can talk, but I'm dyslexic. And I'm graduating, and unfortunately, I need an interpreter, and I need it for the actual ceremony. And he goes, oh wow, well we normally he said, let me figure out what they do. I'll be right back with you. So he comes back and he says to me, well, they're going to have captioning along the bottom of the screen. And I said, well, that's great for hard of hearing people with strong English language. Now, I'm talking to you, I'm reading everything you say, and I've got a very strong English language. That is true because I grew up hearing, but I'm dyslexic as hell. I said, so much so that when I'm in a classroom, I don't write notes. I have note takers. I can read conversationally, but I couldn't read the speeches and whatnot. So they said that he goes, well, let me get back with somebody. So he is sorry, I have a little suction cup mount with my light. So anyway, he said he needed to get together with somebody, and they'll be calling me back. But he laughed because I've never had it described like that before. I said, what, dyslexic as hell? I said, look, there's a spectrum of dyslexia, and any time a person sits there and says something wrong or reads something wrong, they go, oh, I'm dyslexic. I said, well, there's dyslexic and then there's dyslexic. So anyway, it was funny. It was funny. So anyway, it was one of those things you just go, so they're going to try, and they're going to get a hold of me. They'll be calling me back. When y'all hear that means I am on the phone. I am not talking into midair and I'm muted. I'm letting my mods and everybody know that I'm actually having to take a phone call. But I just found that it was very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, now we're going to go back to that arraignment hearing that we were waiting to go on before this came back. Here we go. This is the arraignment hearing for Austin Drummond. Come on up. The price is right. Come on down. The price is right. That's what it used to be. Who remembers The Price is Right? Who remembers that show?
Afternoon, Mr. Drummond. If you'll just go to the podium there, sir.
Your Honor, this is an arraignment today. Counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 for first-degree premeditated murder, each is a Class A felony. Count 5 is for especially aggravated kidnapping, a Class A felony. Count 6 is for possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, in this case, a Class B felony. And count 7, 8, 9, and 10 are for 4 counts of employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. Each of those is a Class B felony.
Good afternoon to you. Court has previously appointed counsel for Mr. Drummond in this case. Do you want the indictment read?
We wait for the judge. Eric plead not guilty on all counts and requesting the court to do this matter.
Just want to make sure, as you know, there are a couple of extra boxes we need to be sure we check there. Our counsel qualified, you qualified for lead role in death penalty case.
I am, Judge.
I feel reasonably certain
Yes, sir.
that you're qualified for co-counsel role in death penalty case. I put down an appointment order last week. Does that need any clarification
No, sir.
at all? Okay. I don't know if I put in there for future references, if Mr. Drummond wants to waive personal appearance, I need a written waiver that is specific to the date of the appearance. I'm happy for him to be here each time, but also understand sometimes he may not want to do that.
Yes, sir.
Thinking about an appearance date on Tuesday, February 24th.
Right now, Judge, I have a jury trial in Hayward County set that day.
Okay,
I'm not sure. Right now, it's set to go.
okay. You want to go an extra month out or a month closer?
Just go a month further out.
March 24, 9 o'clock.
That works.
It's more for you.
You said not, right, Judge?
March 24, 9 o'clock. At that date, what I'd like to do on that appearance is go ahead and set a motion date. I anticipate you all will be filing motions by that time. We'll set a motion date out there. Expert services requests, if you all, I mean, I know that you're going to get on that quickly. Email me the motion affidavit in an order, and I'll, if I need to talk to you, I'll talk to you. Otherwise, I'll sign it and get you going there as well. My preference would be to discuss venue sooner rather than later, because you will need if that's going to be an issue, then we need to go ahead and address it on the front end.
We will be filing.
Okay. Also, if you anticipate, and it's as early, if you anticipate a jury questionnaire, then I'd rather look at that sooner rather than later. I know that the state has a motion for a protective order in the discovery there, and I've talked with both of you very briefly, just acknowledging that we need to deal with it. What's the defendant's position on the protective order?
We'll discuss it with our client, Judge. I understand that we need to be here next Monday at 4 o'clock. If we cannot come to it.
I have a sample or representative version of the order. I'd asked my assistant to draft both directions,
Yes.
not anticipating which way we're going with it. But I have one that would serve as a protective order in there if you want to see it. If y'all are interested in it, I'll get it emailed to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hayes, anything else we need to take up this afternoon? Dr. Tubman? All right, very good. Let's see. I think Mr. Drummond has an appearance next, is it Monday or Tuesday? Next Monday at 1 o'clock, and the other pending cases there. Monday at 1 o'clock. Let's just go on and let's set it now. Yeah, let's set it now. If y'all reach an agreement, great. If you don't, then we'll go on and hear it next Monday and get it dealt with. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. All right, let's call our next case.
ER 1.
Sorry, guys, I'm angry with my mouse. Maybe I can get a gift of a mouse for graduation from a family member because this is really pissing me off. Brand new mouse. It is a Corsair. It's $100 and something mouse. It's supposed to be great. It goes with the. I'm tired of technology. You pay for crap and it don't work. You pay dearly for crap and it don't work. So let me get back. So are we in day 3? I imagine. Yes, we are in day 3. Let me put it up on board. Okay, so let me get to another trial. We're just going to trial surf until they get back. That's all I can do, guys. This has been a day full of crap. It's a crap day. None of the trials that we want to cover is functioning. So that's not what I.
You talk just I'll let you use your outside voice. Just talk a little louder for me so I can hear you. No, I just need to know if Mr. Willingham's your attorney or not. Who's your attorney now? Mr. Patterson, is he on his way? Okay, have a seat for me, okay? Thank you, sir. And position 3, Christopher Gayton, was completed by.
What is it with these courts and the sound? We're in 2025. There is no reason for the sound to be so bad. If you go back and watch trials from like O.J. Simpson, the sound was flawless. Why are we having such crappy sound in court? Okay, thank you, June. Might as well.
All right, so we'll just wait and see until Mr. Patterson gets here.
So this is horrible sound. I'll see what I can do. Give me a minute. What's up with all this buzzing and crap? I don't know how the sound is going to be. It's going to be bassy.
Good morning, everyone. I am Judge Sonia Brown, and the presiding.
Okay, I'm trying to get rid of the echo a little bit. I've got a sound booster program. I'm playing with it, so if the sound is twerky, that's okay. It's me trying to get a better sound.
For this jury trial calendar for Monday, November 17th at 9 a.m. Position 1, Matthew Scott Lance. Good morning. Okay, I just need to call. I have a couple things on the calendar, so just want to make sure you all are ready. And then okay, thank you. Position 2, Jamarcus Blackman. Okay, is Mr. Blackman or Mr. Willingham present? He's here. Can you stand for me, please, Mr. Blackman? Is Mr. Willingham still representing you? You talk just I'll let you use your outside voice. Just talk a little louder for me so I can hear you. No, I just need to know if Mr. Willingham's your attorney or not. Who's your attorney now? Mr. Patterson, is he on his way? Okay, have a seat for me, okay? Thank you, sir. And position from the court, such as the media, to use audio or video recordings or pictures. For those who are on Zoom, I do want to remind you that this still is a court proceeding, and the rules of the court also must be followed for those who are on Zoom. Zoom is a courtesy to those who are viewing, and so you are to also be reminded there should be no audio or video recordings, nor should any pictures be taken during the course of these proceedings. Also want to remind those, unless you are an officer of the court, a staff member of the court, law enforcement, or again, media who has permission, all phones should be turned off, not on vibrate, off. And the reason I ask that is we want to ensure that there are no interruptions during the course of these proceedings, and the court, as well as the attorneys, are able to hear everything that is being communicated. If you need to take a phone call, if you need to text, I do understand that life does not stop because we are in this courtroom. I do ask that you please step out, take whatever phone calls or text messages that you need to do, and then you can come back in. Also, I want to remind everybody that while I recognize that this is in a very emotional time, and this proceedings can cause some emotions to be felt, I do ask that you try to contain them as best as you can while in court. If you get over emotional, that is okay, but I do ask that you please step outside until you're able to compose yourselves, and be mindful that there is court going on in other courtrooms on this floor. And so once that is done, you can always, of course, come back in. We're more than happy
Okay, guys, I hope that is better. That's the best I'm going to get it.
to have you come back in and rejoin us in the courtroom. All right.
Yeah.
Again, we're ready to proceed.
Phenomenal.
There are a few things that you all said that you need to enter on the record, but we do need to have the indictment and have Mr. Lands enter his plea before we begin and join issue.
That's correct. We do have some stipulations. Okay. The court wants to read those in the record.
We will. I just want to make sure everything is signed and issue is joined, and we'll proceed with the stipulations in just a
Yeah, that's jail clothes. Who's in the jailhouse now? June, we got to figure out what we're going to watch the rest of this week, because this is a bunch of crap. Jumping around. Weren't we the Ian trial? I'm going to check and see if where they are with that.
We are here today to try the case entitled The State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lands, the defendant having freely, voluntarily, and intelligently waived his right to a jury trial, and having been advised by his attorney of the rights that he is giving up and the possible consequences, has requested a bench trial in which the court will decide the case and determine the verdict of guilty or not guilty. The defendant, Matthew Scott Lands, has been indicted by the grand jury of Cobb County in an indictment that is composed of the following counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, malice murder. Count 3, felony murder. Count 4, felony murder. Count 5, felony murder. Count 6, felony murder. Count 7, home invasion. Count 8, aggravated assault. Count 9, aggravated assault. Count 10, possession of firearm during commission of a felony. Count 11, possession of firearm during commission of a felony. Count 12, cruelty to children in the second degree. count 13, tampering with evidence. To this indictment and the counts that I've just read, the defendant has pled not guilty and denies each and every allegation therein. This is what forms the issue that is to be tried. And again, there are stipulations that you all would like to put on the record and any other procedural concerns or issues that the court needs to be made aware of.
Sure, if we can approach on one matter.
Yes.
Sidebar again. I can zoom through that.
So, Your Honor, we do have written stipulations here. They are labeled stipulations 1 through 9. Both myself and Mr. Berry have signed the stipulation.
Okay.
There are some state's exhibit numbers that are blank right now because we have not pre-numbered all of the evidence in this case. So we can go ahead and provide this to Your Honor. We don't need to read any of them into the record at this time. And we will update those missing numbers as we progress.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Berry, you have an opportunity. This is the okay. Okay.
What we'll do is once we've got the executive
Okay, thank you. Great. State ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed? Okay. State, we're now ready for the opening statements. You may proceed.
September 5th, 2021. A momentous day in this young couple's life. They did something on this day that most young relationships can't do these days. Justin and Amber Hicks bought their dream home. And on this day, they moved into that home at 5059 Robina Drive here in Cobb County. They bought this home just days after their son Jacob's birthday. But 73 days later, 73 short days in their achievement of this home, on November the 18th, 2021, a family's worst nightmare came true.
I want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times if we're going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. According to my mother, they've been off social media for about 12 hours now.
The morning of November 18th shattered this family. November 18th, not only was this family shattered, but so was the back window of that house. And that is what they found. But we got to go back just a couple hours. November the 17th, 2021. On this day, it was a day just like every single other day for Justin, Amber, and Jacob. They had come home that night like any other day. Justin and Amber got Jacob ready for bed, got him fed, cleaned up the house, and put him down for the night. In this home that they are finally moved into and enjoying, Jacob and Amber are cuddling up on the couch. Jacob is upstairs sleeping in his bed. Amber watching the baby monitor to her side. They sat on this couch to watch TV and enjoy the night. But what the Hicks didn't know is that on this night, there was someone lurking on the outside of their home. They had just recently put up this Christmas tree. This Christmas tree was right next to the living room, connected. What they didn't know was that there was someone outside looking at this Christmas tree. And around 10 p.m. that night, this family's worst nightmare came true. Around 10 p.m., the back window of their home was broken into. The Hicks were unaware. They were defenseless. They were executed. All while Jacob was asleep upstairs. This is the state of Georgia versus Matthew Lane. Now, you've read out the charges right before I started opening, but I do find that it's important to go through those charges as we put up evidence through this case during this week so that you know what to look for. Now, count one in the indictment is malice murder. This is did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, by shooting Timothy Hicks with a firearm. Now, just for the court, Timothy Hicks is the legal name of Justin Hicks. It's Timothy Justin Hicks. He just went by Justin, but that is his legal name. Count two, malice murder, did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, by shooting Amber Hicks with a firearm. Count three, felony murder, while in the commission of a felony, to wit home invasion, as set forth in count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Count 4, while in the commission of a felony, to wit home invasion, as set forth in count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Now, this is count 7, which those two prior counts are predicated upon, which is this home invasion, did unlawfully without authority and with the intent to commit forcible felonies therein, to wit murder and aggravated assault while in possession of a firearm, to wit a handgun, a deadly weapon, enter the dwelling house of another, to wit the Hicks residence located at 5059 Verbena Drive, Northwest, Ackworth, Georgia, while it was occupied by Timothy Hicks, Amber Hicks, and Jacob Hicks, persons with authority to be present therein. Now, jumping back to count 5, this is another felony murder count. While in the commission of a felony, to wit aggravated assault, as set forth in count 8 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Then count 8, in which that is predicated upon, aggravated assault, did make an assault upon the person of Timothy Hicks with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit a handgun. Count 6, felony murder, while in commission of a felony, to wit aggravated assault, as set forth in count 9 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Then the predicated count of count 9, aggravated assault, did make an assault upon the person of Amber Hicks with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit a handgun. Count 10, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm, to wit a handgun, during the commission of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Timothy Hicks. Count 11, possession of firearm during the commission of a felony, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm, to wit a handgun, during the commission of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Amber Hicks. Count 12, cruelty to children in the 2nd degree, did with criminal negligence cause Jacob Hicks, a child under the age of 18 years old, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by leaving Jacob Hicks's parents deceased in the home with said child, resulting in the 2-year-old child being alone and unsupervised for approximately 12 hours during which Jacob Hicks was unable to feed himself, change his diaper, or get the attention of his parents, causing him excessive physical and mental pain. Count 13, tampering with evidence. Did knowingly conceal physical evidence, to wit shell casings, said evidence involving the prosecution of the offenses of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault with the intent to prevent the apprehension of and obstruct the prosecution of said accused. To wit, said accused did remove shell casings from the murder scene so as to avoid apprehension and otherwise obstruct the prosecution of himself. Now that's the counts in this indictment that we are moving forward through this trial, and those are the elements that the court is to find. But I do find that it would be helpful that we kind of put in front of the court a roadmap of who we're going to hear from, what we're going to hear about, and so forth. So I'd like to introduce you to the parties. This is the Hicks. This is Justin, Amber, and Jacob. To the left, we have Justin Hicks. As I previously stated, Justin's full legal name is Timothy Justin Hicks, but he went by Justin. Throughout this trial, we will be referring to him as Justin. He was 31 years old at the time of his death. He was married to Amber Hicks. He had one son, Jacob Hicks, and he was a Cherokee County firefighter. Then here on the right, we have Amber Hicks. She was 31 years old at the time of her death. She was married to Justin Hicks. She had one son, Jacob, and she was an audiology assistant. And then we have Jacob Hicks. He was 2 years old at the time of his murder. He's 6 now. He was home at the time of the murder. He was alone within several hours of their deceased bodies or within that home. And you're going to hear evidence that Jacob tried to cuddle with his parents as they lay deceased on that couch. You will hear and see evidence that Jacob tried to play with his parents with toys, as you will see toys on Jacob or Justin. During that time, you will hear that Jacob had no ability to get their attention of anyone. He had no ability to get food or water or change his diaper. As I previously stated, the Hicks moved into 5059 Rabina Drive on September 5th, 2021. For the court, I have a visual map, which the location of these homes is very important. Now, the Hicks residence is located here on Menandra Way and Verbena Drive, the corner there circled in yellow. Now the defendant, Matthew Lands, he was 22 years old at the time of this murder. He's now 26. Throughout this trial, you will hear about his family, and you will hear interviews of several of his family members. His father is Scott Lands. His mother is Teresa Lands. You will hear about his older brother, Austin, and you will also hear that he is deceased. You will also hear that he has 2 additional sisters. The defendant grew up at this home at 600 Delphinium Boulevard, where he lived with his parents and all of his siblings. Now, back to the map where we've already indicated where the Hicks residence is. Here on this map, you can see the defendant's residence is right behind the Hicks residence. It's important for the court to know that the backs of these houses are actually facing each other. So if you would walk out the back door of the Hicks residence, you would be looking at the back door of the defendant's residence. You're also going to hear that the defendant was a University of Georgia student. He had an apartment up there. It was located at 435 North Church Street, apartment 4, Athens, Georgia. You are also going to hear that the defendant drives a 2008 black Lexus GS 350. Now, having that little understanding as to these parties, I'm going to go through the timeline as to the events that you're going to hear about. So we're going to go to November 17th, 2021. You're going to see numerous surveillance videos throughout this trial of surrounding residents. Here at 7:09, you will see surveillance video of the last known footage of Justin, Amber, and Jacob. This is the last known footage of Amber and Justin being alive, and that's at 7:09 p.m. You're going to hear that the defendant gave an interview in this case, and you will hear that the defendant admits to driving from his Athens apartment to his 600 Delphinium home, the Land's family home, that night. And just for a quick reminder, that is right behind the Hicks residence. Now, you're going to see some additional surveillance video footage of surrounding residents of the Lands and Hicks residence. You are going to see that at 9:20 p.m. on November the 17th, 2021, the defendant drives his black Lexus towards the direction of his home. And that is towards his home. And you are going to hear during the defendant's interview that he admits to parking at his house at the 600 Delphinium residence, where he parks in the driveway, and then he admits to going into the backyard, kind of walking around and smoking a cigarette. You will hear that the defendant admits that he never enters inside his home. He only stays outside of the 600 Delphinium house. Now, to just preface some of these surveillance videos, they are incredibly difficult to see because of how dark they are. However, you will hear from Detective Smith in this case, who is going to walk through these videos and show you where to look as to where you can see the defendant walking from to and from his residence to the Hicks residence. So between 9:31 and 9:32, it can be seen the defendant walking around the rear and side of the Hicks residence. Now at 9:32, you will see the defendant walk back towards his residence. And like I said, as this plays, it is difficult to see, but as the evidence is presented to the court, we will point you to where to look. Now, between the times of 9:43 p.m. and 9:44 p.m., you will actually see the defendant again walking the property line. Now at 9:55, you will actually see in this video, as soon as I press play, you will see that a light turns on. At 9:55, you will see the exterior mounted motion sensor light connected to the Hicks residence at 9:55 p.m. Now this light is located right where that window is that I previously told the court about. Now, about 15 minutes later, you will see surveillance footage of the defendant actually leaving the residence away from the Hicks residence. You will hear that the defendant then drove from his 600 Delphinium house back to his apartment in Athens. It's about an hour 45 to 2 hour drive. You will hear that the defendant admits to driving back from his family home to his apartment in Athens. You are going to hear that the defendant's phone was seized when he was taken into custody. A Celebrite extraction was done of his phone, and it will show that between the times of 10:16 p.m. on November the 17th to 12:43 a.m. of November the 18th, so leading into the next morning, his phone was placed into airplane mode. So while the evidence is going to show on his way back to Athens, his phone was in airplane mode. Which leads us to November the 18th, 2021. On that morning, 9:34 a.m., that is when police received a 911 call for a welfare check, trying to get in contact with Justin and Amber. You will hear on that 911 call of a broken window on the back side of the house. And it's there that's when this investigation began. You are going to see body camera and photos of this home. And when officers arrive, this is what they find. They find this broken glass of the back window of the home. Inside, you can hear a dog and you can hear Jacob kind of making some noise on the inside. Now, there is no response with Justin and Amber. You will watch the body camera footage as Officer Brown makes his way, as he's the first officer inside the home. He makes his way into the home where that Christmas tree is. As he looks inside, he sees little Jacob peering around the corner, hiding. Officer Brown will testify that his priority was him, Jacob. He picks up Jacob and gets him out of there. You will hear that Jacob was covered in blood, he was wet, and he had a dirty diaper. It's here in the living room. Officers find both Justin and Amber deceased here in the living room. You can see that Christmas tree just right behind them. Crime scene was able to find and locate 3 9mm casings and 2 projectiles. You will hear about more projectiles, and as you hear from the medical examiner, but on the scene, that is what's found. You're going to hear that there was 5 gunshot wounds to Justin and Amber, where those gunshot wounds were the cause and manner of death for both Justin and Amber. Shortly thereafter, the 911 call and the investigation began. As investigations take hold, officers and cars are all around this location of the Verbena house, the Hicks household. Around 12 p.m., Teresa Lands, the defendant's mother, finds out about this murder. Teresa Lands then goes from the 600 Delphinium house up to the defendant's apartment up in Athens. You will hear that Teresa Lands arrives to the defendant's apartment around 2:30 p.m. on November the 18th, 2021. You will hear that she found the defendant sleeping at 2:30 in the afternoon and would pound on the door and try to get his attention. When the defendant would then come to his mother at the front door, he was in possession of a firearm. You're going to hear from Scott Lands in an interview that shortly after Teresa Lands got to the apartment up in Athens, he would then arrive. He also found the defendant having a firearm. You're going to hear that Teresa and Scott took that firearm from the defendant in a .40 caliber magazine. They would then leave the defendant at his apartment and drive back to the 600 Delphinium house. You are going to hear that the defendant admits that his parents came to his apartment in Athens and that they took his gun from him. Shortly after that, on November the 18th, later that night, officers are actually executing a search warrant of the Land's household. That is where Teresa and Scott are at the house, and you will hear that Scott tells police, "I took a gun from the defendant and I placed it inside of the house. It's located in a sports coat pocket upstairs in a closet." Officers would then search the house where they would find a Zev OZ 9mm pistol in the upstairs closet in a sport coat jacket. You are going to hear about a DNA examination of that Zev OZ 9mm pistol. You're going to hear from forensic biologist Ted Bill with the ATF that he conducted a DNA comparison of swabs of the pistol to that of the defendant. You are going to hear that the DNA profile of the swabs of the pistol are consistent to that of the defendant. You are also going to hear that there was a firearm examination done of this firearm. And you are going to hear from firearm tool mark examiner Vanna Kelly with the ATF, where she was sent the 3 casings that were found on scene, and then conducted test fires of the Zev OZ 9mm that was sent to her, and compared those 3 casings to the test fires that came from that Zev OZ 9mm. You are going to hear that the casings that are found on the scene were fired by this Zev OZ 9mm pistol. Now, jumping back to the November, or the timeline, November 19th, 2021. You are going to hear around 9 a.m., 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Sandy Springs, Georgia. You are going to hear about a 911 call of a burglary in progress. You are going to hear that Sandy Springs police officers arrive to that residence and they find the defendant inside the home, upstairs in this home. You are going to hear that the officers enter that home and command the defendant to come down from the upstairs. You are going to watch the body camera footage of this interaction with the defendant. After several minutes of commanding him to come down, the defendant would make his way down the staircase, dressed fully in camouflage, several layers with a mask and a fishing hat. You will then watch as the defendant, as soon as he hits that bottom step, attacks one of the officers there. You will see and watch that the defendant then stabs the Sandy Springs sergeant in the back of the neck multiple times. It is at this point that officers then shoot the defendant twice. They shoot him in the neck, in the right upper chest. You will watch the defendant be taken out of that home and into the front yard where he was subdued, he was tended to, taken to the hospital, and then into custody. Now, I want to talk about the 3 main pieces of evidence that you're going to hear about, and really they're just categories of evidence. Those 3 pieces of evidence are digital evidence, statements, and forensic evidence. What I mean by digital evidence is really the evidence that puts the timeline together. The surrounding surveillance videos of homes surrounding the Hicks and the Land's residence that show the defendant's arrival, the departure, and then in addition to the defendant's phone extraction being placed in the airplane mode. You're also going to hear about Justin and Amber's phone extraction, which show their last known activity. Now, statements. The defendant's statements to law enforcement, Scott Lands' statements to law enforcement, and Teresa Lands' statements to law enforcement. And last, the forensic evidence. This is the defendant's gun. You're going to hear that he is the rightful owner of that gun. He had bought that gun. you're going to hear that the defendant's DNA is on that gun. And the casings that are recovered on scene were fired from that gun. Now, some expectations as we move through this week. There's no video of the murder itself. There was no video on the living room of where this murder occurred. But with the surveillance videos and the circumstantial evidence, we were able to provide that timeline to the court. There are 2 missing casings from the crime scene, because you will hear from Dr. Ashrath that they were shot. There were 5 shots, but there are 2 missing casings. As I previously stated, the surveillance video in the front of the Hicks household is incredibly difficult to see because of the dark nature. However, Detective Smith will show and point where to look at the appropriate times. There is no perfect timeline. There never is. But we will present a timeline for the court to make the findings that we need to make. The defendant's statements during these interviews are odd at times, and you will not hear a specific motive in this case. Now, as the court knows, my duty is that the burden is on us. It's always on us. The burden of proof is always on the state to prove every criminal case as to each essential element of the crime charge beyond reasonable doubt, and that never shifts. Now, your duty this week is to listen to the evidence and ascertain the truth. What I mean by that is that I ask the court to look at the 5 C's. That's the corroboration of the evidence, consistencies and inconsistencies in the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses as they take the witness stand, and the conduct of the parties. And last, just common sense. At the end of the evidence, we will ask that you return a verdict that speaks the truth. There is only one truth in this case, and that truth is that the defendant is guilty to all counts of this indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aiden Horowitz. Attorney Barrett, would you like to make your opening statement at this point?
It's very short.
Okay, you may proceed.
The object of all legal investigation obviously is to seek the truth. This is a very emotional case, very difficult case, as the court pointed out earlier. As the court already knows from your experience, the state has the duty and responsibility of proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And of course, what they say in opening is just what they allege the evidence to be. We'll have an opportunity to test that evidence and talk about it. Matthew believes that he is been set up by either FBI, CIA, or some government agency. I think you'll hear some information about that through his statements. Or have the ability to listen to those and evaluate those. We believe that, and certainly are confident that the court, after you hear all the evidence in the case, will be able to make an enlightened and fair judgment as to the guilt of Matthew. We'll have an opportunity to come back before the court and talk about what the state's case has proven or not proven. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Barry. State, you may call your first witness.
State calls Timothy Hicks.
Okay, that was short and sweet. Okay, let's see where this one goes. At this point, at least we can hear. Sorry for the echo, but I got a lot of it out. Thank God. Thank God for the sound booster. Just saying. Can I go to sleep?
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give.
I'm gonna
on
go
the
to
issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat for me, please. And once you're seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Timothy Johnson Hicks, and Timothy Johsson, Hicks, Hicks, and I go by Tim.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed, ADA.
Pull the
Thank you, Your
microphone
Honor. For the
closer.
record, we have shown all exhibits to defense counsel. Tim, before you took the stand, did I show you this photograph, State's Exhibit 1?
You did.
All right, and who's in that photograph?
That's Justin, Amber, and Jake.
Is that fair and accurate in-life photograph of Justin and Amber Hicks?
It is.
At this time, I move to tender State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection? Vote on. State 1 is admitted.
May I publish this?
Yes.
All right, Tim, looking here at State's Exhibit 1, you said that it was Justin and Amber. Who is Justin Hicks?
Justin Hicks is my son.
What was his legal name?
Timothy Justin Hicks.
So not exactly a junior, but close.
Junior. Close.
And did Timothy Justin Hicks go by Justin?
He did.
How old was he at the time of his death?
At the time of his death, he was 31.
What did he do for a living?
He was a firefighter from Cherokee County, firefighter paramedic.
How long was he with Cherokee County Fire Department?
Before his death, about 6 years.
Did he wear any glasses or corrective lenses or anything?
He did. He wore glasses.
Did he wear them regularly or just at night?
Somewhat regular, but I think mostly for driving and reading and watching TV, things like that.
Who was Amber Hicks?
Amber's my daughter-in-law. She was Justin's wife.
Did she go by Amber?
She did.
How old was she?
Well, that UPS driver delivered a package to the wrong address. That's not my house number or name on it, but I'll give it to my neighbor later.
Amber was also 31.
What did she do for a living?
She was an audiology assistant at the time of her death.
Wonderful. How long were they married? Do you remember when they got married?
I believe the year they got married was 2017.
Do you remember the date?
April, maybe April 12th.
Does April 22nd sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, April 22nd of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm doing math correctly, were they married for about 4 years at the time of their deaths?
They were.
And then here in the photo, we also have this little boy. What is his name?
The little boy is Jacob Raymond Hicks.
When is his birthday?
Not sponsored.
September 4th of 2019.
Also, prior to taking the stand, did I show you State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recognize that photo?
I did.
And who's that a photo of today?
Can I see it again? I know that I
That's
saw
okay.
it. And
That's okay. State's 3.
that's Jacob.
Is this a more recent photograph?
It's not that old.
And is that a fair and accurate photo of Jacob today, one of the surviving victims in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 3 in evidence.
Any objection? States 3 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So how old is Jacob today?
Today, Jacob's 6.
Where does he primarily live?
He lives with my wife and I, Charlene.
And your wife, is that Justin's dad?
No, Justin's mom.
I mean, mom, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
okay.
Yes, okay. I want to talk to you about 5059 Verbena Drive. Do you recognize that address?
I do.
And prior to testifying, did you see a photo of that residence?
I have.
Okay. Was that State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize that photograph? Had you seen it before?
Yes, ma'am.
How had you seen it before?
I saw it by Justin and Amber, and I believe at one time or another it was probably a Facebook post. And my wife and I both, I think, were texted a copy of it.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of their residence at 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection? States 2 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Is this the photo we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall?
Oh, she's gonna show you the.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct.
And do you recall the significance of this photo or when it was taken?
If I remember correctly, the photo was taken shortly after they moved in.
Was this kind of that obligatory first new home photograph?
Yeah, kind of.
Now that address, 5059 Verbena Drive, what is the city that it's located in?
Ackworth.
Is that in Cobb County?
Yes, ma'am.
Who kind of initiated the purchase of this home?
Well, Justin and Amber both saw the home and were looking together. And when they saw this particular home, I believe Amber kind of fell in love with it, and that's kind of the house that she wanted. So that's the one they aggressively pursued.
Were they excited when they were able to purchase this home?
A whole lot.
This is a big deal for them.
Yeah.
Now, once they moved into this residence in September of 2021, did they decorate and furnish the house?
Yeah, they decorated and furnished it.
Did they keep it pretty clean?
Clean's not the word for it. I mean, Justin's a neat freak.
Okay. Immaculate, maybe.
Oh yeah, he didn't have a speck of dust or crumb or.
Don't come to my house. We live in.
I'm not saying Amber wasn't, but I know Justin was.
Did they typically, clean up and tidy up before they went to bed at night or relax?
Yeah, typically dishes were done, things were put away. In fact, they even, best I can remember, they prepared for the next day. Had like Justin would have his uniforms pressed or whatever and ready to go.
Diaper bag packed,
Diaper bag packed, and
What about safety measures? Did they have their house baby proofs for Jacob?
They did. Jacob's room, actually, Justin had turned the bedroom door into a two-way door, maybe like a barn door, where you could open the top or the bottom, and they'd open the top so they could see in, but Jacob couldn't get out.
That's my bedroom door.
And
He just described my bedroom door. People had the house before, cut the door in half, and they have a lock on the bottom door. And it's still hollow. You can see through the door. They didn't put anything. So when you open the door, it's hollow. But there's a lock on the bottom door. A deadbolt. I think he had a Great Dane that he used to put in there. But I'm like, a Great Dane could just tower over that door. Just saying.
they had a baby monitor. They had gates on the upper and lower end of the staircase. And if I remember right, they had a gate or two actually on the main level blocking something. And those gates were locking gates. I forget the kind of lock, but it was more or less a child-proof lock.
And do you know whether those child-proof locks were engaged when, typically when Justin and Amber were still awake at night, but Jacob had already gone to sleep?
If Jacob had gone to sleep and they were sitting up for a little while, the gates were most likely unlocked.
But they would secure them before
They
bed.
would secure them when they went to bed.
What about locks on, baby locks on like doors to the exterior?
They had some of those. They also had some of those little hinge things you put on cabinet doors and things like that. Plugs in the sockets and outlets and.
Really made a lot of efforts to keep that house baby.
Yeah.
Did they have a security system?
They did. I believe it was one called Ring. Was it Ring? That's what sounds. What I remember. I think it was a Ring. One of them at the door, the cameras, and you can see it on your cell phone, kind of thing.
And do you know whether they had subscriptions where data stored for things like the footage?
I think they did. I think they had I don't know who the alarm company was, but I believe they did have some sort of, they had some sort of system where it was recorded.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to November 17th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Unfortunately, I do.
Do you remember what Justin was doing on November 17th of 2021?
On that particular day, he was off of work. My wife and I were babysitters for Jacob while they worked. And anytime Justin was off, he kept Jacob himself. So I knew that he was off because Jacob was with him. And not sure what all they did that day. Hang on, and let me gather my thoughts back.
Well, let me ask you this. So Justin and Jacob were home that day.
On the 17th. Yeah, I'm trying to get the date between
That's
17 and 18,
I
right?
know. It's okay. What kind of car did Justin drive?
Justin drove a black F-150 pickup truck.
And did Amber have her own car as well?
She did. She had a Chevrolet Equinox.
And do you know on November 17th of 2021, were both of their vehicles home?
No, that particular day would have only been Justin's truck because they had gone the night before. Or that, yeah. They dropped it off at a mechanic and need some sort of repairs. And so they had dropped it off and met up at some point and would have all been in Justin's truck.
Aww.
Did anything for the time that you had contact with them on November 17th of 2021, did anything seem off to you?
Everything seemed fairly normal.
And now I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yeah, that's where my memories mostly, that's where I'm drawn to trying to answer questions about the 17th.
Why is it that your memory is drawn there? What happened on November 18th of 2021?
My wife and I were in bed asleep. It was early in the morning. And my phone rang and it was Amber's work, her boss from work. And she had asked if we knew where Amber was. And I told her, no, we don't know what's going on. She said she hasn't reported for work. And I'm like, okay. And it's kind of like spiritual radar went off inside me and I knew something was wrong. I'm personally a pattern person. And I just keep up with patterns. And I knew that she should be at work. Justin would be off with Jacob. And so I immediately woke my wife up and I told her, if you're going with me, get in the van, let's go. And we drove to their house on Verbena. And we parked in the driveway and I noticed first the garage because that's where when you pull in, the garage was, which we're facing, off to the left was the sidewalk that led to the front door. I ended up going to the front door and I was banging on it very hard. And I gradually got harder and harder because I wasn't getting any response. And finally I was banging on it so hard it was actually bowing a little bit. And I didn't hear the dog bark. I didn't hear Jacob. I didn't hear anybody. And so I have prior law enforcement experience, so I did go over there armed. And I kind of jumped into law enforcement mode and I started searching the perimeter of the house. I left the front door and I went around to the left side of the house and was walking edging the wall all the way around, you know, quick peeks and looking. And in the backyard, they have this little breezeway kind of thing. It's like a patio. And when I got to the corner of the house there, where that separates, I did a quick peek and I saw that the blinds and curtains were flapping in the wind and there's glass everywhere on the patio. I knew then there'd been some sort of forced entry. I approached the window. My intent was to go in. I approached the window, pushed the lights back. And I looked in, the first thing I saw was a bunch of glass inside that room. That room that door and window enters would have been Jacob's playroom. And as I looked in there, I noticed there was lots of glass all on the floor. I peeked a little further and looked to the left. The left would have been their living room or den or however you want to call it, their TV room, the couch and all over there. And as I peeked in, I saw them. I saw that they weren't okay. And when I saw that, I'd already kind of got into cop mode and I backed out because I was the only one there other than my wife and daughter, and they wasn't going to help me clear the house. That wasn't even going to happen. So I backed out the window and I took a low ready position. And my daughter called 911 and had my wife take the van out of the driveway, parking on the street, and I had both of them get on the opposite side of the van for cover. I didn't know if anyone was still in the house or not.
I want to stop you right there because I want to slow down just a little.
Okay.
Had you ever gotten a call from Amber's work before?
Never have. I have, but not on things like that. It was generally, I own a woodworking business and they called a couple of times want to help with some projects they're working on, but nothing out of the ordinary, like nothing that's a life-changing pattern, you know. It was all other things.
So to your knowledge, had she ever just not shown up to work?
Amber never do that. If she wasn't going, she'd call.
Prior, I know you said you just got that feeling and wanted to get in the car immediately. Did you try to call Amber?
We did. We tried to call both their phones. I had my wife, I think maybe my wife and my daughter calling them as we were driving, or as I was driving.
And were you ever able to get any response from anyone?
No response on either phone. And that just intensified the whole unction. Something's not right.
Did you try texting as well?
Maybe. I don't remember for sure, but probably.
When you say that you all jumped in the car, so who was driving?
I was driving the van, and
who was in the front with you?
my wife would have been in the front seat and my daughter in the back.
And who's your daughter?
Ashley Hicks.
And so Ashley and Justin are brother and sister.
They are.
Who's older?
Justin will be older. And then I have a son, Michael. He would be next, and then Ashley's the baby.
So you mentioned that you have prior law enforcement experience. Where was that?
In Cherokee County.
How many years?
Just right about 15 years.
And so when you originally arrived there, where did you park your vehicle or the van?
When I first pulled in, I pulled straight in the driveway beside Justin's truck,
So your car was basically right next to him at the parking spot.
right next to the truck in the driveway. The truck would have been to my left as I pulled in.
And when you said that you went to the front door and you were kind of pounding on the door, were your wife and Ashley next to you, or did they stay in the van?
They got out. They wasn't quite up to the door yet. They never really moved too much out of the driveway until I got to the back. And then Charlene just kind of peeked around the corner. And that's when I told her, I said, get back, move the van up to the street. And actually, you call 911. And then both of you get on the opposite side of the van and stay down, hunker down and stay there.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves to tender states exhibits 4, 5, and 6. States exhibit 4 is the business record certificate from Cobb County 911 Communications. States exhibit 5 is the 911 audio recording of Ashley Hicks, and states exhibit 6 is the CAD report. Both the audio and CAD report are covered by the business record certificate in states 4.
Any objection to 4, 5, and 6? States 4, 5, and 6 are admitted.
And Your Honor, can we go ahead and publish states exhibit 5? Yes.
It's so sad, y'all. I'm just so tired of all the sadness.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
Hi, I'm here to report a break-in.
What's the address?
That is the address. 1 second, ma'am. What's the address? $5059 Verbena.
359 Verbena?
5059 Verbena.
And what is your name?
We need someone here immediately.
What is your name?
Ashley Hicks.
Your
My
telephone
brother
number?
and his wife and 2-year-old son are missing.
What's your telephone number?
678
Uh-huh.
523
Uh-huh.
7974.
Right. And tell me exactly what's going on.
What, ma'am?
Tell me exactly what has happened.
So, my sister-in-law's work called saying that she hasn't called in today and it's out of character for her. So we stopped by their house in a risky area trying to see if they made it. And one of the windows in the back is broken.
There's a window in the back that's broken.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you guys gone inside the house?
No.
Okay.
My father is, my father's a retired cop, and he does have a gun with him for
But
defense.
you guys are waiting outside for the officers, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, we are standing,
Okay.
at the edge of the street.
All right, give me just
By
one
the
second.
driveway.
Give me just 1 second to type in what you said, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You said the back glass of the door or just a window?
The window, ma'am. We don't know if anyone's still in the house. His father's kept us all outside and away from the house.
Right now, I've got it in for dispatch. So you guys have not went inside the residence. And where did you say you were standing?
We're standing by the driveway.
Are there,
Kind of on the road. I am wearing a purple hoodie and my dad is wearing a gray sweatshirt. And my mother is wearing a black hoodie. Again, we are unsure if there's anybody still in the house. We currently haven't heard anything. But we haven't checked, so we're unsure.
okay. Now, as far as the family, are there cars gone or like normally would you see a car in a driveway and it's not there or it is there?
There are typically 2 cars. My brother, his wife, and their son went to drop off his wife's car. So far, only the truck is here. And no one has heard from them so far in about 11 to 12 hours.
What's your brother's name?
Justin Hicks, Timothy Justin Hicks.
What's his wife's name?
Amber Hicks,
And how many children do they have?
just one. He is a 2-year-old named Jacob Raymond Hicks.
Okay. Now, as far as anything else with you guys looking at the house, I'm not asking you to go back down there. Do you see anything else that looks like it's been disturbed or that it doesn't look right?
Not that I could see. I went around the house with my father and all we noticed was a broken window.
I'm sorry. I would have been in that house like white on rice. I could care less. Then I would have called the police after I found their bodies, and I would have picked up that baby and I would have gotten him out of there. I wouldn't be this calm.
And does she know of that window was not broken before?
No, ma'am. My father said for the police to get here now or he's gonna go in.
They're on the way. I would suggest that you stay there and wait for them.
He said EMT needs to get here too.
The what?
EMT needs to get here too.
Who's injured?
He said just in case. We don't know if anyone's still inside or not.
When an ex-cop is doing that, you know he knows.
Side of the street is a neighbor's driveway. We're trying to stay away from the house.
Yep, go observe the scene if someone's deceased. He knows they're not there anymore. I mean, alive. If they're in there, they're not alive.
And you guys have tried calling them on their phones and they're not answering? Is that correct? Ashley?
Ooh, that hurt. Sorry, guys, that hurt.
Hello?
Hey, we got disconnected.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times if we're going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. According to my mother, they've been off social media for about 12 hours now.
Okay.
Do you know how long police will get here?
They're responding emergency. You guys just stay where you are.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she said they're responding emergency.
I've got 4 officers that are on the way. So you guys just wait there and let them check the home, okay?
Yes, ma'am. She said 4 officers are on the way.
Yeah, he knows. I couldn't imagine coming home and finding that and it being my child. No, thank you. I'd be ballistic.
I'm gonna stay on the phone with you until they get there. That way you can let me know if you see anything or if anything changes, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Wait, do they have the child with them? Is that baby with them covered in blood yet? Or is it baby still in the house? Yeah, but he does have good instincts to preserve the crime scene. That's
Yes.
They're coming emergency. They're running lights and sirens, and the sergeant is also en route. You guys just stay where you are, okay? I'll let you know when I show their clothes.
Yes, ma'am. She said they're responding emergency. The sheriff is also inbound.
No, the sergeant.
He has what's the ETA?
They're responding lights and sirens. Just hold on.
She said they're responding lights and sirens.
y'all, that, I've been there where you've had to call the police in a horrific situation, car accident when someone was dead. And I'm sitting here working on somebody else, trying to keep them stable. And 5 minutes seems like 5 hours, y'all. It seems like forever when you are in that kind of a situation. My heart goes out to them, really does. But when they're deceased, there's nothing you can do.
He's asking if you could radio them what their ETA is. He's a retired cop from Cherokee.
One second, I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
And for him to sit there and have to listen to that all over again, re-traumatizing.
Nothing yet. Ma'am, are you still there?
I'm still here.
One just pulled up. Cobb County Police.
All right, and you can let me go. They're there.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Tim, was anyone found alive inside that residence?
Jacob was eventually.
What about any pets?
They had a dog named Bruno and a cat named Cat. Yeah, cat's name was Cat. Bruno, the officers eventually brought Bruno and Jacob out of the house. I'm like, if you don't mind, I'm gonna say that during that 911 call, I haven't told my wife or daughter anything about what I saw. I left it alone, and I guess my wife was kind of having unctions as well, and that's what you hear in the background. Her screaming out.
Is that why you went ahead and asked for EMT?
Yeah.
Okay, when your daughter said just in case.
When I saw them inside the house, based on my experience, I knew that they were gone and there was no bringing them back from what I saw. But yeah, I asked anyway.
And at that point, had you laid eyes on Jacob? Did you know whether he was
I did
alive
not
or-
see Jacob at all. I was very concerned about it. Honestly, my first thought was that he had also been killed.
When you finally laid eyes on Jacob, was he crying?
He was not saying anything or crying. The officer that brought him out was a black officer. I think his name was Winston. I think. And he brought him out, and Jacob was basically catatonic. He had a blank stare on his face. He wasn't crying. He wasn't saying a word. He just hung in Officer Winston's arm like a sack of potatoes. And Officer Winston brought him over to my wife and I at the van. And normally when Jacob would see Nana, he'd just bubble up. He did nothing. He didn't acknowledge anything.
Had you ever seen him like this before?
Never have.
What was he wearing?
He was wearing pajamas, a long sleeve shirt and pajama pants bottom, and his pajamas had been covered in blood, and it was dried.
The blood was dry.
It was dried on his clothes, and it bled through to his skin.
Do you remember whether his pajamas were otherwise dry or wet?
He had on a diaper. I don't know how many times he'd gone in it, but it was heavy. I mean, he was wet for sure. I don't remember if he had number 2 or not, but he was wet more than once.
A heavy diaper is the way you
A
described
heavy
it.
diaper.
Did he have anything in his hands?
Yeah. He was clutching Justin's glasses. And he wouldn't let go of them. He pried them from his hand. And I believe, I don't remember for sure if it was me or who, but we ended up giving them to the detectives, the glasses.
Are those glasses that Jacob or that Justin would use to watch TV?
Yeah.
Now, developmentally, was Jacob a fairly normal 2-year-old?
Absolutely.
Was he attached to his parents?
Yes.
Did he often try to get their attention?
Yeah. Yeah, if he wanted something, he didn't have a problem trying to get somebody's attention to get it or whatever. Still don't. But
If his parents were on a call or busy or preoccupied, would he get frustrated if he couldn't get their attention?
yeah, he would keep pursuing.
Kind of like any 2-year-old.
Like any 2-year-old.
Breaking my heart.
Back around that time, typically,
Typically, he would wake up probably between 6 and 6:30 in the morning. The habit, I mean, he woke up pretty, he kept steady with the pattern even when Justin was off and kept him. But the pattern is when Charlene and I would watch him, he would get up about 6:30, and Justin and Amber would get ready for work, and Amber would drop him off at our house to babysit for the day, and he was up by then, stayed up usually.
and so typically when he woke up between 6 and 6:30 in the morning, would he have a diaper change?
Oh yeah, he would have his diaper changed.
Was he potty trained at all? When he was
Not then, no.
Now, was he able to change himself or put on his own clothes or anything?
Not then.
And so Justin and Amber would wake him up, change diaper, put clothes on.
Right.
What about feeding himself? Who typically prepared his breakfast?
Amber and Justin would occasionally, if Justin was off from work, and then usually he had breakfast when he got to our house.
Is that still
So-
pretty early?
Excuse me?
Is that still pretty early in the morning?
Yeah, by then there'd be 8 o'clock maybe.
Now, was he able to get anything out of the refrigerator or go into the pantry himself and make his own breakfast back when he was 2?
No, not then.
You kidding me?
Able to get himself any water or anything like that?
No.
Okay, have you ever had a 2-year-old, madam? If they get in the fridge, it's going to be a chaotic mess. They can't make crap by themselves. Come on now. Now, if you're trying to get to the fact that he couldn't fend for himself,
Now,
that's fine.
by
But
10
just
o'clock
stick
in the
to it.
morning, had he typically eaten by then?
Yeah, usually by 10 he'd had his food and probably a couple of cups of juice or something from a sippy cup.
Snacks?
Probably snacks, yeah.
Now, on that day, do you remember once he came out of the home, did he eat at all?
The best I know that he had not eaten since dinner time the night before.
Did you have him checked out by EMS?
The EMS was on the scene, and I remember it was a female EMT or paramedic. I'm not sure what her title was, but she was a medic. I knew that. And she stayed kind of close to us. And at one point, Jacob still hadn't come around. It took a few hours for him to even realize he was still in the world. And when he, the EMT lady, she was a little concerned and said, if he don't come around soon, we probably need to transfer him to the hospital. But before that took place, he did come around. It was almost like he'd woke up from a bad dream. He just like woke up and
He was dissociated. What children do, including a 2-year-old, when the trauma is severe, they mentally shut down and dissociate. I bet you 10 to 1 odds he was dissociated, in my humble opinion.
Nana, you know.
After he had been with Nana for a long time.
She's holding him, yeah, but before that he didn't even move. He just laid there.
And that will come back to him later. Maybe.
Some days after, or
Maybe not.
Not that particular behavior, but a little average 2-year-old maybe.
and y'all had watched him regularly, so
Since he was 2 months old.
Okay, so quieter than you had seen him previously.
Yeah, he was kind of a little bit docile for several days after.
Did he have any cuts or anything on his feet or his hands?
I didn't notice any cuts or anything on him.
You had mentioned that there was kind of blood on his PJs that had kind of soaked through even to his skin. Was any of that blood, best you could tell, from Jacob himself?
That blood came from the crime scene.
Now, obviously, you spoke to officers on scene. Could you think of anyone in this world who would have wanted to hurt Justin and Nana?
I cannot think of one person that would be considered their enemy. I mean, both of them just easygoing, likable kind of people. Kind of when they walked in a room, kind of lit it up, and without being flamboyant, made their presence was known. It was just someone pleasant to be around. Often, if you felt a little uneasy, they had this unspoken way of bringing about a certain amount of calm. And Justin, he takes after me. He's a jokester, so he's always joking about something and cutting up about something. he and I would razz each other back and forth about something. We like to fish together quite a bit, and it's always competitive when we go. It's just the two of us.
Objection, non-responsive.
Master classic between us. It often was, but yeah.
Thank you so much. That's me. I have some questions.
Might be appropriate time for a break. We've been going for about an hour and a half and give Mr. You don't have any questions? Okay. All right.
Maybe you release from the subpoena?
Yes, is there any objection to Mr. Hicks being excused and releasing the subpoena?
Doing our county police, sir.
And how long have you been employed with the Cobb County Police Department?
Since 2004.
Now, in what capacity have you worked for the Cobb County Police Department since 2004?
Worked the road for about 10 years. I was transferred to Special Operations DUI Task Force in 2014. I spent 5.5 years there, and then in 2020, I think January 2020, I went to the STEP unit, which investigates all serious injury and fatal crashes in Cobb County.
I'm sorry, what unit?
The STEP unit, STEP.
And if you'll bring the microphone just a little bit closer, thank you. Now, since 2004, have you been post-certified?
Yes, there was a short gap where I left the department for 10 months to complete a degree and came right back.
Now, so since getting that degree, have you been post-certified?
I have, yes, sir.
And then what does it mean to be post-certified?
You've been through the minimum requirements that the state of Georgia has put aside to be trained as an officer.
Now, I want to jump to November the 18th, 2021. Were you on duty that morning?
I was.
In what capacity?
We were actually answering calls for Precinct 1. They had some training as an entire precinct, so we were covering the road for them, answering calls.
Now, when you say like responding for calls, what does that mean?
Someone calls 911, they'll dispatch us out to it. So we weren't doing our step duties. We were answering calls for service.
Now, at some point, were you dispatched to 5059 Verbena Drive in Akbar?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Cobb County?
It is.
What were you being dispatched to?
Kind of a welfare check, missing persons, possible missing persons. I think it was also, there was some forced entry, so possible burglary. So it's kind of a serious call.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been included in the evidence. Exhibit 6. What kind of document is this?
That is a CAD report from 911.
Now, what is a CAD report?
It records the first time the 911 call was put in, and then everything from that point on, address, time, who was dispatched, when they arrived, anything we say in the radio to dispatch will add it to the call.
So does it document as soon as that call comes in, the 911 call comes in?
Yes, sir.
In this document, what time was this 911 call created?
Showing 9:34 and 43 seconds.
Is that AM or PM?
AM.
And so for this incident here, is that the time that the first 911 call came in?
Pretty close to it.
And so once this phone call came in, around what time did you arrive?
I think it was close to 9:45, a couple minutes before that, maybe 9:43.
Now, when you arrived to that location, what observations did you have?
There were a couple people already at the residence, family members of Mr. and Mrs. Hicks.
Now, where did you come in contact with them?
I believe as I was getting out of my car, I believe they met me in the road right near their driveway.
Now, did you kind of get a rundown from them of what they had observed?
Yes, sir.
Now, what did you do with that information?
Realized we needed to check the perimeter. They said there was a busted window in the back of the residence, so that's where we went to.
All right. And so did you actually make your way around the house at that point?
We did cut through the side of the yard and right to the back door.
Now, when you got to the back door, what did you observe?
A window to the right of the back door. There were two back doors, one on each side of the house. On the right side of the house, there's a window to the right that was busted out.
Did you notice any glass?
A little bit of glass on the concrete. Most of the glass was inside it was like a sunroom on the floor.
Now, when you were outside of that window, could you really see into the house?
Initially, no, because there was a set of blinds blocking everything. They were pulled down. We moved those and still couldn't see inside them.
Could you hear anything from the interior of the house?
A dog barking loudly.
Could you hear a child?
Not at first. When we moved the blinds, I could hear a child's voice, a small child's voice.
So once you're in front of this window, what did you do next?
We knew we needed to get inside. We checked the doors, and they were both locked. So I decided to crack out the remaining pointy shards of the window so I could make entry.
And were you able to make an entry?
I did, yes, sir.
So once you were inside the home, kind of walk me through what you observed.
There's glass all over the floor. I looked up and I saw probably like a 2-year-old child peek around a corner. Seemed to be pretty scared. As I walked further into the living room,
Okay, guys. Do y'all want to continue this, or do y'all want to go back to the E.M. Mitchell? Mitcham. Your choice. You want to stay here? It sounds like their sound is back. Do you want to go to the Mitcham trial, or do you want to stay here? Your choice. That buzzing's driving me crazy. I'm giving y'all a choice. Anybody home? Hello? Hey, June. I didn't mean to do that. Let's do this. This is getting awfully heavy. Let's go over here to Hitchman, come back to this one on a break because it's a little bit heavy. And I actually need a mental break. It's getting a lot.
You knew that the Scottsdale Police Department
Better sound?
hadn't ruled him out for quite some time, correct?
That's correct.
So for you, that unknown DNA at PMH was key, correct?
Yes.
And you worked with the Scottsdale Police Department to get the familial DNA search, correct?
I worked with the governor and the attorney general to see if we could make it legal.
And you were kind of the person who was the catalyst for that to be used in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the Scottsdale Police Department ultimately supported that, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, the Scottsdale Police Department had to make a big commitment to using that familial DNA, correct?
I assume so. All I know is that I worked with the Department of Public Safety on the mechanics of getting it done. Beyond that, I don't know what happened.
And ultimately, you were kept in the loop on what was occurring with that.
Yes.
You have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Okay.
and redirect by the state.
Thank you, Judge. May I have just a moment?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Feldman, ultimately, you maintain contact with Scottsdale Police Department throughout the years?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that solving or doing whatever you possibly could to solve your daughter's murder was important to you?
Yes. I took on 2 tasks. One was to help the police wherever I could to get the crime solved. And the second was to keep her legacy alive.
No further questions, Judge.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if anyone has a question for this witness, we will collect it at this time.
Really, June? What is the bill? What are they wanting to do? Have a special day, or is it a new law?
And you may.
Oh, that's sweet. Refresh, boo. I don't know what's going on with this channel.
Good afternoon, sir. We'll have you come up to this podium and we'll get you sworn in. And sir, I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you. And you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Jeff Chardy. I'm a resident of Chandler, Arizona, and been in Arizona for almost 20 years.
Where are you currently working?
I work at a company called BioVenus for the last year.
Regalia.
But prior to that, for the 22 years previous to that, I worked at a company called Monleka, and I've been in medical device sales for 26 years.
For purposes of our court reporter, could you spell the name of that company? Because it's
Yes.
kind of hard to spell and pronounce.
No worries. So Monleka is MOLNLYCKE.
Now, when you were working for that company, can you describe what that company does?
So Monleka had a few different divisions. The division that Allison and I were in was the most prominent, which was our wound care, burn, trauma, and surgical portfolio. We also did a host of other medical devices, antiseptics, turning and positioning products that would prevent injuries in hospitals for patients with longstanding illnesses, as well as disposable medical products in the operating room.
And how long did you work for that company?
22 years.
Now, you mentioned in one of your last answers, Allison. So do you know somebody by the name of Allison Feldman?
I do.
And how do you know her?
Allison and I worked together for several years at Monleka. She also worked for me directly for almost 3 years.
And what type of work did she do for the company?
When Allison and I first started working together in August of 2012, she was a territory manager, which entailed she supported our wound care portfolio. So she would go to hospitals, non-acute facilities like hospice centers, clinics, and provide doctors, physicians, staff, nurses education about how to treat specific chronic and acute conditions. As time went on, she was promoted about a year into my tenure, and she became regional trauma and burn specialist. And she did that for the last several years.
Now, did she travel frequently for work?
Very much so, yes.
I think you mentioned territory. Where were the places that she traveled to for her work?
So my team, which was called the Rocky Mountain team, we had the largest geography in the country. So we covered 14 states from Arizona through the middle of the country, Colorado, Utah, Idaho, went up through the base of Wyoming, across to Nebraska, Missouri, half of Kansas as well.
Do you recall what states Allison typically would handle for you?
Everyone. So wherever there was a major burn or trauma center. So we everywhere from West Texas through Nebraska, Arizona. So she managed the entire region as well.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was frequent travel. Do you have an idea of how frequent per month?
I would say she was on the road typically 3 times a week. Sometimes our jobs would take us on the road every week, but I would say between 2 and 3 times a month.
Now, being on the road, is that always out of state or is it sometimes within the state?
It could be within the state. So sometimes, depending on the in-servicing that we would do in support of the clinicians and staff, we may stay overnight, even if it was down in Tucson. But we were frequently outside of Arizona as well.
And did your company have a home office?
We did. It was in Atlanta, but we tend to work out of our remote facility. So we were considered remote employees. So our office was our homes.
Okay. So when Allison wasn't traveling, she was handling most of her work matters at home?
Yes.
Was Allison a good employee?
No, she was a great employee. She was amazing. Dedicated, driven, passionate. She balanced the hectic nature of a sales role, which is very much results driven, with also being extremely compassionate. I think that's what made her special. She had such drive and tenacity, but it was balanced with a sense of passion and compassion for those that she was helping.
Typically, what was Allison's demeanor like?
Sweet, funny, caring, outgoing, talkative. She was just bubbly, fun. She was an amazing woman.
How did she get along with her coworkers?
Very well. We were a really close, tight-knit team. We typically considered ourselves a family. When we would get together with larger, our company at large at typical meetings, we tended to stay together as a team, whether it was social events, outings. We were sort of the, quote, fun bunch. And a lot of that had to do with Allison's presence, her bubbly nature. She was always trying to bring people into the circle. She was very charismatic.
In addition to being her boss, I think you said for about 3 years, did you also consider Allison a friend?
She was a friend and somebody that I considered almost like a little sister. I came from a large Italian family. I'm the youngest. Never had younger siblings. And Allison was somebody that I looked at as just someone I cared about very deeply. We would talk to 2-3 times a day. We were very close.
And it sounds like your group as a whole was pretty family-like. Did you guys socialize outside of work?
Yes.
Would that involve going to each other's homes and things of that nature?
Yep, very much so. We would go to each other's homes. Allison did come over to my home. I'd been to hers. We would frequent establishments, go out for dinner and drinks in Arizona. We also would do company functions as well. Festival of Trees, which was hosted by Maricopa Burn Center, we would go to on an annualized basis. But yes, we would hang out socially as well.
During the time Allison worked for you, did you ever have the opportunity to meet her parents?
I did.
How would you describe, given that you indicated you had a very close relationship with Allison, her relationship with her family?
Family was everything to Allison, family and friends, but her family most importantly. Her parents, I don't remember a day that she didn't talk to her parents. That was just something she cared deeply about. Also, she was an aunt, so she talked to her sister quite often, but family and friends were 2 of the most important things in her life.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet her boyfriend, Alex?
I did.
And in your close relationship with Allison, how did her relationship with Alex seem to you?
Amazing, great. I teased Allison quite a bit that no matter what conversation we were having, somehow, some way, she worked in a comment about Alex. They loved each other. I mean, you could tell there was a special bond. And Allison, over the time that I had known her, had dated others, but there was a different spark and a light when it came to her and Alex.
Was this a more serious relationship from the ones you had seen prior?
Very much so.
During the time that you had this close relationship with Allison and had supervised her, did she ever mention that she was having problems with anybody at work?
No.
Did she ever mention that she was having problems with anyone outside of work?
No.
I'm going to come back to one particular point about that a little bit later, but I want to kind of draw your attention to February 17th, 2015. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Was that the last time that you ever saw Allison alive?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your last interaction with Allison?
In February, prior to when we typically would get paid our bonuses, we would go through an annual review process. It was a pretty lengthy process. It would start in December, and in February we would go through, and I would sit down with each of my employees and go through it personally. Some managers would just send the document to those individuals, but I wanted to make sure that I met with each of my employees personally. So Alice and I, living in close proximity, we decided to go out to lunch and spend the afternoon together.
And do you recall where you went?
Yes, we went to the Daily Dose in Scottsdale.
Okay. And do you remember kind of around the time frame that particular day where you met up with Allison?
Yeah, we got to the Daily Dose probably a little bit before noon, and we stayed probably till close to 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Okay. How did Allison appear during your meeting with her?
Very happy. She received as I said, she had just taken a promotion, and she was incredible in the role. When you're working in burn and trauma, you see some of the most critically ill patients. It takes a certain character of person that can compartmentalize that and still provide education, understanding to physicians and staff of how best to treat those patients. So when she took the role, I knew she would be great, but I didn't realize just how good she would be. Her review was stellar. I let her know just how proud I was of her. I'd seen her come from a person who was complimentary to the team and a leader, but someone who really flourished more as in a leadership role. And she and myself and one other partner on the team, our nurse, had the broadest interaction across and most collaboration across all of our teammates. And she was exceptional in what she did.
While you were at the restaurant with Allison that day, was there anything that gave you concern while you were there?
None.
After your meeting with her at the Daily Dose, did the two of you then kind of part ways?
Yes. I gave her a big hug after, told her how proud I was of her. I was leaving for a trip the next day, so I went home. I had asked Allison what she was going to do the rest of the afternoon, and she said different odds and ends. She'd probably run some errands, and that I would catch up with her later to remind her that she needed to sign the document.
Which leads me to my next question. At some point later on in the day, did you have a few more communications with Allison?
Yes.
What was the first one?
The first one was, as I said, to remind her that the process for the review was not complete until until she went in to electronically to sign the document. And I had asked just to remind her that she had to go in and complete that task.
The reminder, did that come via an email, a text, a phone call?
We had spoken on the phone.
Okay. And then later on in the day, did you hear from Allison again?
I did.
And what was that about?
The prior week, we had been at a presentation where we were introducing our trauma portfolio to staff and surgeons at a hospital. She requested that I send over the document and the template to her for her meetings later on that week.
And when you heard from her requesting this template, was that something that came via email, a text, a phone call?
We had spoken one last time that evening.
And did you ultimately send her the template?
I did.
And how did you do that?
Via email.
Was that the last time that you ever communicated with Allison again?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn that someone else on the team had communicated with her a little later in the day that day.
Yes, in the days following the incident, yes.
Okay. And who was that coworker?
Kimberly Minor.
And do you recall what you learned about that communication and around what time that occurred?
Yes, it was later in the evening after we had corresponded about Allison wanting the template. So I think it was probably another hour later, somewhere around 7 o'clock.
If you recall, can you tell the jury when you learned about Allison's death?
The following day, so I went home, packed, and left for Denver, Colorado, where I was meeting another one of my representatives. We had meetings with physicians and staff throughout the Denver area that day. So in and out of hospitals, you tended at that point in time not to have great cellular service. So it was later in the evening after I was back at my hotel, probably, I remember it being very dark out, so it was probably close to 6 or 7 o'clock.
And was this on February 18th of 2015?
Yes.
How did you learn about what had happened?
My wife had contacted me and said that Allison's father was trying to get a hold of me that day. And between dinners and meetings, I hadn't checked my voicemail or text messages at that point. And that I should contact Allison's father.
Did you contact him?
I did.
And is that how you learned about what happened?
Yes.
Given this kind of familial group that you had at work, did you also learn, once you started talking about with the team members what had happened, that some of her coworkers had been trying to get in touch with her that day?
Yes,
And did that go without success?
it did.
Was that something that was unusual to you?
Very much so. Allison never turned off her phone. It was something we would joke about as a team. She was very responsive to me, her family, teammates, friends. But I honestly cannot remember a time where she would ever have her phone off or not respond to communications.
So you mentioned that you learned about Allison's death on February 18th. The very next day, February 19th, do you recall receiving a phone call from the Scottsdale Police Department?
Yes,
Did they do an interview with you?
they did.
Did that interview occur over the phone?
It did.
During that interview, did you essentially provide police with some of the information that you've discussed with us here today in court?
I did.
I want to ask you about some follow-up that kind of took place in between the days to follow. First of all, a few days after your phone interview with police, did they meet up with you to ask you to provide a DNA sample?
Yes,
Did you do that?
I did.
Were you aware of any other of your employees that did so as well?
Yes, one of the other male employees, Joe Paddock in the state of Arizona, who lived locally, he was also provided a DNA sample as well.
Was that a coworker that was close with Allison as well?
Very much so, yes.
Now, if you recall, I asked you about whether or not you were familiar with anyone that Allison might have had a problem with outside of work. At some point, did you receive an email from Allison's coworker, Kim Minor?
I did.
And tell us what you learned through that email.
In the email, Kim had mentioned that there was a person over time, I think prior to Allison moving to her home in Scottsdale, a UPS driver that Allison had mentioned to Kim that had either she had to thwart some advances or had asked her out on dates previously. Because we tend to get tons of packages, we're constantly ordering supplies so that we have samples to provide doctors or patients at that point. That professional probably had a ton of interaction with Allison over time.
And so when you received this email, did you provide that information to the Scottsdale Police
I
Department?
did.
In the event it was relevant?
Yes.
At some point, did the police also follow up with you to check on the status of a credit card that was kind of a company card, Allison's American Express corporate card?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I recall that the Scottsdale police had reached out and asked if there was any activity on the corporate credit card when we would, go out, whether it be traveling for incidentals as we were traveling. The company provided us a corporate credit card for incidentals and for also entertaining.
And did there appear to be any fraudulent activity on that card?
At the time, I don't recall, no.
During your interactions with police, is it fair to say that you were trying to be helpful in providing as much information that you could to see if it in any way could assist the investigation?
100%, absolutely.
Do you recall talking to the police about a conversation you had had with Allison about a gun?
I do.
Tell us what you recall about that.
Allison had reached out and asked, and the only reason I remembered it was just days before the incident, and there was an issue with, I got an alert on my phone that there was either a terrorist attack or an ISIS attack, and Allison and I were chatting about that, and she had mentioned at that point that she was interested in potentially obtaining and owning a firearm. She knew that I like to go to the gun range and go target shooting. So she asked me just questions about which handguns, things of that nature. But
And you told the police about this, why?
just the timing, I felt it was just too much of a coincidence, but it was also something that just sparked in my memory just days after the incident that we had had this conversation, and I wanted to make sure that all relevant information was provided to the police.
Was there anything that Allison had told you at the time that you believed in any way was necessarily tethered to this conversation?
Not at all.
Just something that you felt like you should share in case there was something to it?
That is correct.
And then one last question I have for you is, I believe you had one other final contact with Scottsdale Police Department, if I'm correct, when I believe it was around October of 2015 when they called to ask some questions a little bit more specific to the areas that Allison covered as part of her job. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what do you recall about that?
I recall that they had asked whether or not Allison had gone up north into the Flagstaff area. Typically, Allison would go into the more metropolitan areas where, again, you'd have level 1 trauma centers or where burn centers would typically be situated. And there would have been very little reason for Allison to be in Flagstaff unless she was supporting Joe Paddock, who covered that area.
Okay. And so you provided the police with that information?
I did.
One moment. I do not have anything additional. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination by the defense whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chardy.
Yes.
You testified you were Allison's direct supervisor for approximately 3 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you supervised, I believe, a total of 4 individuals as part of your direct group?
At the largest, it was 11. There were 4 of us in the state of Arizona, including myself.
Got it. And you described this team as a very close-knit group.
That is correct.
You considered each other family.
Yes.
And everyone in the team got along well.
Yes.
And in addition to being her Allison's supervisor, you considered her a personal friend, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, I think you testified you saw her as a little sister.
Yes.
You guys were close.
Yes.
And you were someone that Allison trusted, correct?
Yes.
And this work team of yours, including Allison, knew you were someone who enjoyed recreational shooting, correct?
Yes.
In fact, they gave you a gift certificate for a shooting range for Christmas,
Yes.
I believe. And Allison was aware of your knowledge and interest in firearms.
Yes.
And when you discussed some of the guns you owned.
Yes.
You testified, you talked about going to a shooting range, taking her to a shooting range.
Yes, I offered that if she ever was interested and decided to pursue the matter further, that I would certainly be willing to take her and provide her at least some basic information.
Did you guys set a date or anything like that for that?
We did not.
And you testified that she was looking into getting a gun for home protection?
That was, again, the conversation that we had very briefly. It was just around personal safety.
And you also learned that Allison and Alex had visited a gun store in Tucson?
Yes, she made mention of that in one of our conversations.
And as you testified, that's something that stood out, that her asking about guns stood out to you after learning about her death. So you decided to share this information with detectives, correct?
I did.
Prior to Allison being promoted to, I believe you said territorial manager in 2015, her annual salary was approximately $82,000. Does that sound about right?
Prior, as a territory manager, probably somewhere in that range, yes.
Okay. One moment. And then just one last question. So 82,000, that would be approximately $3,416 a month.
I'll take your word for it.
No other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect by the state?
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. And does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused subject to recall?
Yes.
You may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness.
The state calls Kat Palma.
Good afternoon. Are you Ms. Palma? Okay, we'll have you come up here to this podium and we'll get you sworn in.
Can you state and spell your name for the board?
Kathleen Palma, KathleenPalma.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
my name is Kathleen Palma. I'm a crime scene specialist for the Scottsdale Police Department.
And how long have you been in that role?
22 years.
What did you start as with the Scottsdale Police Department?
24 years ago, I started as a police aide with the city.
So police aide for a few years?
Sir.
And then you moved into the role you're in now?
Yes.
So take me way back to the beginning. How do you get that job that you're in now?
Well, the government had full reimbursement at that time, so they sent me to school, and I was interested in doing something different, learning a new career within the department, and so I found myself in the crime scene unit.
So what did you do in school? What kind of classes did you take to end up in the crime scene unit?
Biological, physical evidence,
ethics, all the crime scene investigation and criminology classes that one would take for this job.
Is that at like one of the colleges locally here?
Yes, I have coursework at Scottsdale Community College and Phoenix College. Additionally, I also have West Virginia University.
So after going into those courses, you ultimately transition from being a police aide to the crime scene unit. What does that look like at the beginning? What's your role in the crime scene unit?
We do on-the-job training. So I had a rigorous on-the-job training program, 4 phases with a trainer until I'm deemed competent with a proficiency test, and then I'm released solo.
So how long are you in that training initially when you have somebody with you?
You may.
Sure.
I hate this. I hate this. And we've been telling them there's no sound. Stop doing this if you can't fix the sound. I'd rather just have a dead screen than to have that weird sound in my ear. Just saying. I'm glad, Angela. I am so glad. I know. This is live. This is live, boo. It is live. And it's driving me crazy. Welcome. Gouverneur. That's how you say it. But this, I've sent them a chat. Everybody feel it. And multiple people, including me.
Learning step by step from the note-taking process, what we look for at a crime scene, the policies and procedures of the department,
I'm
and
pissed.
doing things, shadowing someone else until you're competent to do it by yourself with supervision, and then you move forward from there.
Okay, I'm going to piss these people off because I've been telling them when you go to the 2 people, you have nothing. Just go to a cortisone break screen. Don't do commentary because you don't have sound.
After you get released to kind of be
You're
on your own,
professionals.
what does your day-to-day
Really?
job look like at that point?
Yeah, I'm
We
irritated.
basically wait for a crime scene. We wait to be requested, doing everything from burglary to homicide. So it can be any kind of case that we are requested to do crime scene work on.
Do you work with a team?
Normally we work solo, but if it's a larger scale crime scene, then we would work with someone else.
And so when you show up for work in the morning, let's say there isn't a scene you have to go to immediately, do you go to an office first?
I do.
And then at some point, you're called to go respond to a scene, whether it's a burglary, a homicide, or something else?
That's correct.
Do you ever get called out from home yourself?
Occasionally.
And so you arrive at this scene, and we'll get to this case in just a second, but typically would you go in like some sort of van? Do you keep your supplies in like your trunk? Does someone bring other supplies? How does that work?
We have a vehicle. It's a large van, and it's stocked with equipment. We also have personal equipment that we store in a storage room until we are signing on for our shift, and then we take that equipment and put it in the van with all of the other equipment.
So kind of like you see on TV, there's like a crime scene van that shows up and you have what you need in there?
That's correct.
Okay. So you've been doing this with the crime scene unit since 2004?
Correct.
Okay. And were you any breaks in there?
No, sir.
So going now to this case, February 18th, 2015, were you in the same job that you're in now as in the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in this type of scene, were you asked to respond out to Allison Feldman's home?
I was.
And did you, was this a normal work shift for you?
It was.
So what was your shift at that time in 2015?
I was the 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift.
So we've been talking kind of about that 5 to 6 p.m. timeframe, roughly. Were you then just, this was a normal day for you, tail end of that day?
That's correct.
Sitting here today, do you know exactly if you were responding from your office or from a different scene in the city?
I don't know.
Have you ever, to your knowledge, had any interaction with the defendant in this case, Ian Mitcham?
I have not.
So you respond to Allison's home. What is your kind of, when you arrive as part of the crime scene unit, what task are you delegated?
I find whom I need to speak to, the case agent or whomever is in charge of giving me a directive at that time, and then they will assign me to a task.
And was this sort of a unique, or is this a scene that sticks in your mind?
Absolutely.
You said you made contact with a detective. Do you recall when you first arrive at that house, initially being asked to assist with photographs of Alex?
That's correct.
And before we get into the weeds of everything you did in this case, I want to kind of make sure we're on the same page. Is your role, as far as this scene goes, specific to mostly taking photographs, apart from impounding a few items from Alex?
That's correct.
As part of the crime scene unit, do you have experience where you may respond to a scene and be asked to do something else?
Yes.
For instance, you might be asked to collect certain items.
Yes.
Is that fair? Or swab certain items?
Yes.
Or whatever else fits under your crime scene unit umbrella?
Yes.
But in this particular case, your role that you were given was largely to take photographs.
That's correct.
And we're going to go through a whole bunch of those in just a few minutes. So you arrive on the 18th. You initially take some photographs of Alex. Is he inside, outside, something else?
Outside.
Do you take photographs of any of the firefighters?
I do. I was directed to take photographs of their shoes.
Is that kind of standard for people who had been into a scene where you may want to know what their shoe prints might be?
Yes.
Do you get asked to go to a police station kind of following behind a detective who is taking Alex to the police station?
Yes, I do.
And why do you do that?
In order to collect his clothing.
And do you eventually arrive at that police station and interact with Alex?
I do.
Can you tell me anything about his demeanor?
Most of my interaction was actually prior when I was taking photographs. At the station, I was just handed his clothing and didn't have any conversation at all.
What's his demeanor like at the scene?
Oh, he was sobbing. He was very emotional.
And you collected some items and impounded them from Alex?
From Detective Lugai.
Fair enough. Is he with you at the police station?
Yes, sir.
What did you collect and impound?
Some clothing and a buccal swab.
Who took the, pronounce it buccal swab?
Or buckle.
Okay, either
Either
way is
one.
fine. Who took the swab?
Detective Lugai.
And then he provided it to you to impound?
That's correct.
What is that? I'm not going to ask you too much about this because we're going to hear a lot about it, but what does that process look like, the impounding process?
It was already prepackaged when I received it, so it was brought in my vehicle directly to Property and Evidence, where I handed it over to them so they could process it immediately. There was no other action in between.
Are there other swabs that may require action in between?
Yes.
But in this case, you didn't do any of those swabs?
Correct.
Okay. So now we're gonna take you back to the home, arriving back around 5:30 or so.
Yes, sir.
So tell me now what you do. You arrive back at the house, and now we're sort of getting into the nitty gritty of your assistance at the scene. What does that look like?
I was asked merely to take overall photographs of the scene, exterior and interior of the home.
And what are you wearing, or what do you put on as part of your taking photographs?
We were all wearing personal protective gear, which was comprised of Tyvek suits, the white bunny suits that you may see, gloves, booties, and hairnets at that time, and particulate masks as well.
Before putting on that, did you notice any sort of smell emanating from the home?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts do you first notice the smell?
Near the threshold, and I was told in advance.
That there would be that smell?
Yes.
Did it, was it, can you tell me more about that? Is it obvious to you, noticeable, faint, something else?
It was obvious. It was a very harsh chemical smell, and it burned the eyes.
So you've put on that booties, gloves, hairnet, particulate mask, and you said a Tyvek suit?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me more about what that actually is?
It's a non-breathable fabric-esque material that's mostly like a plastic lined paper on the outside, kind of a plasticky on the inside, which protects you from the scene and the scene from you.
Does it get hot?
Very hot.
You said non-breathable?
Correct.
Do you take it out of like a plastic bag when you put it on? Is it the same one you wear to every scene, something else?
We use a new suit for every scene that we would go to that needed one. We don't reuse them.
And at the point that you are there, you said you wear gloves. To reiterate the point again, are you moving through the scene initially with that detective that's next to you, or is it just you by yourself?
With a detective.
To your memory, is it just the two of you that go in to take sort of initial or entry photos?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why might you go through and take photographs of the scene prior to sort of putting up evidence placards or things like that?
To get the scene as pristine, documented as we possibly can without anything being moved or altered in any way.
So when you say pristine, help me understand what you mean by that.
As it was when we first arrived, without any disturbance.
And as people move through the scene, other crime scene unit specialists or detectives, at some point, are they going to have to manipulate items, whether they are collecting them or swabbing them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who was initially directing you to do these things? What detective?
That was Detective Lockerbie.
And you mentioned you don't recall if you went into the scene with another, or which detective you went into the scene with initially?
I believe it was Detective Lockerbie, but I don't recall if anyone else was present.
Okay. Do you recall, sitting here today, do you recall if Detective Heinzelman was present at the scene, this gentleman?
He was.
Okay. Would it have been your practice when you're taking those initial pristine photos to be moving through that scene with the detective kind of following his direction?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to get to your initial photos and then we'll come back. But that evening around 9:30 or so, do you essentially end your shift and hand over your photographing role to a different crime scene specialist?
Yes.
Is her name Alexic?
Yes.
Is that, at the time, was that normal for you to kind of stick relatively close to the hours of your shift that you were provided?
As much as we could be, so we could be utilized the next day without being fatigued.
So you mentioned your shift at that time was 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., but you stayed a few hours extra?
Correct.
And then once someone had arrived who could do what you were doing, you were relieved so you could be ready the next day?
That's correct.
And actually on the 19th, do you show back up at the house around 9 a.m. to continue taking photos?
I do.
Okay. So I'm going to go through now just some of the photos that you took on the 18th. We'll start there and then we'll go back and talk about what you did on the 19th, okay?
Okay.
And can you give me a heads up if you're showing any photos of the victim, for example?
Yes.
Okay.
Will do, Judge.
Thank you.
So we've got maybe 75 or so here that I'm going to go through initially. Is it fair to say you took a lot of photos?
Yes.
And at the time you're taking them, you know, you don't know what happened in that house on 218.
Correct.
A couple of these have already been admitted, but I will note those, Judge. Judge, I'd move to admit by stipulation exhibits 182 through 248.
And no objection?
Objection.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 182 through 248 into evidence.
So I'm going to go through them just one by one. And again, there's some that we've talked about already. So we'll start though with 182. What is this thing?
That is my placard. That's the first shot that we take when we photograph a scene.
And so taking this initial photograph would have been early on, kind of just to orient you. We've already talked a little bit about some photographs that you took of Alex. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll get to those momentarily, but I'm going to jump straight to the house if that's all right. So we have sort of out of order here, exhibit 45, previously admitted. Is that just the front of the house?
Yes, it is.
Do you have a screen in front of you?
I do.
Now we're going to 189. Separate photo of the house. Is this red tape common for crime scenes?
Yes.
Did you put that up?
I did not.
Typically, would a patrol officer put tape up?
Yes.
Now we're going to go to 190. So you're taking kind of just general photographs of the home, is that right?
That's correct.
And what side of the house is this?
I don't know its directionality, but it's,
Do you know which direction from here the front door is if I go back one to this one? If I go from here to here?
without my arrow, I don't know
Which
which
way
way
is
is north.
Fair enough. Here, maybe if I keep going here, 190, this is 191. I'm gonna keep going with photos of the house. Looks like just the side of the house. You've got a window there
Yes.
and a block wall.
Yes.
One 192, moving back. What are we looking at here?
That is the front of the house moving to the right a little bit
Okay.
from the front door.
In these pictures, do you see the front door open?
Yes.
From this kind of vantage point, do you recall, would you be able to smell the chemical smell from here?
Yes.
193, moving again to the right. What are we looking at here?
The other end of the home from the front where the garage is located and a vehicle in the driveway.
And there's a hat over here in the ground.
Yes.
Rocks. I'm just gonna keep moving that way. Can you tell what we're looking at here?
and a little bit further to the right from the same images, kind of from a different vantage point.
And that's 194. This is 195. Is that the back or the block wall between Allison's house and her backyard area up here?
Yes.
$196. What is this?
That is just a placard that we use usually in between rooms or different areas to show that I was heading into the east backyard.
So kind of as you're taking these pictures in, if you look back at them in order, you're able to see, okay, these were taken here. Now we're transitioning to another area of the home.
Correct.
197. What is this?
That would be from the north end of the backyard looking across the backyard.
And we've got kind of another vantage point, previously admitted. So you take these photos, we're into the early evening hours now.
Yes.
And these are, again, the ones we're looking at right now are what we've described as sort of those initial photos or the pristine photos, so to speak.
Yes.
So prior to other people from the crime scene unit coming in and looking at things or swabbing things or things like that?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just going to jump real quick to 53, again, another photograph of the backyard.
Correct, from the northeast corner.
And so can you see this door here?
Yes.
And then there's an Arcadia door here.
Correct.
Both of these doors appear to lead into the house from the backyard.
Correct.
Okay. Going back now, 198. What are we looking at here?
That is again the backyard from a different vantage point under the patio at the southwest corner area.
199.
And that would just be from the same area from a different vantage point looking east.
I feel like in some ways this, the reflection of this light kind of washes out some of the photos. So I'll try to be cognizant of that. But is there a gate here?
There is.
Okay. And again, you had mentioned as you move through the house and take these initial photos, you're with one other detective at the time. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Would you have been following that detective lead as far as like where to go, where to enter and exit the house, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Going to photograph 200, just moving. What is that a picture of?
That is a closer photograph of that gate on the east side.
I'm going to move a little bit closer. 201 now. What are we looking at there?
And that is that same gate close up.
Okay, and one more of the gate, 202 here.
And that is a close up of the gate showing its closed status with the hasp.
And there's no lock on this gate as far as you can see?
Correct.
Okay. What's behind this gate?
That's an alley to the east that runs north-south.
I'm going back to 201 now for the record. Do you have any recollection about the height of this back wall?
I don't.
Okay. Does it appear to be somewhat lower than the height of the next door neighbor's wall?
Yes.
Moving back towards the house, 203, what are we looking at here?
That is from the southeast corner of the yard looking toward the garage carport area of the residence.
And I'm going to jump now to a previously admitted picture, exhibit number 50. Is that just zoomed in, same thing?
That is actually from a closer angle looking inside that carport.
Gotcha. Zoomed in was the wrong phrase, probably.
Yeah.
used for a
No, you're fine.
photographer. So we have the garage here. Can see that?
Yes.
And this little gate between the garage and the backyard?
Yes.
Does it appear to be locked at all to your knowledge?
Just secured with the hasp with no lock.
And there's a door here that leads into the house, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Gonna go to 204, more of the backyard. What are we looking at here?
That is from the southwest corner looking due north across the patio of the backyard.
And are there some coolers in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Some pool flotation things?
Yes.
I'm gonna jump to exhibit 51, previously admitted. What is this?
That is a photograph of the patio looking toward the Arcadia door and showing the items on the patio.
And there's a little yellow thing right here. Can you see that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is my north arrow.
Is that to orient yourself when you're taking photos?
That's correct.
Can you see into the house from back here?
Only slightly,
You think you could see in better if the lights were on?
possibly.
Are you using a flash to take these photos?
Yes.
You can see, obviously you mentioned the Arcadia doors did appear to be a door over here that leads into the house as well.
Yes.
We saw this cooler here. Going back now to 204, there's two other coolers here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Gonna go to 205. What is this?
That is I believe it's the north edge of the pool.
And so looking at this photo over here would be the Arcadia door to the house.
I'm not certain from this angle.
That's fair. What's this?
The
Can you
pool.
see it? Is there an item in the pool?
Oh, yes. That is appears to be a mat.
It's hard to see when it's up here, right? It's like washed out.
Yes.
On that screen. I don't know why. But okay. Again, would you have been working in tandem with the detective of items that may be of interest to take photographs of?
Yes.
I kind of go back just because I want to make sure we have this orientation to 198. And you see in this picture sort of where the grassy area is over here? Not quite well, but for purposes of my question.
Yes.
And that there's like a little pump valve or pipe right here,
Yes.
so to speak. So if I move you then to this photograph, 205, does that help orient you as to where that rug would be in the pool generally?
Yes. That would be at the northeast corner, or sorry, northwest corner.
Gotcha. So now jumping to 06, going back towards the Arcadia door there.
Yes, sir.
Kind of see your north arrow a little bit better?
Yes.
Okay. At this point that you're taking these exterior photos, is there anybody in the house like working or anything? Is it just you and the detective? We're going to get these initial pristine photos.
Correct. No one else is in there until the overalls have been completed.
Call them overalls?
Yes.
All right. Going to 207, focusing in. What is that a picture of?
That is the base of the Arcadia door, the threshold.
And while you're here, can you see, did that appear to be potentially of evidentiary value to you?
Yes, sir.
Have you been to, I mean, at this point, in 2015, you've been doing the crime scene unit for 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Have you been to a lot of scenes in 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Are you generally familiar with what blood might look like when it's been spilled?
Yes.
Does that appear like it could possibly be blood?
Yes.
Exhibit 208, same thing, closer view.
Yes.
I'm gonna go to 209, same thing, closer view. What is this? Do you recall?
I don't.
Okay.
I just want to let you know Joe Schmo says hello to everybody. That was Joe on the phone. Yeah, I take Joe Schmo's call. I really do. I'll take Joe Schmo's calls. or I'll call Joe Schmo anytime. I'll talk to Joe Schmo. A real sweet guy. But anyway, so I know that's why when I have to take a phone call, you'll hear that's me telling y'all I know I'm muted. I'm on a call. I'm listening. I got y'all, boo. All right, let's get back into this. Today's been very heavy, guys. I'm gonna have to lighten it
Be
up
a better
somehow.
question for someone else.
It's been a very heavy day.
At this point, your role is to photograph the things, but you're not picking up things, collecting things, touching them, so to speak.
Correct,
To the
nothing
ex-
specific.
Gotcha. Going to 210. What is that?
That's a closer image of where the doors meet at the threshold of the Arcadia door.
It looks like there's a screen door here that's open. Is that or not? Does that look right to you?
Yes,
It's hard to see
open.
from this picture.
Yes.
The glass part of the Arcadia door closed.
Correct.
And then what does this appear to be from your training and experiences, possibly?
It's an apparent blood stain.
Okay. .211 entry. What is that? Again, that's a card you use to document.
That's correct, prior to leading into the entryway of the home.
This is probably your hand or someone else's hand.
Probably mine.
Hey Joe, what do you
At this
know?
point, though, if you were taking this photo, for instance, with the placard or something, and you're just standing somewhere, let's say you're about to walk in the front door and you haven't entered yet, would it be that unusual for you to not have gloves on yet, considering you're just touching the placard?
That's correct.
Okay. But in this case, you do have gloves and you're right, looks like right inside the door.
Correct.
About to be. So now we're gonna move to 212. This is gonna be, we're starting to move into the house a little bit. Oh, never mind. 212. What is this a picture of?
That is looking through the front door threshold into the entryway of the residence.
And as we've moved through these photographs, I'm zoomed out too far now. So as you're taking these kind of in order, generally you did the front and you kind of moved around the front, and then we saw you were in the backyard and you had that east backyard. So reiterating that you were following whichever detective you were with at the time, do you have an independent memory how you got to the backyard?
I do not.
Okay. Safe to say you were following a detective who said, we're going this route and then we're gonna go and take photos of the backyard and then move to the inside?
Correct.
Okay. So 212, well, I think I'll get to a better photo as we move through here. Now 213, what is this a picture of?
That is a photograph through the entryway toward the remainder of the living area and kitchen.
So where's like the front door from this perspective? Can you tell? If I go back 1 to 2.
I would be
12. I guess if I go from 212 to 213, do you recall where you would be in relation to sort of entering the house?
I would be angled toward, we're looking at the east wall, roughly going toward the southeast. So it would be to the, I would be standing roughly at the area of the door just inside.
Just kind of looking to your right a little. Is that
Yes.
right? You use southeast, I think, but I'm not great with directions. So to your right, is this how the couch was then?
Yes.
And this staining on the floor?
Correct, was present.
Okay. Do you see some obvious blood in this photograph?
Yes.
Just around here, kind of initially?
Yes.
Okay, on the left-hand side of 213. Now we're gonna go to 214. Now we can actually see the door in this one. Where are you looking here?
I'm looking inside the door directly east toward the east wall through that that area to the dining area.
Okay. There's an item on the ground right here. You can't really see it from here, so I'll ask you about it a little later. But if you know already, do you know what that is?
I don't.
Okay. There's obviously that same staining we talked about here. There's this chair. Can you tell me a little bit about does this chair appear to be at the dining room table?
Yes.
And then there's like a standing mirror back here.
Correct.
Okay. Again, it's maybe if I. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go to 215. What is this a picture of?
That's a photograph from the entryway toward the kitchen.
We see like a big S here. Does that appear to be blood to you?
It does.
Okay. And then some other staining throughout.
Correct.
Okay. You see what appears to be flowers on the counter?
Yes, sir.
So I've talked a little bit about using the lighting and how you weren't able to see very well from the back. Is this the lighting that was in the house? Were the lights off to your memory?
Yes, I believe the lights were off.
Okay. 216. What is that?
That is showing the front door from the inside looking outward.
You see somebody in this picture, would that potentially be a detective?
Yes.
What is this on his feet or her feet?
Booties.
To 17. Bring back another one of your placards. What is SW?
Southwest.
To 18. What are we looking at here?
That would be a photograph of the living room area from the north to the south.
And again, this would have been the living room before items were collected or removed or processed.
Correct.
What about this one?
That is the same living room from a different angle.
The couch appear to be pushed up right against this table,
Yes, sir.
as far as you can see. Is there blinds covering that front window?
Yes.
So this would have been how they were to your memory when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Closed.
Yes, sir.
I'm at 220 now.
And I believe, is that the victim in the photo? Okay.
Sorry, Judge, in the corner there.
And so just as a reminder to our media representative, we will not be filming or photographing this portion. And you can proceed.
220, what are we looking at here?
That is the living room looking toward the northwest from the toward the northeast from the southwest corner.
It looks like a computer here.
Yes, sir.
Maybe like an extension cord with something plugged in right here.
Yes, sir.
TV remote.
Yes, sir.
And you can see Allison, part of Allison's body here.
Yes, sir.
And this, do you recall this light being on? Hall
Yes,
light?
sir.
Okay. 221. Sticking with the living room for the most part, just items on the table.
That's correct.
Moving on, what does that say?
Southeast kitchen dining.
That's 222, just your placard there. So 223, back to the kitchen. Can you see what appears to be additional sort of blood or staining up in this area?
Yes.
And all through this sort of living room, or I'm sorry, dining room floor area?
Yes.
You have your placard here?
Correct.
Flowers I mentioned on the right side?
Correct.
Perhaps a card of some sort or two cards right here?
Yes.
Okay. Going to 224 now, continuing in the kitchen area. again, just a different angle of sort of the same thing we saw from 223
That's correct.
with some shoes on the floor here?
Correct.
Would it have been a normal course for you guys to leave this door open in this, when you're working in here?
Yes.
Does that also help with the smell?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna move on to 225, continuing through the home, initial photos. Again, can you see that kind of S smear here?
Yes, sir.
Shoes again,
Yes.
be a trash bag?
Yes.
We've heard about the laundry room, but haven't talked about it in photos too much. Is that back here?
Yes, sir.
The left side of 225?
Yes, sir.
So if this is a door that I referenced earlier, could that potentially be the door that leads out into the backyard from the side of the house?
That's correct.
Just gonna try to orient it so that I'm on the same page. 50?
Yes.
So that's the interior kind of corner, and we'll get to it in a minute. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Stick with me. We've got a lot of photos to go through still, okay? 226. Is that the kitchen?
That's correct.
Just a different angle?
Correct.
And keep moving 227. We can see that laundry room door here.
Correct.
Okay. And 228. What is this a picture of?
That is from the living dining area looking outward toward that Arcadia door on the east side.
In the pictures that I'm showing you, all of these, the overalls, is this Arcadia door closed?
Yes.
Might be a good time to take a break, Judge. We're going to move into the hallway.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we will take that afternoon break. We will return at 3:15. Please remember the admonition.
All right, for the jury.
Do they not realize you can't hear them? Really? Yo. So now to the neighborhood killing Georgia. Plans.
Deceased. I believe Mrs. Hicks was on the couch and Mr. Hicks was on the floor, kind of sitting up. I know he had a toy on his leg. First thing I wanted to do was go check on the child.
Now, when you said that you wanted to check on the child, kind of walk me through that.
Well, he looked very young. It being about almost 10 o'clock in the morning, I figured he'd been by himself for a while. I wanted to check on him. When I spoke to him, I could tell he was soaking wet and he had blood all over his pajamas. Diaper appeared pretty full. I mean, like he has not been changed since the night before.
So once you came in contact with this child, what did you do next?
When I saw the child, I actually went and forgot to unlock the door for my partners to get in. So I went back and unlocked the door and went and got the child. He was in a front office room, right on a desk. And I think he's holding a set of readers, reading glasses. Checked on him as soon as I found out he was okay. I picked him up and carried him through the front door. I had unlocked the front door and went around and gave him to his relatives.
Now, after giving the child to his relatives, what did you do next?
Went back around to the window and met with Justin's father, and I believe it was Amber's father as well.
And, just generally, what kind of conversation were you having with the fathers?
I believe they suspected that it was going to be bad news, and I had to give them the bad news that Justin and Amber were deceased, but their grandson was okay, and I had turned them over to other relatives before talking to them.
Now, once you kind of had this conversation, what did you do next in your investigation?
At that point, we needed to clear the rest of the house. Make sure that if there was a burglar inside, he was not still inside.
And, kind of for the judge, what does it mean to clear a house?
We go room for room. We're checking anywhere that a person could be hiding to make sure there's no one hiding inside.
And did you search the upstairs bedrooms and the sort of this home?
Yes, we did.
And for the court, can you describe kind of the state of the upstairs?
Very clean. Everything seemed to be in order. Nothing was displaced. Found items of value, handguns and rifles still in the closet, not touched.
Now, were you equipped with body camera that morning?
I was.
And was it operating that day?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Prior to your testimony, did we meet?
We have, yes.
And were we able to go over your body camera from that evening or that morning?
Yes, sir.
And was that body camera a fair and accurate copy of the recording from your body camera that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Any objection? State 7 is admitted.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
And for the record, we are starting this body camera at 17 minutes and 30 seconds.
How you going? How are you? Hey, how are you? This is my son's daughter-in-law's house. Okay. Not bad. And this is my son's wife's dad. Amber, who's the daughter, their work called us this morning and she had reported for work. Okay. And out here and the window in the back button completely out. Okay. Jim come to the door. All right. At this point, we gotta go in.
Yep, well, we'll go check it out. What's your son's name?
Justin.
Justin and Amber? Okay. All right. We'll go walk back there. Yep. What kind of dog? Has he been barking yet? Have you heard him barking? Yeah, just stand by with us. We'll get the dog.
Neighbor the other day.
No, I did not. All right. You got a pit mix, they said.
Go in. They're like kitchen light. That's the kitchen, dining room, living room.
Okay.
Baby playroom. Upstairs.
All right, we'll see. Will this lead into the house too?
Yeah, but there's two doors, you gotta go through that.
All right.
Other than that. Yep, you are.
Cobb County Police. Bruno. Hey, Bruno, what's up, Bruno? Already broken it. Come on. I hear Jacob, baby. I hear Jacob. Call police. Jacob. Hello?
They were putting up the Christmas tree.
Hey, keep him out. Hey, you.
Call police.
Hey, baby, how are you? Okay, come here. Come here. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, how are you? Okay, come here. Come here. Come here. Stay right there. Stay right there. I'm gonna play with this kid real quick. Take the kid out or what? Yeah, I'm gonna make sure there's. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Y'all, that is absolutely devastating and horrible to watch that. Look at, there's not a dry, I look at this poor lady right here. There's barely a dry eye.
Hey, where they at? Where's Granddad? Where's Granddad? Okay, go get Granddad for me.
What's wrong?
And who are you?
I'm his mother. The son lives here.
Okay. I need to speak to your husband.
He's in the back.
Okay, just hang out here for me. Guys. We got Jacob with him up here. Yeah. I know they're both in there. No. They're both in there. What? They okay? No. They're not. It's like, they're both. No. Well, I don't know the, upstairs. They're downstairs right on the couch.
You got to see. Go back.
We got a hold for now. Sergeant's on his way.
What's it look like when having shot? What?
I don't know. I looked at them. They're both laying on the sofa right there in front of the TV. They're both gone.
No. Where was the baby?
He's running around. Yeah. And I don't know what time it happened. There was a dog pig on the floor. So, yeah, we got.
Ask a favor of you. Just wait out here. Let us finish what we got going on. We'll come back and answer questions. Okay.
Look, he can't look. Look at this. That's bad.
We can't let anybody in the front of the house. We can't let anybody.
I'm retired with security for years. I know to go through and do nothing. You get all the way right there.
I didn't know we were just on the downstairs wall because it's up like
Y'all there, any of the downstairs over here? I saw you got the kid out now. Yeah, that's it. All of it?
We'll check out. Just upstairs. I think he said he got the right side too.
No, get it over.
I'm gonna hold right. I got this left door. You got that one?
You got to hold on to your right now.
Clear. Coming out. We're taking the fall. Completely empty. Yep, clear.
For the record, I'm stopping States Exhibit 7 at 20. Now, officer, prior to your entry to the window in the back, were all the doors locked?
The back two doors were locked, and when we went out the front, that one was locked. I don't know about any other doors.
And really, for your entry to this house, was it that window?
I'm sorry?
For the entry for yourself, was it the window that had already been busted?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I want to talk about the little boy, Jacob.
Yes, sir.
We kind of see you in the video kind of grab him in that media room, but then stick out a hand. Can you go over that action?
I guess I just wanted to be less traumatizing to him and just kind of put out a hand like I would do, with my kids when they were that small.
Let me ask you this way. You described Jacob as being wet.
Yes.
And on his clothing, could you see blood on him?
Yes. Pajamas were wet, and he had blood stains all over his clothes, on the front of his clothing.
Now, was the dampness to his clothing just on his bottoms, or was it on the tops as well?
It was pretty much everywhere.
Now, I want to show you some photos. Now showing you what's marked as States Exhibits 8 and 9. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize them?
They're taken from my body camera footage.
The body camera footage we just watched?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as States Exhibit 8 and 9 into evidence.
Any objection? States 8 and 9 are admitted.
May I publish it?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's marked as States Exhibit 8. Now, where is this screenshot taken?
That's in the living room, so the window is going to be kind of behind me to the left, and the front door is straight ahead. Bathroom's on the right, and Jacob's in like a little office area at the front of the house.
Now, into the right of Exhibit 8, kind of right here, is this Jacob standing right here?
It is.
Is this really one of the first times seeing Jacob once in the house?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 9. Who is this that we see here?
That's Jacob.
And what is Jacob holding?
A set of reading glasses or eyeglasses.
Now, it might be hard to see, but I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Now, we kind of see some smudging on the front of the pajamas here. Is that what you remember to be blood?
Yes.
And at this point, were you worried about getting blood on your hands?
Yes.
And is that why you kind of waited to the last second to pick him up and take him to his family?
Combination of the blood and being wet.
Now, once you gave Jacob back to the family and you cleared the house, did you have any additional involvement really in the case?
Not at this point, no, sir. We stood by for crimes against persons. Detectives to arrive.
All right. Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Mary, you may proceed with questions.
Good morning, Officer Brent.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Just a few questions I need to ask you. Were you the first officer on the scene that appeared with your body cam?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you walked around to the back of the door, you noticed that the window was broken,
Correct.
okay, and the shade was down,
Yes.
or all the other shades down on the windows?
I don't remember. I remember that one. That's about the only one I remember.
Okay. And we saw in the body cam where you took your baton and knocked some more of the glass out
Yes, sir.
so that you could get through. Was there a good bit of glass still in the window?
I would say majority of it was already broken. It was just some shards around the edges that I broke.
Would it have been difficult for somebody, say, your size to get in that window with the glass configuration the way it was without breaking out some more of it?
I don't think it would be very difficult in my configuration with the uniform on. I think just regular clothes, you would be able to get in there.
Okay. And if you had a coat on or something like that, would it have been more difficult?
I don't know. It would be difficult in my uniform with the vest, and you're kind of top heavy. It's just kind of awkward.
Okay. Was there any of the glass that you saw that appeared to have any blood on it at all?
I didn't. I wasn't looking for that.
Didn't look for that.
No, sir.
And what you can tell, when you break a window, the glass usually goes into the room.
Yes.
So this would appear as though it was broken from the outside in rather than from the inside out.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say?
Yes.
You told us that the dog Bruno, when he first came to the window, was barking pretty loudly. We could hear the dog barking the entire time that you were there.
Yes, sir.
And did it appear as though the dog was upset because somebody was in the house that you didn't know?
Initially, yes, sir. As soon as I kind of spoke to the dog, he calmed down.
Okay. And I think you indicated that the front door was locked and the back door was locked, but you're not real sure about all the other doors in the house.
That's correct. I didn't check any other doors. Those are the three that I had experience with.
Okay. And we saw that the TV was on.
Yes.
You came in the room. I also noticed going up the stairs was the TV clicker. Do you remember seeing that?
I remember seeing something on the stairs. I don't remember what it was, but there was something on the stairs.
Okay. Do you remember how many stairs up that clicker would have been?
Probably halfway up.
Okay. Did you see any other TV clickers down around the couch area?
No, but I wasn't looking for stuff like that.
Okay.
I didn't.
That would have been the detective that.
They probably did a fine tooth comb of the scene.
Where was the child's bedroom, if you remember?
If I'm not mistaken, it's up the stairs to the right.
And I didn't see any shell casings in your video. You were not looking for those either.
I didn't see any. My focus was on the kid when I first got in there. I didn't look for any shell casings.
When you came to the back door where the window was broken, did you see any item that would have broken the window?
Okay, we are going to take an emotional break. We're going to go back over to this trial. This is so intense. We're needing emotional break. I've already got a couple people going, can we go back yet? It just hop on.
Looks like an ECG pad.
What would that be used for?
To determine if there was a heart.
Turn up your volume on your end. I'm all the way.
Removing that from the screen. I have another photograph, which is just slightly closer into the hallway, which I'll exhibit 232, which I'll display for the record for just a few seconds. This point, again, the same viewpoint with both lights kind of encompassing.
That's correct.
Okay. Removing that from the screen. Now we're gonna move to 233. Northwest bedroom.
Correct.
And for these, I just have sort of a photo of each of them to give an overall understanding of what the bedrooms would have looked like. I'm not gonna ask you too many questions about these, but 234, what, is this one of the bedrooms?
That's correct.
Just normal looking bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Do you take all these photographs at the time that you're working in this house? You don't know exactly what may or may not become important later?
That's
Is that
correct.
fair to say? And we mentioned that you're working in tandem with the detective, but are there times where the detective may say, like, can you go get some photographs of the bedroom? And that detective maybe is not hovering over your shoulder the whole time, but trusting you to do that job?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of working at their direction. Maybe the detective has more information or has an understanding of a background that you might not have yet about what happened.
Correct.
Okay. 235, same bedroom.
That's correct.
Getting kind of an orientation. Okay. 236, moving on. What is that?
The Northwest office.
Eventually your hand here again on the left side.
Yes.
Okay, looks like maybe is this taken sort of in the office to some degree?
Possibly.
Possibly, all right. We'll go to 237. Is that office view?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is what we'll call it for purposes of today, just the second bedroom we've talked about. We have the guest bedroom, we have this office.
Yes.
Okay. Now 238, another bedroom.
That's correct. The north bedroom.
Were all of these bedrooms off of that hallway?
That's correct.
So we have you go in and there's that hallway to the left with all 4 bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. So now 239, picture sort of that bedroom. Does that look right?
I'm not certain.
Okay, potentially just more used for storage, not having a bed or anything.
Sure.
Perfect. 240,
The central bathroom.
were there 2 bathrooms?
I believe so.
Okay. 241, we've got bathroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you the other bathroom in a second, but just so we're on the same page, it appears in this bathroom, you have your little arrow here.
Yes.
Little orientation. There's a bathtub.
Correct.
Curtain on the left side of this, 241.
Correct.
Okay. 242, same bathroom.
Yes.
Taking a picture of what it looks like from the doorway.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're moving on. 243. What is this?
The northeast master bedroom.
So that's kind of your designation to yourself. This is what the next photographs are going to be of.
That's correct.
Okay. 244. What is that?
Looking into that bedroom.
Okay. We've heard some testimony about this, but does there appear to be a jacket or potentially some item of clothing on the bed?
Yes.
And a few items at the edge of the bed here?
That's correct.
Otherwise, is there anything overly remarkable from this particular vantage point?
Not that I recall.
Does the window appear to be covered?
Yes.
Flowers on the on the nightstand?
Yes.
On the left-hand side of 244. Moving on to 245. Similar here. In this picture, can you see that taller dresser that you couldn't see in 244?
Yes.
And that's on the left-hand side of this exhibit 245.
Correct.
From these overalls, can you tell now if that looks like a jean jacket to you?
It appears to be.
Okay. And then otherwise, just the dresser with some items on it?
Correct.
Heard some testimony about this as well, but these drawers generally are closed. This one maybe got caught on some clothing or is opened.
Sustained, could you rephrase, please?
Sure. We're looking at this tall dresser right
Correct.
here. How do the drawers appear to you?
It's hard to tell to discern from the photographs, but appears at least one of them is ajar.
And the remainder?
Appear to be closed.
Fair enough. 246, same bedroom?
That's correct.
You see that dresser again now on the right side of 246?
Yes.
How do the drawers appear to you?
They appear to be closed on that angle.
All right. So now when you're looking out this door or this picture, you kind of can orient yourself with this. Is this in the middle of the picture, the hallway leading back into the rest of the house?
That's correct.
Okay, that's in the middle of 246. We have more pictures of the house we'll talk about, but as we get through most of the overalls here, we'll at least get an understanding of what the house looks like generally. 247, what is this?
It appears to be the master bath.
The entry or doorway into it?
Correct.
Okay. 248.
The interior of that bathroom.
And looking at this picture, 248, can you see into the shower area?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, just a relatively unremarkable looking bathroom.
Appears to be, sir.
Do you know what this thing is?
It appears to be maybe a hair straightening iron.
So perhaps related to a female's bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say. Okay. And we said this is potentially the master, this is the master bedroom's bathroom?
Correct.
Okay. What about 249? We've seen this one before. What is that?
From a different angle.
Do you know if this door, does that appear to be consistent with the door that leads to that backyard as far as you know?
I don't know.
Okay. And again, your role at this point in the case, as you show up on the 18th, is kind of a detective saying, "Come with me. I want you to take some photographs."
Correct.
Okay. We skipped this before. These were previously admitted, but I just want to be clear as to who did what. The photographs that you took at Alex at the scene prior to following him to the police station. Do you remember me asking you about those?
Yes, sir.
So I have a handful of those. I'm just going to move through them to make sure we have seen these are previously admitted. 183, does that appear to be consistent with photographs you may have taken outside prior to following along to the scene just to document Alex?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'll just move through them then. 184,
That's his face.
same thing, okay. 185,
Hands.
186,
Other hand.
187,
And we have them flip their hands
and 188.
and the other hand.
Why do you take pictures of his hands?
Just to be certain if there's any type of injuries or anything remarkable on anyone's person while we're taking overall images of them.
Did you notice anything in those photographs remarkable about his hands?
I did not.
Now, we talked about your role and you kind of turn it over to someone else and leave around 9:30. Do you go back then to the house on the 19th? I'd asked you that before.
Yes.
Around 9 a.m.?
That's correct.
And do you make contact again with Detective Lockerbie?
Yes, sir.
And when you show back up on the 19th, are more crime scene personnel involved at that point as far as doing some work at the house?
Yes.
More processing is being done at that house?
Yes.
And is it your role? What's your role when you show up on the 19th?
Just to take photographs.
So you're assigned again, come with us, take photographs.
Correct.
Do you do any swabbing on the 19th?
No.
Do you do any evidence collection and impounding on the 19th?
I do not.
Okay. Is it possible that when you are there in your role taking photographs, that someone may ask you to go to something and take a photograph of it, and including the inside of it?
That's correct.
If you were to do that, for instance, take a photograph of a cabinet or a drawer, would you then, in that capacity, have to open that thing?
Likely, yes.
What sort of precautions might you take in doing that?
We would be sure that we had gloves on at that time doing so.
And if you had any reason to believe that the cabinet or the drawer or anything was involved in some way, would you try to pull from it from a neutral area, an edge, or avoid any sort of handles?
Yes.
Would that sort of be a standard practice in your 20, or at that point, 11 years of experience?
Yes.
Plus the remaining 9 continued in this job?
Yes, sir.
Did you, well, let me move through some of the pictures then that you took on the 19th. I'm gonna put this one down. Judge, I'm now going to ask this witness about Exhibit 70 through 180. And defense has noted they would stipulate to the admission of these.
Okay, and just confirming that's correct? It's ordered admitting exhibits 70 through 180 into evidence.
So for anyone who's counting, we got about another 110 for your roll on the 19th. At this point, there's other crime scene individuals out at the scene.
Wow.
Are there evidence placards and things like that that you're assisting and taking pictures of?
That's correct.
But so we're all clear, you're not necessarily collecting that item. So if I say, what is this a picture of, placard number 8 or placard number 9, you might not have been the person who did anything with that item number. You're more asked to, hey, there's a placard here. Can you please take a photo of it for us?
That's correct.
Okay. So to orient you again, we'll just go with your card. So we have on here a date and time.
Correct.
And what are those?
That's my placard from that day, 2:19 and 9:15 a.m.
And this is UK Palma.
Correct.
And what's this number?
That is my badge number.
And this is a report number?
That's the report number.
Okay. Obviously, we can read Scottsdale PD. Where is this picture taken, if you know?
That appears to be in my vehicle.
Okay. Looks like you have a little table or some sort of workspace, something there.
It's my camera case.
Oh, I
Yes.
see. So that's 70. Now we're going to go to 71, just to orient you. Again, a placard, carport.
Yes.
Okay. 72, we're not going to show too many of the carport just yet, but what is that?
The vehicle inside of the carport area.
And as we move from that one to 73, kind of jump a little, but was there a cabinet in the garage against the wall?
There was a storage closet.
Storage
yes.
closet. And did you photograph an item inside of that storage closet?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at 73 initially. Does that look like the door closed?
Yes.
And if you can see, does it appear to have a hatch up here of some sort that at this point, at least that you're photographing it, is unlocked?
Correct.
Okay. Or latch might be a better term. 74, is that the storage closet open?
Yes.
You see a placard 8 there?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in on it, or another picture closer in, 75. Does that appear to capture that exhibit 8?
Yes, sir.
And then 76, again, does this appear to be exhibit 8 just with the label?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said when you went in on the 18th, you could clearly smell a strong chemical odor.
That's correct.
So is it fair to say, was there, to your knowledge anyway, potentially a reason why you might be photographing chemicals in that garage?
To identify if any could be utilized in that way.
Okay. Try not to get my hands on here. 77, is that still that cabinet with the placard number 9?
It is.
And then 78. Some of these will move through a little faster. Again, we're gonna have some chemicals here.
Yes.
It's hard to read on there. If you can read it, can you read it?
It appears to be muriatic acid.
Okay. Are you familiar with Exhibit 8 and 9 as they might be related to the maintenance of a pool?
Yes.
Okay. 79. We've seen this, but now it has a placard. Is that the hat that was in the rocks in the front yard?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, now we're in the daylight, right? Because it's after 9 a.m. on the 19th.
That's correct.
Exhibit number 80. We'll go this way. Now we've got a placard with that item in the pool.
That's correct.
Okay. Moving back to the house, 81, living room.
That's correct.
Okay, just to orient you. 82. We've got an evidence placard now 12. Is that right?
Yes.
And now again, we can clearly see that these pictures are taken during the day. From this picture, we also see some pieces of paper that are taped to the walls here. Can you tell me what those are since they're in this photograph?
They are targets that are utilized for the Faro scanning device, which is a 3D laser scanner that will take 3D imagery of the entire scene.
And so clearly these targets are up. Was that done here?
Yes.
By someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Is that pretty standard nowadays, the 3D scanner thing?
Now, no, we're way beyond in technology, but back then, yes.
It was pretty regular to do
Yes.
that Faro scanner?
That's correct.
Okay. 83.
What are we looking at here?
Those are markers placed down with an overall of that living room dining area.
And so again, I recognize I've reiterated this a number of times, but you're taking these photographs, and now we have something else here in the bottom left corner-ish of 83. That's like a blue mark.
Yes.
Did you put this down?
No, that was a laboratory.
Okay. So you're taking this picture, and we're documenting how it is now on the 19th, which is sort of throughout the morning. How long are you there on the 19th?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember, was it that a regular workday for you?
Yes.
And so if your regular shift ended at 7, would it be possible or likely you probably worked towards around that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. Again, there might have been some flexibility given that you worked longer the day before and you're kind of continuing with the same scene.
Correct.
When you came to this scene on the 19th in the morning, did you come straight here or did you go to the office first? Do you remember?
We always go to the office first and get our vehicle and equipment prior to responding to a scene.
Okay. So now in this one, I think this is probably the first time we've seen these letter placards. We know that you left about 9:30 the night before after taking the overalls, and there were not these letter placards. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So when these were placed and who did what with these would have been during a time frame perhaps before you arrived back on the 19th in the morning?
Correct.
A better question for a different witness?
Correct.
Okay. Now we're going to 84, again documenting. We have these faro targets.
Yes, sir.
And then this L1 here.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to ask you too much about what each of the numbers mean, but is it fair to say you didn't place this or collect anything as it related to this particular item?
Correct.
But you documented it in a photograph.
I did.
Okay. 85, we have L1 and L2 in this picture, is that right?
That's correct.
And again, at this point, there are other crime scene personnel who are delegated a different task and are doing their tasks on the 19th while you're taking photos.
Correct.
And I say that just to point out that at some point you take a photograph here in 83 and you're there this late morning and we have L1, and then later in your photograph, same morning, we have someone has come through and now they have documented an L2 to focus on as well.
That is correct.
Okay. And in this, can you see that faro tripod or is that something else?
That appears to be the tripod, yes.
Okay.
Or
And
a photography tripod.
some sort of tripod.
Yes.
Fair enough. Should have said it that way. And it looks like you captured somebody in the mirror here. I don't know. I doubt you can see who that is, but does that appear to be similar to clothing that you would have worn? There's autofocus. That might help. Maybe a little washed out. Appear to be similar to clothing you would have worn as being there as a part of the crime scene unit.
Yes.
You can see kind of vaguely a mask, the suit, a hairnet. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Looks like perhaps that person was just captured inadvertently in the mirror.
That's correct.
On this picture, well, I'll leave it alone. By this point in the morning, the Allison's body has been removed.
It appears so, yes.
Okay. You weren't present for that
I was
removal?
not.
Okay. Would that be common practice in your experience that the medical examiner would come and remove the body relatively soon after police response within hours?
Yes.
85. This is exhibit 85.
Hey, June.
Title of the picture or the exhibit number?
I wish you could hear Monkey Butt singing. She's all, because my son came home from work and she'll hear his car and she'll get up on the cage and she'll hold on like this. She's like, she's all like, Matthew, 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 Matthew. Mommy hates me. Come get me. It's so cute, y'all. It's so cute. Oh my God, she got so excited. Or she also gets food.
86, continuing to move through here. Now we've got what's L2. Someone asked you to, hey, can you take a picture?
Y'all gonna have to turn up your volume because it's really low. My apologies.
When you're doing these kinds of things, or did someone lay this down for you?
No, that is my L scale.
What's that?
That's to take measurements, usually of comparison quality images or footwear or something where you need that scale in your image for reference.
So
In other
moving
words, a
on, we
ruler.
have Here, this is your L scale. Now we can see it actually looks like an L.
Correct.
All right. And down here, we've got a little tag, a date, item number, case number. Is that your initial and badge number?
That's correct.
And again, your directionality.
Correct.
This you can't see this whole placard, but here you've got it labeled L3.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you didn't apply this blue stuff to this particular thing when you took a picture of it?
Correct.
But someone else did and said, come take this photo.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to move through similar 88, just another picture of that, different lighting. Do you sometimes take multiple pictures of the same thing? Scratch that. When you're taking these photographs, do you kind of check them as you're going and say, did I capture what I intended to capture?
Yes.
Okay. Are there times you might take multiple photographs from a different angle or a different lighting just to see if...
You bracket the exposure because sometimes what you see with the naked eye, if you overexpose it or underexpose it, you may see more in the final print than you do with the naked eye. Hence called bracketing, similar to what my daughter did to my photos.
You can see on camera what you might be seeing with the naked eye.
Yes, and actually on images such as that, it's a normal practice to take several different lighting angles.
So now, consistent with that, I'll move to 89.
20-year
We have your documented as L4. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 90, another of L4, different, just slightly different lighting.
Yes.
Slightly brighter. Okay. Now, kind of in reverse order here, we've got 91. Can you see on 91 where potentially L3 and L4 are in relation to the house itself?
Yes.
So can you just describe for me? I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking. I want you to talk.
They're in the dining area, which is the bordering the east Arcadia door there. L4 being just inside, just to the west of that east door, and L3 being further to the west, which is closer to that living room front door area.
Okay. And we see again, these have sort of this blue stuff on them.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you too much about that, but is that something that is consistent you've seen used in crime scenes when it comes to potentially shoe or foot impressions?
It's a laboratory process. It's not a crime scene technique that we on the road use.
Fair enough. And help me go through that. In this case, while you were present, did some members of the Scottsdale Crime Lab come to the scene?
Yes.
And do some of the things that the lab does?
Yes.
And I won't ask you too much about that, but they were present at the same time as you were. Sometimes, okay. East backyard.
Yes, sir.
It's exhibit 92. Gonna move back to the backyard. Now, exhibit 11 again. What is that?
That is the mat or piece of carpeting that was pulled from the pool.
Does it appear to have some staining here?
It does.
Okay. Now 94. Is that the same thing, just a different angle or different zoom or?
Yes, a closer image.
And does that appear to be consistent with the carpet then that was marked as 11 and in the pool initially in those overalls that you took?
Yes.
Now it's just been taken out of the pool and laid on the cool deck?
Correct.
Cool deck. All right. Now we're at 95. What is this? Can you see that?
I believe it was an earring inside the pool.
And we see placard 13?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna now go to 96. Maybe it'll be easier to see. Does that appear to be an earring in the pool?
It does.
$97. What is this?
And that's an overall of the edge of the pool.
And you can see placards 13 and 14.
Correct.
And can you kind of see that earring that was referenced in placard 13 previously?
Yes, sir.
Right here in the bottom middle of the photograph, roughly.
Yes, sir.
And then 14, we have what appears to be, what is this?
A broken tile.
And does that appear to be consistent with this item at the bottom of the pool on the left side of this photograph?
It does.
Okay. 98, same thing, just zoomed in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this exhibit 14, the tile piece broken.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now 99. Let's do, always fine. What is that?
That is the earring removed from the pool at a close-up.
Okay, and you're kind of matching it up with the placard that we had previously shown to kind of keep the item consistent with the item number in the photograph.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, we're at exhibit 100. Similar questions. What item number is this?
That is the broken tile removed from the pool and placed on a piece of paper.
Okay, exhibit 14, or I'm sorry, item 14 with the placard anyway?
Correct.
Okay, and I don't know if sitting up there if you can see this, but does there appear to be potentially some hair attached to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we're at next 101, laundry room.
Yes.
Okay, move into the laundry room. 102. Again, now we've got, what is this a picture of?
That is the laundry room.
Can obviously see a washer and dryer,
Correct.
some cabinets.
Yes.
We've got, looks like the edge of somebody with, can you see anything on their feet or no?
They're wearing booties.
Okay. Is that sort of consistent with some of the personal protective gear that detectives frequently utilize?
Yes.
Now 103, what is this?
That is a closer up image of the cabinet doors above the washer dryer.
So now again, we're talking about 219 sort of during the day, I'll call it now, as you're taking these photos and you're present at the scene. So now we've got 104. What is this?
That is the open cabinet displaying photo marker number 15.
Up here?
Correct.
Above the Swiffer box on the right side of this photo?
Correct.
And then so if this is 103, in order to take this photograph, would you have opened these cabinets?
Yes.
These two, how would you have done that?
From an area that would not normally be touched and certainly not by the knob.
Going back to 103, are you able to see those knobs?
Yes, sir.
Do they appear to potentially have, I'm going to try to put it at an angle where it's not as washed out. Do they potentially have what appears to be something? Can you see anything around each of the knobs?
Yes, there were dried droplets, some type of spray on each of the knob areas.
Would that have been apparent to you when you were photographing these cabinets?
Yes,
Would that have been a reason for you to avoid touching that area?
certainly.
.105, that cabinet on the right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, 106, moving into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at this point, we've seen the kitchen overalls that you took it. And is this picture a little bit different than the initial overalls that you took?
Yes.
This is 107. You see some of those item placards in this picture?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about them?
They were placed prior to my arrival and I was asked to photograph the marked items.
So you see it looks like a 16, a 17, and an 18?
Yes.
Is that right? And then a little arrow?
Yes,
north
and I
arrow?
believe there may be a 19 in that that furthest drawer as well.
Over here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see that? It's hard to see from this
I
picture.
can't tell what that is.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll get to it. But this is sort of the countertop here, and now you started to move into placards and taking pictures of placards to later correspond it to items that may be either important or seized or swabbed or impounded or to some degree connected back to the placards, and you want to know where they were when you took this picture. As a little compound, Judge.
You could rephrase, please.
Sure. Is it important that you're taking this picture so you can know where placard 16 was?
If you could rephrase, please.
Sure. Why do you take a picture of placard 16?
To show an image of what may be of evidentiary value,
Sure.
which has been marked prior to my arrival.
Same reason you're taking a picture of all these placards.
Correct.
This is the gist of my question. Okay. Moving on. 108. What is this?
That is contents of a purse marked item number 16.
Again, what we saw in 107.
Correct.
Now we're gonna go to 109. Do you know what that is?
And that is a Walmart receipt that was marked as the PM16 in the
Okay.
purse.
What is this?
The drawers which have been marked as 17, 18, and 19.
Okay. And again, at the point that you're taking this picture, you didn't put these placards down, is that right?
Correct.
Did someone else open these drawers then?
Yes.
And maybe if we go from this one, can you see anything around placard 18? I'm gonna move on to the next photo. Can you see anything?
It looks like an additional receipt.
Okay. Now, if I show you exhibit number 111, does that appear to be, what is that?
That is the Kohl's receipt that was shown previously.
Okay. And you're documenting these photographs. Is it your job to be connecting up, the dots, so to speak?
No, sir.
Okay. Now we're gonna go to 112. What is that?
Photo marker 19, which appears to be additional receipts.
Okay. That last drawer in the kitchen that we looked at?
Yes.
All right. 113.
Item number 20, a soap container on the counter.
All right. 114. Oops, I'm gonna turn it this way.
Internal contents of the refrigerator in the kitchen.
Okay. $115. Dining room.
Dining room.
$116. What is this?
That is a photograph marked PM21, which is the threshold of the Arcadia door in the dining area.
Looks like the Arcadia door is clearly open at this point. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you have any memory of opening that door?
No, sir.
You were asked to take a photo of this placard.
Correct.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, does this red staining, is this consistent with blood?
Yes, sir.
Does this blue appear to be related to the lab's work?
Correct.
117. You see that placard 21 again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that?
I'm not certain.
If I go from this one, 116, to this one, does that just appear to be that track of that door here?
Yes.
What is it? What does it appear to you?
I'm not certain.
Okay, fair enough. But we do see the placard 21 here.
Yes.
Okay. And that's exhibit 117. Exhibit 118.
That's the staining to the Arcadia door at the threshold.
Okay. Is that, you call it staining? Does that appear to be consistent with blood to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as I'm looking at this picture, is this essentially, well, let's go to one more, see if it helps. 119. What is this?
That's another image of the same area.
Okay. So the blood here, and middle of the picture along this white piece of the door. I mean, as you're looking at this, can you tell if you close the Arcadia door, is this going to be between the door and the wall?
That would be a protected area had it been closed.
And as well as this, depending on how whether the screen was open or closed, but if it was closed, this would have been against the wall.
Correct.
That's fair, okay. 120, backing it up, is that the same area we've been talking about, 120?
Yes.
And again, there's an item here.
Yes.
Exhibit 121, what is this?
That is a Swiffer mop marked in the dining room of the residence.
Oh, marked as 22.
22.
Does there appear to be an item of clothing on this chair?
I'm
Can
not
you-
certain
can
what
you
it
tell?
is, but yes.
Okay, something red is in the middle of this photograph?
Correct.
And again, your job is to take photos, not to document what each of these things are necessarily.
Correct.
All right, okay. 122, what is this?
That's a mirror that is directly to the east of the Arcadia door.
And it has placard number 23 on it?
Correct.
Okay. 123, moving back, what is this?
That is the pillar leading from the front entryway into the dining area, and you see the hallway to the north.
On this photo, it might be faint from your perspective, but can you see anything around this light switch area from there?
I believe on the corner, the southwest corner that's closest to us in the image, there was a red discoloration.
Now, if I show you 124, is that a better picture?
Yes, sir.
Now, of that red discoloration?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now going to 125 and evidence placard number 24. Is that the same thing, but now with an evidence placard?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's 125. We're going to move again. Living room, okay?
Yes.
126. All right. Now we're on to 127. So we've seen this image a couple times, but now you see some evidence placards.
Correct.
Can you see on the floor here that discoloration again?
Correct.
Was that apparent to you when you were there in person?
Yes.
Now we're moving on to 128. Again, now you've moved sort of same thing in the living room, but a different angle.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 129. Again, this is the status of, is this the status of the scene on 219 as you're working during the day?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Kind of documenting what others are doing and what the placards are being placed?
Correct.
Okay. 130. What is this?
Photo markers number 25 and 26 of items on that living room coffee table.
$131.
Northeast master bedroom.
So going back to the master. Now I have maybe a better picture here. 132. We can see now placard 27.
Yes, sir.
Consistent with what we've discussed before. What is that potentially?
It appears to be a jean jacket.
Okay. And now we can see here potentially this drawer is more open than it was in the prior picture. Is that right? Or
Possibly.
Possibly? Okay. Again, we'll move to what the spare bedroom, as I termed it, 133.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned, I'll just show limited pictures of those. 134. What is this?
That's the rack along the wall in the bedroom.
Okay. And now 135. We asked to take a picture of that placard number 28.
Yes.
And again, as you're taking these pictures, you're not necessarily the person who's documenting what each of the items are.
Correct.
Okay. 136.
The northwest office.
Okay, back to the office. 137.
Placards 29 and 30 located on the floor of the office.
Okay. Now we're going to go back to the bedroom. Okay, northeast master.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's exhibit 138. And 140.
Photo marker 31.
What is that? Just, do you know?
It's a case of some sort.
Okay. What does this appear to be a picture of generally?
It appears to be that open nightstand drawer.
Okay. And now you were there for most of the day, and we had talked about potentially how long that day. If I showed you exhibit 141, does that refresh your memory a little bit?
Yes.
So does it appear you were still there on the 19th at 1900?
Yes, sir.
What time is that?
7 p.m.
Okay. again, we've seen this placard before, but do you just kind of write on this and then use like, each time you use this, you reuse the same card?
The placard, yes,
Yes.
we would just erase it and put a new case on there or other additional information.
Got it. 142.
The carport,
Were you asked then to go in and take some photos of the car in the carport?
yes.
143. What are we looking at here?
The doors and door handles of the vehicle inside the carport.
In this image, in this vantage point, at least, what door is this?
That is the passenger front.
Okay. 144. Is that a handle?
Yes.
I think perhaps better at 145. Can you see anything on here?
Yes, there's wiping and dripping on the handle area of that door.
Would that have been something you would have also seen with your eyes?
Yes.
Okay. 146. Now we're still on 219, roughly 7 p.m. We're going to the laundry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now 147. It's hard, kind of washed out, but what are these up here?
Those are the cabinets in the laundry room above the washer dryer.
Okay, but now they've got little things on them.
Correct.
So is that, did you place those little things?
I did not.
Okay. Someone asked you to take a picture of them?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna move to, what is it? What does that say at exhibit 148?
Laundry A,
Okay. And what about 149?
laundry B,
And what about 150?
laundry C.
Okay, and now I'm gonna slow it down. Can you kind of see, you tell me, can you see in exhibit 148 that, I think you called it droplets or something that you testified to earlier around the handle here?
Not as much from this angle.
Okay. What about on 149?
Yes.
And what about on 150?
Yes.
So just for purposes of efficiency, if I'm kind of is this what you're referring to?
Yes, like a semicircle of dried droplets around.
Are y'all wanting to go back to the other trial? I'll be happy to go back. I will be happy to go back. I will come back when this lady's off the stand. If that's okay with y'all, I want to go back to this trial. I need input, yes or no. Switch. Do I need to wake us up? Y'all still there? That's how I feel. So we're switching.
Thing that may have been used to break that window out.
I don't recall anything, no, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any redirect?
Yes,
May this witness be excused?
yes, sir.
And released from subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Officer. Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Mark Gaskew.
Now, understand that the lawyer has a TV screen on his desk and he may have been watching the videos from there, but they're still gruesome. June, I think I'm not going to worry about even visual footage. Horrible. Whoa. Brutal. Not gonna lie.
Come in, obviously, you handle and delegate the Sergeant Mark Gaskew, that's MARK Gasque. I work for the Cobb County Police Department.
Wonderful. How long have you been a sergeant for Cobb County Police?
10 years,
And how many years total have you been with Cobb County Police?
19.
Are you post-certified?
I am.
I want to jump right into November 18th of 2021. Where were you assigned at that point in time as a sergeant?
I was a sergeant in our major crimes homicide division.
And what are the job responsibilities of a sergeant with major crimes?
You triage the calls that come in. Obviously, you handle and delegate the case assignments, and then obviously you monitor the investigation as it goes through.
Are you still a detective as a sergeant with major crimes?
I am, yes, ma'am.
So you do detective work as well as supervising?
I do.
Okay. And as part of the supervision responsibilities you have, does that include crime scene technicians?
Yes, when I was in homicide, the crime scene technicians fall underneath the sergeants of the unit.
Were you working back on November 18th of 2021?
I was.
All right, and at that point in time, do you recall what your hours were just in terms of days versus evenings?
I worked the day shift.
Now, was that a weekday?
It was.
So were you actually in the office on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Did you get a call regarding 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yeah, I believe it was just before 10 a.m. that morning.
Is that here in Cobb County?
It is.
All right, what did you do upon receiving notification of a call coming from 5059 Verbena Drive?
So when you receive a call like that, and obviously this one was involving 2 deaths, so it's a little bit larger of a response. You begin delegating. First, you assign who's going to be your primary detective, who's going to be his secondary, which crime scene technicians are going to go, who's typing search warrants. You just start laying out a plan.
How many detectives worked under you approximately back in 2021?
On day shift, I believe we were between 10 and 12 of us.
And typically are really all 10 to 12 of you working on the case at the same time?
Yes.
In this particular case, who was assigned as the lead agent?
Detective Standard.
Did you actually respond to the scene that day?
I did.
All right, and prior to taking the stand today, did you and I have the opportunity to go through crime scene photos?
Yes, we did.
And was that taken by someone you supervised as the crime scene technician?
Correct. I was the crime scene supervisor that day.
Very good. And so prior to testifying, did you look at State's Exhibits 10 through 305?
Yes.
Okay, and all of those have previously been shown to defense counsel. Are all of those photos true and accurate photographs of the scene as you observed it on November 18th of 2021?
They are.
Statements to tender State's Exhibit 10 through 305.
An objection?
No objection.
States 10 through 305 are admitted.
Very good. And may I begin publishing?
Yes.
All right, we won't go through every single one of these, but there's your little, here, we give you here.
Yeah, some of these are delicious.
Okay, thank you.
Similar.
All right, and so noted for the record.
All right, so starting here with State's Exhibit 10, what is being documented in State's 10?
This is the mailbox to show the physical address of the home.
State's Exhibit 12 here. What is this walkway we're looking at in State's 12?
This is the sidewalk leading from the driveway we were just looking at around to the front door of the home.
Now we can see here, kind of in the high straw area, ADT security. Was there an ADT security system?
Yes, there was, and it was actively monitored, an active account.
And was that like a video surveillance system or just an alarm system?
Just an alarm system.
State's Exhibit 13, what are we looking at here?
This is the front door of the home.
State's Exhibit 15, what am I pointing out in State's Exhibit 15 on the door frame?
That's a Nest doorbell camera.
Now, were you able to determine whether there was any active storage or footage from that front doorbell camera?
We were, and there was not. It was a live only viewing subscription, so no stored data.
State's Exhibit 17, what am I pointing at in State's Exhibit 17?
That's a newspaper beside the mailbox.
I'm looking at states 19 here. Did it have the date of that newspaper?
Correct. Thursday, November 18th, so the morning we were out there.
So obviously not been picked up.
Correct.
States Exhibit 20. What type of truck do we see in the driveway?
That's a Ford F-150.
Is it customary to take kind of 360-degree angle of vehicles that are in or within county seats?
Yes, it is.
States Exhibit 22, is that one of those photographs?
Correct, of the same truck.
States 23.
And that would be the other side of the truck.
Then states 24.
And the rear of the truck.
All right. Was there any damage that you noted to this vehicle?
No.
States Exhibit 25 here, what are we looking at in States 25?
So this would be the garage doors directly behind that truck and then a side door to the home just past that flag.
States Exhibit 27.
Yep, and we're continuing down that sidewalk just past the garage doors to that side door.
The side door, is that what I'm pointing at on the
Correct.
right-hand side?
Yes.
States Exhibit 28 here. Is this a kind of straight-on view of that side door?
Correct, as if we're continuing down the sidewalk.
Up in this corner near that side door, is there another sort of camera?
Yes, I believe that was another Nest camera and then also live view only, so no paid subscription.
Now, States Exhibit 29 here, do you recall whether this door was locked or unlocked?
It was locked, yes.
And States Exhibit 30, what was to the left side of that door?
A delivered package.
States Exhibit 32, what side of the house are we on now?
I believe you'd be on the south side of the house, so this is continuing past the door we were at, so the side of the driveway.
And what do we see up in the corner of the house?
That's a motion floodlight.
States Exhibit 33.
That's continuing around the side of the home we were just looking at, so now we're in the backyard.
States Exhibit 34.
Again, continuing around toward the back door of the home and the patio.
States Exhibit 35.
And that would be the back patio, so we're looking straight at the rear of the home.
States Exhibit 36.
That's a sunroom, or I believe it was the playroom for Jacob and where the Christmas tree was inside that room.
Now, is it customary to kind of continue taking photos all the way around the house?
It is, yes, ma'am.
So States Exhibit 37, are we making our way further around the house?
Correct.
States Exhibit 39, is continuing to walk the perimeter of the home.
Yes, ma'am.
And States Exhibit 41, where is this vantage point?
So now we would believe be on the north side of the home, looking toward the front of the home there.
Now we're going to focus on that kind of rear patio area. Was there any other damage on the exterior of this home, with the exception that of the window we're about to focus on?
No.
Now looking at States Exhibit 42 here, did this door go into the residence?
It went into a sunroom area.
Was that locked?
It was locked, yes.
Looking at States 43, was there another door kind of directly across from the sunroom door?
Yes, going into the child's playroom area.
And was that door locked?
Yes, it was locked.
And was there any damage that you all observed to either of those doors, like pry marks or anything to indicate there had been attempted entry even at those doors.
No, there was not.
Looking now at State's Exhibit 44, where was kind of the focus of you all's investigation?
Okay, yeah, the one point of entry that we could find was the broken window right there to the right of that rear door.
Now, at the time that the crime scene that you're supervising and going through the scene, as well as documenting the scene with your crime scene technician, have law enforcement already made entry?
Yes, they have. I believe they cleared the home multiple times.
And so with some of the glass that's broken out actually from law enforcement.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 47, what's being documented in State's Exhibit 47?
It's a little closer up, obviously, of the window and of that Adirondack chair that's sitting there and some of the glass shards on the ground.
State's Exhibit 48.
More of the shattered glass from the window.
State's Exhibit 49.
And then continuing just to zoom in on the glass.
Looking at State's Exhibit 53 here, what side of the Adirondack are we on?
We're on the back side of it now, so our back would be to the home.
All right, and just for reference purposes, looking at that kind of white scratch, looking at State's 54, what are we looking at there?
That's a shard of glass from the broken window.
And is that kind of a zoom in from the previous exhibit of State's 53?
It is.
Did you see any sort of like marking or pattern on some of the glass? State's Exhibit 55.
Yep, continuing now, we've zoomed out from that glass just to show that broken window from a different angle.
Now going to State's Exhibit 57 there. At the time that you all were documenting this, is this how the blinds were, kind of like propped on that cat? climbing?
Yes, that's how they were when we arrived.
When you say we, you mean like detectives?
Detectives, yeah, sorry. The crime scene unit.
State's Exhibit 58.
All right, yeah, we're zooming in, obviously on the glass, you can see here that's a double pane window, which explains the large amount of glass that we're looking at, and then showing some of the shattered glass inside as well.
State's Exhibit 60 here, what are we looking at?
Now we're inside the home, inside Jacob's playroom, looking back out that broken window.
And what do we have here on the left-hand side?
We have a Christmas tree.
State's Exhibit 61. Is there glass on top of Jacob's little bench there?
Yes, there is.
State's Exhibit 63. What is kind of the vantage point here?
So this is a lower shot with the crime scene technician kind of squatting down, looking back out the window.
State's Exhibit 64.
That's a large amount of glass shards just inside the window on the floor.
State's Exhibit 66. What door are we looking at here in the right upper corner?
So when we were looking at the exterior photos, when you looked at the window, that's the door that was to the left of it. So going into the playroom there, but that's an exterior door.
Is there any glass in front of that door?
Yes, we had glass shards coming in from the window there through the playroom. And that door was locked as well.
State's Exhibit 70.
Now we're looking at that door. So we zoomed out, you see Jacob's bench right there to the left. So that's the exterior door to the patio.
Looking at State 72 here, what was on that patio door?
It's a child's lock, which I believe we saw on every exterior door of the home.
State's Exhibit 73.
Now this is the front door of the residence.
All right, State's Exhibit 76. What do we see in State's Exhibit 76?
Okay, so now I'm standing, this is back to that broken window. So the Christmas tree would be off to the right there and looking into the living room. Obviously, we have a child's gate that appeared that would have been closing off the playroom from the living room that was knocked over, and some toys lying on top of it, and a cell phone on top of it.
What do we see in this area in front of the fireplace?
And so another baby gate that appeared as if it had been placed around the fireplace but had been moved.
State's Exhibit 77. You mentioned some toys and phones. Is that depicted in State 77 on top of the baby gate?
Correct, it is.
In State 78, we'll circle back to this, but the black item here on State 78.
Yeah, we learned that to be Justin's cell phone.
So that was like an actual real cell phone, not some sort of toy.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 79. What do we see in State 79?
So now we're looking into the living room from the playroom toward the fireplace and that baby gate.
State's Exhibit 80.
Now we're looking at the couch, so just to the left of the fireplace.
State's Exhibit 221.
Now we're looking at Justin and Amber Hicks deceased in the living room. If you look directly behind them is the illuminated Christmas tree, and just to the right of that would be the window, the broken window.
You guys, we are 3 subs away for having 3,500 viewers. If you have not subbed, please bless me and help me get to 3,500 subscribers. Please, that would just bless my socks off. I would greatly appreciate it. That would be absolutely amazing if we could do that today. So if you're a first-time viewer here, thank you so much for joining. I'm Ada Kay. I'm your deaf courtroom commentator. I am deaf. I grew up hearing, became deaf as an adult, hence why I have these big, beautiful, bad boys. We provide American Sign Language interpreting when a deaf person is viewing. So thank you so much for joining us on this crazy, weird Monday. And back to court.
And so from where Amber is there on the couch, without moving, would she have been able to see the window?
It does not appear so, no. It should be back behind that wall, tucked in there. Correct, right back there.
State's Exhibit 222.
This is Justin Hicks.
State's Exhibit 223.
It's another angle of Justin.
And what is it that was on Justin's lap there?
It's a child's toy airplane.
Now, from where, back up just a minute here. Going back to State 221 here, had Justin been standing kind of relatively where his feet would have been, or are in this picture in State 221, would you then have been able to have some vantage point of the window in the playroom?
Yes, if you'd have looked off to his right shoulder, you'd have to turn to look to his right shoulder.
And going back to states 223 there. Was that like a paper airplane or an actual like plastic?
No, that's a plastic acrylic child's airplane that obviously had been placed there after Justin had fallen.
And why is it that it would have been placed there after Justin had fallen?
I don't see a way it could have stayed where it is if he'd have been standing up. It was not attached to him.
States Exhibit 224 here. What are we looking at?
That's a closer up look and looking at the amount of blood that's on Justin.
States Exhibit 225.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at Justin's hands.
Amy, love you. Now we're 2 away from 3,500 but guess what's going to happen? We'll hit 3,500 and then 20 will drop off and we have to do the climb again. How much you want to bet YouTube hits me when I hit 3,500 and I'll lose about 20? It happens every freaking time. So let's go over. Let's go over. Thank you, Amy. Tell hubby thank you.
And obviously just to the side of there, you see a Fisher-Price fire truck.
Oh, Fisher-Price fire trucks. I remember those.
We'll circle back to.
My son was into Thomas the Train. We probably, between garage sale, thrift store, and brand new, had well over $5,000 worth of Thomas the Train.
Now looking
Christmas gifts, birthday gifts.
states, so going from states 226 here to states 227. What is it that y'all have now zoomed into?
That's a broken shard of glass just off the rug there in the living room.
States 228.
We get to 5,000, I'll sing you a love song.
On the rug, kind of in front of the ottoman.
It's a child's train whistle that you blow in and mimics the sound of a train.
Zooming
Oh,
in
this is
there,
breaking my
states
heart.
229. What was located near that child's train whistle?
We have some more broken glass.
States 230. Is that a zoom in of that same piece of glass?
It is.
States 231. What are we looking at here?
Now this would be standing obviously on the other side of Justin, standing over him. Shows how that plane is lying there lightly on his shorts. You can see the fire truck and another toy at his feet.
I'm looking at states 232 here, as well as states 233. What have y'all zoomed in on in those images?
It's what appeared to be a fresh cut on the inside of his thigh.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Going back to states 229 here, could you tell whether that was possibly, and I know that doesn't portray it on it, I'll know, but whether there was any possible blood stains near some of the shards of glass?
Possible. Obviously, we when you're working a scene like that, we swab and process everything that we think could possibly appear to be blood.
States Exhibit 234, what are we looking at here?
Now, again, we've kind of moved a little bit more over Justin, showing the back of his head and the right side of his body now.
And what is behind his head?
We have a blood stain on the couch.
States 235. What do we see here kind of in the middle of the photograph?
Another blood stain on Justin's shirt.
States exhibit 236. Was there any sort of defect that was noted on?
Correct. Yeah, in the middle or in the area of that blood stain is some sort of hole.
States exhibit 237. Did you see any other defects on his clothing?
Yes, right there on his right arm, right shoulder area.
States exhibit 238. That is zoom in of that same shoulder area.
It is.
Looking at states 240, did you all also zoom into the area behind his head?
We did.
I think they only tendered up to 235.
305.
305.
305. 10 to 305 is what the court admitted. Yes.
Now looking at states 243 here, who is kind of the focus of your attention in these next several photos?
This is Amber Hicks.
States 244. Can you describe kind of the positioning of her body here?
She's lying, her body's on the couch, her feet and her legs are on a movable ottoman. She's partially covered by the blanket there. And obviously you can see her arms down by her side.
And what is this orange object that we can see by her?
Only need one more. We're $34.99. Come on, y'all. You can do it.
Legs.
It's a small ball, a child's toy. And then we also have the monster truck on the other side of her leg.
States 246, is that kind of zooming in on both the ball as well as the monster truck?
It is.
States exhibit 247 here.
Now we're standing at Amber's feet looking toward her head.
And on the left side, kind of underneath the blanket, what is that?
That would be her other leg.
Is her leg kind of tucked under that blanket?
It is.
States 248, what are we looking at here?
Again, now we're moving more to the left here. We can still see the ball, the monster truck. You can see the defect in Amber's right arm right there and the glasses down off of her face.
States exhibit 250, how close was that ball to her hand?
Inches. Yeah, maybe 6 inches, maybe.
States exhibit 251, did she have glasses?
She did.
States 252, is that kind of zooming in on her glasses?
It is. Yeah, they were obviously not sitting naturally on her face how she would be wearing them. It appeared they'd either been pulled down from her face or had fallen from her face.
When you say pulled down, like from Jake out?
Yes, from Jake, that was my assumption. With the amount of toys that was on her, that was my assumption.
Looking at states 254 here, what are we looking at in states 254?
That's a
June, tell John thank you very much. Thank you, John. Mwah. I blew you a kiss. Woohoo! We finally hit 3,500. Hot diggity damn. Now let's see how many we wake up with in the morning. Thank you guys so much. Woo-hoo! We did it. Now let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Keep it going.
defect from a projectile in Amber's right arm.
States 255, what was being documented in states 255?
The blood on the couch coming from Amber.
Now, being there in person, looking at states 256, could you tell whether there was any like coagulated blood or kind of thicker amounts of blood?
Yes, you could. That's typically what we would see from coming from someone's head.
And is that what's documented in 256?
It is.
States 258, what vantage point is states 258 taken from?
This is standing in the kitchen, looking out, or with your back to the kitchen, looking out over the couch toward the fireplace.
States Exhibit 260, that kind of a better image of some of that coagulated blood.
It is. Again, this is standing with your back to the kitchen, looking over the couch.
States Exhibit 265. Could you tell whether there was any defects in her shirt?
Yes, there is one, and obviously a large amount of blood that's in her abdomen area.
Looking at states 270, what items were close to Amber's hand from the couch?
Her cell phone is there. Obviously, there's a water cup, and then we see a baby monitor on the other side of the pillow.
Was that a video baby monitor?
It was.
Now, was it the kind that you have like a SIM card or some sort of subscription that you can go back on, or just?
No, just a live feed.
Now, is it customary, again, when documenting the scene, to start moving the decedent so that you can better photograph some of the evidence?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Now, is that process also documented?
It is.
All right, looking at states 273 here, explain what we're looking at in states 273.
Okay, so we're looking at, obviously, this is Amber's body with her shirt pulled up. We still see the defect there in her right arm. You see an abrasion on her stomach right there. And then a projectile is lying between her right arm and her right hip.
States 274, is that a close-up of that projectile?
It is.
And was that projectile collected?
It was.
I want to show you what I've already shown. Defense counsel, states exhibit 600. Do you recognize state 600?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how is it that you recognize state 600?
It is marked as the projectile collected on couch next to Amber Hicks.
And is that what we see in the image on the screen, which is states exhibit 274?
Yes.
State tender states exhibit 600 into evidence.
Any objection? State 600 is admitted.
States exhibit 275, what are you all starting to kind of focus on?
Now we're showing, obviously, the area around Amber there, showing the baby monitor, the monster truck, the toys.
States exhibit 277. Is that a zoom in of that baby monitor?
It is.
Now looking at states 284 here, where are we standing?
Now we're standing just at the feet of Amber inside the couch, the L-shaped couch there, looking back toward the playroom, which is where the entry point is.
And at this point, had some of the items been marked?
They have been, yes.
In particular, what was states exhibit, or I'm sorry, not states exhibit, the crime scene exhibit 1, or which had the number 1 marker?
Justin Hicks's cell phone.
289 here, did you all kind of illuminate the screen so you could photograph any notifications?
Yes, we did.
And is that what we see on State's Exhibit 289?
It is, yes.
And so just to point out some of these things, the very top one here, where we can see, well, first of all, what is the timestamp at which y'all are documenting the illuminated cell phone?
That's 11:51 a.m. on Thursday, November 18th.
And so the very first notification here where you can see your camera spotted someone, is that the front doorbell camera that we previously saw in photos?
Yes, the Nest camera.
And again, was there any video you were able to recover in terms of saved video footage?
No, we were not.
And then similarly, where there's 32 minutes ago, person seen zone 1 side door camera, again, was that any sort of footage that you were able to actually retrieve saved images or videos from?
No, no footage was returned to us.
And based on the notifications and background, is that how you were able to determine this was Justin Hicks's cell phone?
Yes.
And this cell phone that we see in States 289 here, was that collected?
It was.
Let me show you States Exhibit 606. Do you recognize State 606?
I do. It says it's a gray Apple iPhone belonging to Justin Hicks.
Is that from marker 1 in the crime scene photos that we're going through?
It is, yes.
Very good. And is that his actual cell phone that you all collected from the scene?
Yes, it is.
Right. State, and there's a biohazard sticker on here. What is that for?
Some sort of bodily fluid. It appeared to be blood on the phone.
State moves to tender States Exhibit 606 into evidence.
In objection. State 606 is admitted.
And did it appear, based on you physically being present at the scene and making the observations that you did, that Justin Hicks would have been able to get his phone to this location with possible blood?
No, it did not. Our assumption, based off the way the house looked, is that Jacob most likely moved the phone.
States Exhibit 292 here. What area of the house are we now focusing on?
This is the playroom just to the left of the Christmas tree. So again, we're in the same room where the broken window was.
States Exhibit 293. What do we see?
We see a pretty decent amount of children's toys spread out on the floor and a trampoline as well.
Throughout the rest of the home, did you see this volume of toys or mess?
No, this home was very clean, very orderly. Obviously, this area here and then where the toys had been moved into the living room where Justin and Amber were the only areas of the home that appeared to not be in order.
And based on how the toys appeared and things being dumped out, did it appear Jacob had been in this room?
Yes, to any of us that have had children, it appeared as if a child had been playing unsupervised.
Looking now at States Exhibit 296, what did you all find underneath that trampoline?
There's a shell casing underneath it.
States 297, is that a zoom in of that same shell casing?
Yes, it is.
Circle back to those in just a minute. Now, States Exhibit 300. Was there additional kind of mess or disarray behind the trampoline?
Yeah, it looked as if possibly these storage cubes had been pulled out from that cubby area and then the toys dumped on the floor there and onto the trampoline.
States Exhibit 301, is that kind of a better image?
It is correct. We're standing over the trampoline now looking at the pile of toys.
And on top of the trampoline, this white object, what is that?
Another one of those storage cubes is just collapsed.
And is it underneath this trampoline that we just saw that casing?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 302, what had Justin and Amber put up in their home in the playroom?
A fairly large Christmas tree.
And State's Exhibit, well, you can see it in State's Exhibit 302, was that lit? I mean, did they have lights on?
Yes, the lights were on there.
And were
Appeared as if they
lights-
were twinkling.
So not the steady lights, but
Correct.
kind of twinkle lights, okay. And were those on when you all first arrived?
They were, yes, ma'am.
Now I want to make our way back towards the living room area, looking at States 81. And I know we've gone out of order here, but it made the most sense. So looking at States 81, what are we now looking at?
Okay, this is, we would be standing with our back to the couch where Justin and Amber are lying, looking at the fireplace.
And you had previously mentioned this baby gate. Was there any ability for that baby gate to be actually like locked into the fireplace, or was it just one that you kind of place in front?
It appeared it had just been placed there. I know there are hooks on the gate, but I don't recall any mounting area for it, any anchors.
The way that baby gate was when you all arrived, did it appear to be really protecting anything?
No, it had been moved.
States Exhibit 82 here.
We're looking at obviously the built-in cabinetry to the right of the television.
Is this on the other side, States 83?
Correct. That's the built-ins on the left of the television.
Now looking at States 85, were there any toys around the area of the fireplace?
Yes, you had toys obviously inside the baby gate area and outside the baby gate area.
In States Exhibit 84, you actually see some additional toys outside the baby gate area.
You do, yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 86, what is this blue object within the baby gate?
It's one of those collapsible tunnels that like a toddler can crawl through.
Did that appear kind of out of place in that location?
It did, yes, ma'am.
Just past the little tunnel, States 87, what else was there?
We have a shard of glass laying right there, and then a projectile just to the right of it.
Based on the appearance of the point of entry, would it really have been possible for a shard of glass of this size to land in this particular area from within the living room?
No, that glass had to be carried there in one way or another.
States 89, this kind of an attempted zoom into both the shard of glass and the projectile.
Yes, it is.
I know it's kind of difficult to see. Let me show you States Exhibit 90. Or better yet, let's look at States 91. States Exhibit 91.
Yes, that's the projectile inside the baby gate, lying just to the right of that shard of glass that we saw.
States Exhibit 601. Do you recognize States Exhibit 601?
I do, yes. It says it's a projectile collected from the floor in the living room.
Is that what's seen in States Exhibit 91?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
State moves to tender State 601 into evidence.
Okay, it is 6:30 my time, well, 25, 4:25 West Coast, 7:25 East Coast. And we have 4 hours and 39 minutes. Actually, we're going straight to lunch after this, so.
922.
Let's see if we can speed this along a little bit. Y'all let me know when you want to stop, June. Angela. Yes, I'm crunchy.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Sergeant.
She's a cutie.
blow through a lot of these a little bit quicker here. Looking at states 101, what area of the house are we in? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, we are standing on the side of the couch, closer toward the fireplace, looking into the kitchen.
States 102.
That's in the kitchen, looking toward the dining room, and that's a desk area there inside the kitchen.
States 103.
Now we're looking at the island in the kitchen, still with our back to the couch.
States 104.
Now to the left of the island, the range,
States 105.
and now to the far left side of the kitchen.
States 106.
That's a dog food bowl.
States 107.
And it looks like a children's table with a bench and a tote there on top.
States 109. Is this that same area?
It is, yes.
Okay, and how are the blinds for that window looking out onto the patio?
They're partially closed, we'll say.
States 110.
Now we're looking through the kitchen into the dining room.
States 112.
That's back in the kitchen, looking at the desk area. You can see the laundry room in the background.
States 113. Were there items of value in this area?
Yes, you had Amber's purse, you had a diaper bag there, you had an iPad.
Do you recall if there were keys to the Justin's truck in this area?
I do believe there were, yes.
Did any of that seem disturbed or rummaged through or anything?
No, it did not. It appeared to be in order.
States 116 here. Who did that backpack belong to?
It's a black backpack that we learned belonged to Justin Hicks.
Once again, was there anything rummaged through with the backpack?
It did not appear so, no.
States 117.
Now we're on the far side of the kitchen island here. Looking at that would be the back of the house is what we're looking at.
States 118.
Again, and kind of focusing in on that open lower cabinet.
And what is it that was located near that open cabinet?
We have one more shell casing.
States 120. Well, probably not this one. Let's do this. States 122. Is that the casing?
Yes, ma'am.
And states 123. That kind of zoomed into that area.
Yeah, correct, it is.
We'll circle back to that in a little bit. Looking at states 124, what area are you now kind of heading towards?
Heading back toward the laundry room of the home.
Now, looking at the hinge that's barely seen in states 124, is that the same door we see in states 125?
Yes, it is. That's the garage door.
And what was on the garage door in states 126?
That's a child lock.
States 127, what was being photographed here?
It's the ADT alarm panel.
States 129. Is this how it displayed at the time that officers arrived on scene?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, it is.
States 130, what was found kind of on the floor in this bottom right quadrant as well as closer to the laundry room?
There's dog feces.
States 131 here.
And now we're continuing past the door that we were just speaking about and looking into the laundry room.
It states 131 here. What did you have on that door?
Another child lock.
That was seen in 132?
Correct.
All right, and inside that closet, what type of items were inside?
Household.
Can you host Cowboys? I can't get it. We'll be live here, but in Discord, we'll have the Cowboys game on if you want to watch. If June will host for me, can you put yes or no in comments? Either make me happy or break my heart. Don't get me lying, June. I don't know what you're asking. That's not a clear question to me, Boo. Sorry.
Clean. That's where you keep all your vacuum and your mop.
And that's looking at 6133.
Hey, June, do you want to go ahead and stop, do the mod meeting, pick up here tomorrow? Angela, what do you want? And then we can go watch our Cowboys. Well, I crunch on dry pasta.
States 136. What was inside the laundry room?
Obviously, you have a washer and dryer, and it appeared they were getting their Christmas decorations out to decorate the house.
Once again, did anything within the laundry room seem rubbished with?
It did not, no.
States 137.
Okay, I'm crunching on dry pasta. Okay, I'm going to end the live. We've been at this since 8 this morning. We will pick this up tomorrow. I will set it down so we don't get rid of it. I have several things to talk about real quick. We have some announcements that I'd like to go ahead and make. Husband is charged with the murder of his 89-year-old wife, who was found shot to death in Galveston. Police. We will see that tomorrow. Then also we're going to talk about the father arrested in Copperas Cove, baby unaliving, another baby unaliving. I'm so tired of these babies unaliving. And then we'll go there. So we'll talk about all of these later. We made it to our 3,500 subscribers. Thank y'all so very much. We did it. So all mods, go to Discord and go into voice general.
Ooh, piece of candy.
We'll have a quick mod meeting, and then we're going to have the Dallas Cowboys. God knows how they're going to play tonight. We'll see. But Dallas Cowboys will be on tonight. I've got a college paper I got to write. Thank God only one and not my other class, which would have been a short essay. Was it answer a question, long essay, a quiz, every week. And I don't have to do any of it because I'm such a good girl. So, I got unread messages. What does it say? Okay. So we'll catch up on all this tomorrow. Okay, but there's plenty of time to catch up on it. Oh, new more Okay. I am in general chat. Y'all mods, go on over. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us on this crazy, wacky Monday. It has been a day. I can't wait for a normal day tomorrow. I will be starting to beat on those hats again tomorrow. I'll start working on the hats again. I just needed to give my hands some rest. I was general really, chat. Really. Mods, go on over. Hold on. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us on this I was crazy, wacky Monday. Really tired from all that beating I did for my graduation hat. So I'm going to start on that again. I
am here.
Mhm. I'm with you. All right, guys. See you guys in
Hello.
the morning. Hit that bell so you know when we're live. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time.